Good morning, good morning. How's everybody doing? So good to see you. Hey, Pam, how are you, girl? Good to see you this morning. I got kind of a little bit of a late start. Just trying to get a couple things done before we get started today because I expect tomorrow will be a long day today. I think we're going to have some pretty good testimony today. I'm thinking that doctor's going to testify at some point today. So I'm excited about that. Hope everybody had a good evening. And as I always say, please like, share, and subscribe. And thank you all so much for being here with us as we watch this trial. It's always appreciated. I've enjoyed every day of it, and I'm looking forward to the next one, right? Yeah, okay. Let me fix this feed over here so we can be ready when the time comes. So here we go. Hang on. There we go. Put that little microphone on and let's go. I don't really like this one for some reason. It's just not showing up. I want, who's that? No, I don't know that. I want to go to a news station like CBS or one of those to actually pull in the trial today. There's Court TV. We can use that one. Yeah, we'll use Court TV. That'll work. No problem. Okay. Let me get this ready. Oops, here we go. Come back over here. We'll fix this, make it bigger. There we go. All right. Let me kind of do this one this morning. Okay, there we are. We're ready to go. Got my coffee, got my notebook. I am ready to go. Good morning. All right. Now, at lunchtime today, I have to go to the post office for my husband and drop some things off. Because he didn't want to do it himself in Georgetown. He works in Georgetown. He's like, can you just go to the post office for me? I'm like, I guess so. I don't really want to, but I guess I will. I guess I have to, right? It's okay. Well, I have plenty of time to do it. It's not a big deal. Anyway, now let me get back over here and get my notes ready, my notebook ready. So we can put on who our next witness is going to be. Let's see. And we know that we're on the defense. Our next witness is going to be either number 73 or continuous of number 72. Yeah, had a late start also. Woke up later than usual. Had to get the cats their treats. And feed Misty her food. Got it, Pam. I know, right? Let me write this down here. Witness 72. Yeah. All right. Now I'm actually ready. Let me get this little thing for that over there. Okay. I haven't even had my first cup of coffee. I've got it made. I'm fixing to have some of it. I'm like, come on, get a coffee drink. You got to wake the hell up. I did manage to get my shower first thing this morning, so that's one thing I managed to get done and get my dogs outside and that kind of thing. Let me go fix something. I'll just talk to you while I go fix that. Turn the TV off, the living room, and all that. Need to do that. Okay, that is fixed. Oh, let me go grab a dog treat real quick. I forgot to do that. Oh my goodness. Light turned off in this house. Lord knows our electricity bill is enough. There we go. Okay, now we're ready to go. All right. Let me see if I can. I want to make this different looking. I want to get rid of this over here. Ah, there it is. Now, as we get going, once the feed from channel 10 comes in, I'm going to switch over. But right now, we're just looking at this until we get started. The feed from channel 10 or CBS doesn't have all that written crap all over it, so you can share it a little easier without having to have that somebody else's name in your feed like that. There you go, girl. Come here. Come here. There you go. You want a treat? There you go. Yeah. Come on, silly boys and girls. All right. My little girl dog, she's so funny. She runs off to eat her treat because she doesn't want her brother bothering her while she's eating her treats because she eats much slower than he does. He's a little piggy poo and she's like all dainty, you know. So strange. He doesn't care. He's just a brute. Yes, Jack is a brute. There we go. All right, there we go. Okay, now what am I doing? Putting my glasses on. That's what I'm doing. Good morning, Leslie. Keeping it real. So good to see you. Hey, Leslie, didn't you enjoy Jay's show yesterday? It was Jack. Come here. It was pretty good. You know, it's like, wow, what a weird story she was talking about. Come here. Hey, Jack. Leave her alone. Had to go get that dog. He's over there trying to steal from his sister. There you go. That's exactly why she runs off. She don't want to be stolen from. But treat. Come on. Get your treat, baby. There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna get them fed. Yeah, you did. Oh, good. I had such a good time. Such a good time over there. I mean, I had to keep switching back and forth because I was doing a couple other things too. So let me see if the other feed is up yet. I really want the channel 10 feed. I don't really want to use this feed right here, but we'll do whatever we have to do, right? It's okay. Let's see. Let's see if CBS has got one. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. Day 15. It's East Idaho News. It's Boston 25. That's a pretty good one to use too. I don't ever like to use AP. Oh, look, Courtroom Confidential, Law and Trials. CBS, that's from yesterday. Let's see. All right, day 15, Duty Ron. Let me see. Yeah, I guess we're going to go back up here and use this other one. Oh, wait a minute. Who's this? Pretty Larson. Let's see. DD. Hang on, guys. I'm just looking for the better feed. All right, just a second. I'm going to switch over to this other one. Here we go. There we go. Let's switch to this one. It's on. All right, Boston. All right. All right. Let's switch our screen. I don't really want to use. Let me switch. Hang on a minute. We'll be ready in just a second. We'll be ready about the same time they're ready. All right. That is a better feed for us. Like it. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Let's see. So I'm having a little bit of issue today. All right. I did it. Yes, I admit it. I fall asleep with my contacts on. So my right eye, it feels like the contact folded up over there on one side. So disgusting, but I can't get it to just come out yet. So I'm having to wait on it to. I'm just having a hard time seeing with that one. Come here, trick, come here. So I'll do the best I can. If I say something wrong, if I read something wrong, so sorry. We'll just have to deal with it, but it's okay. Let me pull this up over here. What time is it? 8:00 a.m. We're ready to go, girls and boys. Let's see. I'm going to go to my Gmail because I want to pull up something that I have. All right. Let me pull this up over here. Inbox. Let's see. I don't think it came over. Forums. Let's see. Okay. I don't know why that's not working right. Let's see if it's going to the wrong one. All right. Okay, there's her pictures from her. All right. Yeah, I don't see that. That sucks. Okay, well, all right, we'll get rid of that. All right, we're ready. I guess we'll just worry about that later. Remember, I was trying to send stuff over so I could show y'all something, but it's like it's not coming over for some reason. It's not letting it come over, so I'll have to show it a different way. It's okay. We'll just put it on our community post, and we'll have a little collage of animals for everybody. Here we go. Come here. Come here. Where's sister? Come here, sister. Here you go. Here you go. Yeah. Are you not hungry this morning? She's barely eating her dinner treat. I wonder what's going on. Oh boy, these silly boys and girls. All right. Here we go. Now let me have a drink of my coffee. I haven't even had that. I did manage to do everything else. Let me get this coffee going. So what I do is in the mornings I'll make a little espresso and then I put some honey in it, just natural honey for sweetener because I don't really want to put sugar in it. So good. Sometimes I'll put like some cinnamon in it, but today I was like, nah, I don't really want that cinnamon. I just crave that taste of that honey. I think it's because I crave sugar, which is a huge problem. Hey, did y'all watch? Let me ask you about something. And it's okay. Over here it's a safe space. You can say whatever you feel. You can disagree with me. It doesn't really matter. Anybody can say whatever they want. We're not going to allow any derogatory statements toward any creators or other people in the chat. But has anybody else been watching out there on the YouTube streets as they talk about allegedly speculating in her discussions that she had with Stephen Stearns online, pretending to be some girl that was interested in him? Has anybody looked at anything about that? If you have, just let me know. Just say, oh, yes or no. You do know about it or no, you don't know about it. It's getting wild. It's getting ridiculous. Now, okay, remember they were over there picking on Julie and Brittany J. That went on for months and months and months and months and months. Well, now they're picking on allegedly speculating because she has a relationship with a chomo that killed Maddie. So now, myself personally, I'm not getting involved in any of it. I don't really want to know much about it. Would I do the same thing? Hell no, I would not do the same thing. But it's none of my business what other people do out here on YouTube. You do you, baby. You do you. That's how I'm going to leave it. I was so shocked last night. I was flipping through the channels and I was listening to a couple of people talking. I'm like, oh my God. Seriously? Is this what we've gone to on YouTube? Are you serious? Yeah. It's too much. Just too much. Anyway, let me tell you what else is up over here on Reddit, and it's about Lindsay Clancy. Hang on a second. Everybody's going insane over here about Lindsay Clancy and the dad, the husband, and all that. Let me go pull this up. Okay. Well, I'm going to go back over to my inbox. Hang on. I'm going to pull up this Lindsay Clancy story here. People are just going crazy with the theory that Lindsay Clancy's husband did this, and that he made her look like she did it, but really he did it. Right. Now there is a Lindsay Clancy mega thread that's going on. There's trial day 14 discussions, which is what we're going to look at here. So this will be a thread for trial day 14. We were off on Friday. Okay. So here's how it starts. If your comment is baseless and has speculations about Patrick Clancy from any angle, this includes claims that he killed the children, claims that he assaulted anybody, claims that he cheated on Lindsay, or anything such, it will be removed. So then they have some rules over here. And here we go. She was working a night shift. Some people are heavy sleepers and would miss a baby crying at night. I don't blame him for sleeping through since he had to work the next day, presumably. They sleep trained Callan and Dawson. She just had a double standard with Cora, but she was fine letting the other kids cry. So if you're charging Patrick with neglect, charge Lindsay too. All right. And this is straight from day 14. I also find the TikTok narrative interesting that she didn't have enough support and Patrick is also guilty by not helping. In her diary, she never once said Patrick wasn't helping. In fact, we heard she needed to feel connected to him and wanted another child with him. The therapist and the psychiatrist never said she wasn't getting help at home from Patrick. The defense never laid out Patrick wasn't helping her, which leads to the psychosis. No one is blaming Patrick except TikTok. Also, it's interesting that she told both Mom and Patrick she had homicidal thoughts, but only Patrick is to blame for them? Do I think her family's reaction to her confessions have been handled better? Absolutely, they could have been handled better. But at the end of the day, she withheld info from the doctors, the psych facilities, and sent him out of the house. No one else can be responsible for her. Here's the next one. Yeah, it seems like it's a projection from true crime wine moms who feel like their own husbands don't help, calling Lindsay a married single mother when she was watching Cora and holding Callan in the security cameras at the museum, even though Patrick was right there holding Dawson. They were standing in line at an exhibit he wanted, and he called him over when it's his turn. Also, imagine Lindsay withheld info from her family and Pat the same way she withheld from her doctors. Like it may be relative or spouses was getting a lot of medical treatments and told me they had intrusive thoughts. I'd assume they were telling the doctors the same things they were telling me. And the experts weren't worried. Would I be worried? That's a good question, right? The next one says, what was he supposed to do? Sit in her sessions? That would be control freak behavior. Get her institutionalized against her will? There's a reason we don't let men lock their wives away for hysteria anymore. I thought that was very funny. It's bad. It's funny, but it's bad. Interesting reading. Although the comments on here, it seems that 90% of the Redditors think she's guilty. Most TikTokers, though, think she is not. I don't think the majority of TikTokers are actually watching the trial, right? Okay. Now, in Instagram and TikTok have true crime brain rot, they need Lindsay to be set up because it's the most engaging story, not because it's real. Now, I would agree with that too. Here we go. I went over to Lawyer Talk on Reddit, and even there are a lot of people are saying, and the evidence sounds consistent with PPP, while questioning what the prosecution's actual theory is. I think that's why TikTok seems so divided. The prosecution's case feels confusing and all over the place. I'm genuinely surprised we haven't heard from an expert witness specifically explaining PPP yet. But see, I think we have heard from expert witnesses explaining it, don't you? We've heard all kinds of discussions on PPP, psychosis, etc. Here's the next one. Because they are charitably wrong, let me put it to you like this. You are a juror. You've heard the testimony from a whole bunch of professionals who examined or treated Clancy, and they all say no symptoms of psychosis. It is literally not open for you to consider that she might have had a psychosis. Well, I mean, it is in the theoretical sense that you can choose to disbelieve every state witness. No evidence of psychosis has been presented. You have evidence of premeditation or consciousness of guilt. Clancy just hunting down the kids as soon as Patrick closed that door behind him and then heading straight upstairs to do herself as well. On the facts that have been presented, you have a suicidal woman who has said, I can't kill myself while the kids are alive, who then, oh boy, trigger warning, who then killed the kids and then immediately attempted to kill herself. On the facts as presented, it's BRD that she knew that she was doing this, what was wrong, and that she could conform to the law. The state hasn't put up an expert talking about PPP because PPP diagnosis is not in evidence. And I agree with that. That is not the evidence we've heard. We've heard evidence of suspicious bipolar. We've heard that. You are privy to the information the jury is not. There is a reason why there are months and months of trial prep, motion practice, and voir dire. They still have to sit down at the end of the business yesterday because the state argued successfully that whatever evidence he wanted to leak from his expert should not be allowed. Just wait till we get to the jury instructions, and all the arguments are over wording. It's all going to be over wording. He's right about that. Now, let me go check over here. What time is it? Okay, they should be getting to the courtroom soon. It's 8:11. Make sure that our feed is caught up, because, sometimes it's not. All right, here we go. All right, now, just some interesting reading over there on Reddit as to what people do believe is true or not true. Here we go. Straight logic and reasoning here. The next one says, but if Lindsay Clancy genuinely believed she had to kill her children in order to kill herself, wouldn't that actually support NGRI? Knowing what she was physically doing doesn't necessarily mean she was thinking rationally or understood the reality of what she's doing. But see, that's not the way I understand what she's done. See, I see it a little bit differently. If I believe I need to kill you in order to get my inheritance, would that support NGRI? That's a very good question. I believe I need to kill you to get your stash of rare Pokemon cards. Would that support NGRI? Oh boy, this guy's vicious. If I believe I need to kill you to get work 5 seconds faster, would that support NGRI? Please, genuinely, think through what you're saying. Just because the steps to accomplish a goal are not rational or not fair or not reasonable to you doesn't mean the person who does these things is not criminally responsible. They are removing obstacles to obtain the goal that they desire. That's a good point right there. The goal they desire. All right? They know what they're doing is wrong or illegal, but their desire to do something is greater than their fear of the consequences. Or in a murder-suicide, they're not going to be around to face them. Right? That might be what she thought here. So goal-directed behavior, planning, premeditation, and consciousness of guilt, they make a very good case for a guilty verdict. Yes, they do. This is the next one. Look, I'm not a lawyer, but if I was sitting on the jury, I need a pretty damn clear explanation for why a loving, caring, and involved mother suddenly did something so horrific if severe mental illness wasn't driving it. So far, I just don't think the prosecution has given one. Okay? So I think the goal is to determine the sanity versus insanity at the time of the crime and understanding if this was right or wrong, not a motive. We don't understand motive for many killers. I don't think 100% she was mentally ill, but at this point, I don't see psychosis. I don't think it's fair to say that the default is insanity because we don't know why she did it. Would we be saying this for a man who murdered his children? That's a good question. Would we? Would we be saying the same thing if this was a man on trial? If they don't think men can have postpartum, then what would be the excuse? Would he be in a psychosis? No. See why the argument doesn't make any sense at all? This is what leads me to whether you're a man or a woman, you decide to take the life of your children, you know what you're doing, right? You know what's wrong when you do it. So help me understand how anybody can claim she was in a psychosis, because I just don't think she was. That's just how I see it. I can be 100% wrong, and that's okay, right? We'll find out more today. I am just so excited, guys. Let me tell you what happened yesterday. I just thought about this. Okay. So, I'm working really hard to get this channel monetized, and I needed a few hundred hours. So I'm asking my friends, please watch the trial. Everybody go watch the trial. Watch it in its entirety. Yesterday, this channel got 115 hours of watch time. I was so freaking excited. If we could just do that a few more times, guess what? We can actually get this monetized, and then we can do some days where we're donating to things that we find important to us. People who take care of animals, people who take care of children, people who donate things to schools, that kind of thing. I want to do some charity work with this channel, but you have to be monetized in order to do that. So I'm pretty excited that we got 115 hours yesterday. Yay! Thank you to everybody who helped. Now, let's check our feed, make sure that they're not moving ahead of us. Okay, see how sometimes it just doesn't catch up? Yeah, there we go. All right, yeah. All right. Y'all go get your Cokes, your water, get your coffee, get ready to go, because it is 8:15, and I suspect we will hear them coming into the courtroom soon. All right. Day 15 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Was she sane or was she insane? Is she criminally responsible for the death of her children? Did she run down there and kill those children as soon as her husband left because she wanted to take herself out too? Was her a suicide attempt a real suicide attempt, or was it just for attention? Which one? What is it? We don't really know. Have we heard enough evidence to make a real decision? I don't know. I think we have. The prosecution has rested their case. Now it's up to the defense attorney to make us disbelieve what the prosecution has set out. That's all. That's all we got to do here. So I'm ready. Y'all come on in out of the bushes and talk to us. We don't bite over here. And I look forward to seeing everybody today. Okay, let me move this over here and get that out of the way. Oh, my coffee's now getting cold. Yucky. Let's see. Here's something else that was posted on Reddit. Now, this was just 57 minutes ago. So far, the prosecution seems to be saying that Elsie was lucid. She planned it, and therefore she knew what she was doing. But if their argument is that her hesitation or planning proves she had control and clear mental state, I expect an expert witness to actually explain the connection, especially if the defense can show someone could be lucid before and after a psychosis. So far, all I'm hearing is that she was struggling mentally, knew she needed help, tried to get it, and then snapped. Maybe the prosecution will bring it in an expert or a rebuttal, and it'll all make more sense then. I am not taking sides. I am a mother to 3 young children as well, and it's a horrific situation. Okay, I understand that. Now, this was 8 hours ago. Not the greatest screen grab. Great at showing things that are presented as evidence. She searched and found an article that titled Severe Sleep Deprivation Causes Hallucinations and Gradual Progression Toward Psychosis. Edit. Went back and did another screen grab and was able to get the date in the top left corner. It says the 19th of January, 2023. So on the 19th of January, 2023, she went and did a search on her tablet or the computer or whatever she was using. And what she searched for was an article that talked about severe sleep deprivation causes hallucinations and gradual progression toward psychosis. Did she do that search because that is what she wanted to claim? Or did she do that search because she truly felt she was having hallucinations, etc.? That's the question, isn't it? The next person says this was 4 hours ago. I don't understand why they don't just emphasize this is in the question. This clearly shows she planned it and did her Apple Watch track her sleep. The thing about that Apple Watch is the Apple Watch was in the drawer next to the bed. She was not wearing that watch, and it was turned off. When they turned the Apple Watch back on, the messages that had been sent downloaded to the watch then. That's why the dates don't really match up right, because the watch was turned off. Okay? The next one says, and this was from 8 hours ago, I wonder if hitting the steering wheel and seeing it was an atypical antipsychotic actually triggered some OCD type fear that she was actually psychotic, leading to this meltdown and spiral of eventual murders. Even if she wasn't actually this, the idea that she might, or that maybe the provider thought about her triggers some compulsive thinking about her problem, being more. This is hard to read because it's not written very well, so just bear with me as I try to read this. This idea that she might be, or that maybe the provider thought that about her triggers some compulsive thinking about her problems being more permanent, or her passing some mental illness down to her children. What? Okay. Now, this was from 8 hours ago. She wasn't prescribed Seroquel in January of 2023. No, she was not. Atypical antipsychotic means they are second-generation antipsychotics. They don't cause as many muscle movements and side effects. It is used for a number of mental health issues. Ah, got you, says the person. I was off my timeline. Thanks for the info. I totally understand you thought the process. No need to apologize. I sounded harsher than I intended. So people are discussing the medication list over here on Reddit. Do we know when that was searched? 1/19 of 2000.
Frank and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we start, could I see everybody talk
Let me turn it
about
up.
today's schedule?
Turn it up so everybody can hear. We have to turn it up to almost 100. Crazy. Yeah, let's go. I got from that eye. It's going to drive me crazy today. I know it is. Gotta be so good. All right. Come on, Anna. Let's go. We are ready. Fix my phone real quick.
PSA to everyone else.
Yeah, dude, hush. Okay. There we go. We're ready. Has anybody seen Cinderella in the past? I wonder if Cinderella is. I haven't seen her in a couple of days. It makes me worry about her. Yeah, good morning. Good to see you. We're just waiting for them to get started. They're on their sidebar as usual. How are you doing today? Yeah. Jay's show was so good yesterday. I was so intrigued by the story that she's talking about. I told her last night after the show, I said, hey, please do the dad of the guy you were talking about. Please do the story on the father, because now I need to know more about that guy. Because I think whatever that guy was doing was driving what his son was doing. Just a weird story, guys. So interesting. You got to go check it out. Good morning, good morning. Good to see everybody. Come on in. If you are in the bushes, come and join us. Let's hear what you've got to say. Everybody's opinion is valued here, right? Okay. I wish they would come on. Every day we got to have the damn sidebar first thing in the morning. It's just, why can't they talk about the schedule in front of all of us? Why does it have to be secret? You know, why? I don't understand it. Just don't understand it. We'll pick up reading some more of and during the break we'll read some more of the Reddit from yesterday. There's a whole string about the day 14 of the trial. Everybody's discussing what they saw and what they think. Very interesting today. I'm looking forward to hearing from Dr. Zizal, aren't y'all? That's going to be the best testimony, because, you know, he's the one that gave her the phone. He's the one. There's some stories that are going to come out there. There's going to be some improper information, and I can see the prosecution and the defense arguing about Dr. Zizal. 100%. Yes. So, let me turn that light on. It's so dark in here today. My little babies are sleeping. All right. I might turn it, let me go do that too. Let me check the air conditioner. Hang on. Cold. All right. There we go. Now we're ready. Got everything, got the lights turned off in the house. Well, downstairs anyway. Let me go upstairs and turn that one thing off, but I'll do it later. Let me ask y'all a question. How many people think that the defense will rest his case by Friday? Put a 1 for yes, a 2 for no. I think he's going to shock us. I think he's going to do something shocking. I think he's going to rest by Friday. I'm going to say, yeah, he's going to. Because again, it's up to the prosecution to prove their case. He doesn't have to prove anything. All he has to do is bring some character witnesses and talk about whether they think she would do this or not. That's it. That's all he has to bring. Gosh, this is bad. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No? Okay, good. Maybe I should have put a poll up there for y'all. I mean, I don't know. Because, I mean, really, when you think about what can he tell us that we haven't already heard? I mean, other than a expert witness or the doctor that actually treated her, which was Dr. Zizal, I don't know what else he can tell us. Really, I don't know. We'll see, though. Very interesting. Come on, let's go to court, people. Let's go. Let's make sure that we're keeping up. I know sometimes this thing doesn't. All right, here, make this big. There you go. All right. Okay, just waiting. I'm hoping that this banner here goes away once trial starts. Let me get some water too. Let me grab my water. That's some more water. Okay. Today is August the 18th of 2026. August the 18th. The year is flying by. Oh, hell, the stupid pest control people. Well, they're going to give you up. Let me see. I think they're going to come at 9:30 this morning. I'll just have to make sure the gates are shut so the dogs don't bark. Anyway. Let's see. Come on. Come on in, y'all. Come on in out of the bush and talk to us. We don't bite. This is a safe space. Everybody is welcome. Your opinions are welcome and they are valued here. So, just wanted to let y'all know that if you're over there in the bushes hanging out, I see you. Sorry. I can see a number, but I just can't see the person. Oh, here they go.
Ready for the jury? Yes.
Yes.
compliance. I'm going to send it to Judge.
All right, please. Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within before the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Marilyn. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have a continuation of a jury trial matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Knighton. And the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Chris Craig and Assistant District Attorney.
Ooh,
Hi,
very
thank you,
good,
Madam Clerk.
Leslie. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. All right. Nice to see everyone. You know, I'm going to ask you those questions, and we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. So first question is, any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you for following those instructions. And what I wanted to, we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. We're at the point in the trial where I think, as you saw a little bit yesterday, there's kind of some stop and starts that go through. And I think we're going to have a similar day today. All right, so I appreciate your patience with us as I deal with counsel about some things that I have to speak to outside of your presence. But as you see, the case.
Okay, y'all, hang on a minute. I'm going to change streams because I don't like this big thing that's showing up here in the middle. Let's go to one that doesn't have that. So let's switch the screens right quick, and then we're right there. It's not going to take any time away. I'm sharing it right now. We're going to just switch the screens. I don't like that that big. There you go. It's right there now. Okay, let's go.
We're at the point in the trial where I think,
all right,
as
good.
you saw a little bit yesterday, there's kind of some stop and starts that go through. And I think we're going to have a similar day today. All right, so I appreciate your patience with us as I deal with counsel about some things that I have to speak to outside of your presence. But as you see the cases moving forward, and those kind of gaps or the stops that you see are part of the reason that keeps the case moving. So I think the schedule will be similar in some ways to what we had yesterday. All right. And so with that, we're going to now return to the defendant who's presenting her case at this time. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Call Sue Clancy, please.
Susan Clancy. Okay.
Yeah, she should be in the hallway.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm just going to ask you to speak into that microphone, keep your voice up if you could. All right. Counsel.
Good morning.
And just tell us your name and spell it, please.
Susan Clancy, SUSANCLANCY.
And what time do you live?
Situate.
And you're married to Chris Clancy.
Yes,
And both you and Chris have mother and father of
correct.
and you are obviously with them.
Yes.
Tell us what your relationship was with Lindsay, how you knew her, and things like that.
Yeah, Lindsay married my son Patrick, and we had a very good relationship.
And did you have occasion to go to their home
Yes.
in Weymouth?
Yes, I did.
And then in Duxbury as well?
Correct.
And obviously, you and your husband were the grandparents of the 3 little kids.
Yes.
And how was your relationship with the babies?
Beautiful.
And tell us how frequently, to your memory, you were able to visit with your son, Lindsay, and of course your grandchildren.
At least a couple times a month we would see them.
At some point, oh, by the way, what do you do for work?
RN.
I'm sorry, an RN?
An RN.
And what type of any
I
focus?
worked in the labor and delivery room for about 38 years.
38 years in labor and delivery,
Correct.
helping women that were having babies. And
Correct.
obviously you kept up with the studies and continuing education and things.
Yes, I did.
To that extent, in your capacity as an RN with 38, well, back then it would have been 35 years of experience, I think.
Yes.
Fair to say that you, as I said, you would keep up with all of recent developments in postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, all of that.
Somewhat, but I mainly just was in the delivery room itself.
So were you aware of the various physicians that were in the forefront, if you will, of postpartum studies as it relates to medicine?
Yes.
And would one of the people that you were interested in be a person by the name of Dr. Meg Spinelli?
Yes.
Can you tell us who Meg Spinelli is?
I don't really know Meg Spinelli well. We've spoken a couple of times. I believe she specializes in postpartum mental health.
And have you met with her before?
Not in person.
Okay. Did you at some point ask Dr. Spinelli to help out at your hospital, and I guess they call it a rounds lecture?
I asked her to bring on her experience and education in that area and share it with my colleagues.
Did she do that?
She did.
And as time went by, dealing with your job, your family, your son, daughter-in-law, grandchildren, did you notice in 2022, after Callan was born, any change in the personality, if you will, of Lindsay?
Several months after that, I did.
Would that be sometime in the fall?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, being as close as you were with the family, let me back up. As a mother-in-law, did you have any observation to observe Lindsay with her kids?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors about how you saw her acting with her children as a mother?
She was very nurturing, very loving. She was a wonderful mother. Wonderful.
Did you ever see her treat her little son, Dawson, bad because you didn't like him?
No.
Did she love Dawson, in your opinion?
She loved her children, all of them, very, very much.
And during that period of time, let's say October, November of 2022, what did you observe of Lindsay?
She reached out to me in November and told me that she felt unwell.
Did she describe any symptoms for you?
She did.
Tell the jurors what she said.
She felt mostly she had insomnia. She was losing her appetite. She was very anxious and sad.
Did she tell you that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And at some point, did you recommend, did she come to you and ask you for help regarding seeing a doctor?
Yeah, she asked for my support.
And did you obviously gave it to her?
Yes.
And what did you do to make any recommendations for her?
I reached out to my colleagues who were running a clinic for women that were struggling postpartum.
Would that be the South Shore?
Yes, correct.
And at some point, as a result of your intervention, was a nurse practitioner, Julie Hall, agreeing to step in and help out.
Yes.
Did Lindsay see Julie?
I believe she did.
And you really pretty much were out of the mix at that point. You basically made the connection, knew that she was on there, right?
Correct.
Did you find that Lindsay was interested at all times in trying to get better and see doctors?
Very much so.
Did you find at all, you have an opinion with your observations of Lindsay as to whether or not she was offered help and would just spurn it and not see doctors and not have
She was
treatment?
begging for help.
And during that period of time, you were there for her by text and by telephone and in person.
Correct.
Now, during that time that you were, let's say November and into December, the holiday season, do you recall days for 2022?
Yes.
Tell us, was that a fun time for the Clancys?
Lindsay was struggling. We were all very concerned.
You knew in January, New Year's, actually, that she ended up going
Yes.
to the hospital.
Yes.
You know that she would eventually get out of the hospital.
Yes.
Fair to say that you and Lindsay, as I said, communicated a lot by text messaging, right?
Yes, correct.
So I'm going to approach you with extraction report. This is a report that is done by the DA's Office of State Police, Mr. Whiffen, on what's called Celebrate, where they can go into, they examine your phone,
No.
they examine Lindsay's phone and obtain texts. Have you seen the texts?
I think so.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with the extraction report. Okay. And you can just take a look and see if your telephone number is on there, just for foundation purposes. Right, it is, okay. And just quickly flip through and see if you recognize those texts. You don't have to look at all of them, that's for sure. They appear to be texts between you and Lindsay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm not going to go through each and every text. What I'm going to suggest is I would offer this, and then the jurors would be able to look at what they wish.
Any objection?
Your Honor, Kamal just makes the same objection previously made.
All right. Over the Kamal's objection, that may be admitted.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you indicated that you were a labor and delivery nurse for 38 years.
Mm-hmm.
And what hospital was that?
South Shore Hospital.
And early on in the defendant's career, did you work with her?
Briefly.
Okay. And she then went to Mass General, correct?
Yeah, she was a student at the time.
Okay. And you stated that you are aware of a doctor named Meg Spinelli, correct?
Yes.
Did you reach out to her in this case?
I don't remember exactly how she and I connected. I don't recall.
Well, you indicated that you connected with her in a professional capacity to have her come to your hospital, right?
Yes.
But as far as her role in this case with the defendant, did you reach out to her for that?
I don't think I did. I don't recall.
Now, you said that you began to notice some issues in, defense counsel said October, November, but fair to say you weren't aware of what was going on until she texted you on November 16th when she was at the emergency room.
Yes.
And that was at South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And you actually met her there at the emergency room?
Yes.
Was she by herself or with Patrick?
She was by herself.
Did you know how she got there?
She drove.
She drove herself to the hospital?
Correct.
And she was in the emergency room for a while, correct?
I don't know how long, probably an hour, maybe 2 hours.
Well, you went down when you knew she was there, sat with her for a little bit, went back upstairs to because you were working that day, right?
Correct. I wasn't able to go down immediately. I had to wait about an hour and a half, and then I went down.
Okay. And then you sat with her for a little bit, went back up to work, right?
Yes.
And then you came back down at some point before she was discharged.
Yes.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar just very briefly?
Oh my God. What the Sam hell's going on here? Why are you stopping the damn trial? Listen, for me, yes, this is ridiculous testimony. What has this got to do with anything, right? I understand. But, thank you, Kel. Yeah, you couldn't either. But here's the thing. If she drove herself to the, is prosecution saying she was so bad off, but she could still drive herself to the hospital? Is that what prosecution is saying here? I'm so confused. I guess was no grandparent at her house so that Pat could bring her? I mean, I don't understand. Who in the right mind drives themselves to the hospital if they're having an emergency mental problem? Right? I mean, oh my God, something is so weird about this. Let's go. Sorry. This is just ridiculous. I'm going to be honest, just ridiculous. What a waste of time. Who thinks that Reddington is just grabbing at straws because he knows he's not winning over here? I'm not sure. It figures, yeah, another damn sidebar. Yeah, we're just going to call this the sidebar trial because that's what we see every 5 minutes. It seems like sidebar, sidebar, sidebar. It's craziness, just craziness. Can you be in a psychosis and drive yourself to a hospital? That's a good question, isn't it? Let's see. Let me look. Let me see what it says. All right, we're going to ask the trusty machine. Yes, a person can be experiencing psychosis and still drive themselves to a hospital. How? Help me understand.
So, Mrs. Clancy, you came down to the emergency room and you were with her for a while, correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she was there?
Yes.
And fair to say, she indicated to you that she was having trouble sleeping and she had some heart palpitations.
Correct.
And that's what brought her to the emergency room to get checked out.
Yes.
Did she tell you that she had consumed a weed gummy before going to the ER that day?
She did not.
Okay. And in your experience as a nurse, is that sometimes a reaction to THC or CBD or some sort of weed that somebody might have a faster heartbeat?
I don't know.
Now, when she was in the emergency room, she was seen by a doctor and provided some medication. Were you there when the doctor was there?
Yes.
And you're aware that the ER doctor, gave her some trazodone to help her sleep?
Yes.
Because that's what she was really concerned about, right? The sleep.
Yes.
And when she left the emergency room, did you call her an Uber or have Pat come and get her or call your husband to come get her?
No.
She left in her own car, right?
Correct.
Wow.
And so fair to say, after that ER visit, you remained in pretty constant contact with her, at least via text message,
Yes.
right? And that you would check in with her pretty much daily. And that's all in these texts.
Yes.
Now, you were familiar with the perinatal behavioral health clinic because of your work at South Shore Hospital,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And so the person actually that you connected with first was not Julie Paul, was it?
No, it was one of the midwives that I was working with.
Her name is Nanette.
I think so.
And so did she provide you with Julie Paul's contact information?
She suggested Julie.
Okay. And as a result of the suggestion, you reached out to Julie with Lindsay's permission, right?
Yes.
And you said that at that point you made the contact, knew she had spoken to Julie, and you kind of stepped back from the clinic.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You're aware Julie Paul is one of the only prescribers that the defendant encountered that's not personally named in a civil lawsuit that's pending, don't you?
Whoa.
Sure.
How come? That's damning.
So the ER visit's on the 16th. contact is made with Julie Paul on November 20th, right?
It sounds right.
Okay. And that would have been your phone call to her first.
I don't remember exactly.
In the time period, well, you knew she was going and going to see providers and meeting with Julie and going to the clinic. Did you offer to help out more with the kids?
Yes.
You were still working full-time at that time, weren't you?
Yes.
So fair to say it was kind of limited based on your schedule?
Correct.
Did you have a normal schedule that you worked at that time period?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, as a nurse, did you work day shifts? Did you work mids?
I worked the day shift.
So did you offer to watch the kids at nighttime?
I don't remember exactly.
Did the kids come to stay at your house overnight so that she could get some sleep?
No, they didn't.
Fair to say you offered and she didn't want the kids to come to your house, right?
No, that's not right.
Well, did they ever sleep over your house?
No, they didn't.
And Cora was 5, right?
Yes, correct. She turned 5 that December.
So at any point, they never stayed over?
We decided together it was best for them to be in their own beds at their own house with all their belongings. And Lindsay's parents were very actively involved in staying over and helping out. So it was the best decision that they stay home in their own beds.
So prior to the November of 2022, did you and your husband ever come and stay over the night so that Patrick and Lindsay could go off?
We never did stay at their house.
And as far as kind of watching the kids or taking the kids outside of the house during the daytime, did you often take Cora on kind of day trips out to lunch?
Yeah, we used to go to lunch together.
How about Dawson? Did you take him one-on-one out to?
Not as much, younger.
And how about Callan? Did you ever take him out of the house without Lindsay?
No.
And are you aware that Lindsay told one of the therapists that she wasn't close with you as in-laws? And that she
I didn't
Oh,
know that, no.
that
damn
she
it.
said she doesn't generally allow the in-laws to watch her children?
I did watch the kids.
Okay, but are you aware that she told the therapist that?
No.
Are you aware she told the therapist that she didn't have any particular reason why and that they don't bug me about it either?
I didn't know any of that.
Damn. That's a slam.
Now, Lindsay, the defendant, she communicated with you via text about her issues with sleep and the medication she was taking, right?
Yes.
And as far as the ER visit where the trazodone was prescribed, do you recall having a back and forth conversation with her about that it's okay to increase it if you weren't getting any relief?
The doctor told her that, so I repeated that.
And so you're aware that she was, in fact, increasing the dose?
I did not know that.
Now, once she was seeing Julie Paul, did you continue to have conversations with her about how she was feeling?
Yes.
And you knew that she was taking some new medications after she saw Julie, right?
Yes.
And sorry, these pages are different than mine.
Ooh. Okay, I'm stopping a minute. Just right. Kel, I don't either. To me, this is like a waste of time. Okay, you supported your daughter-in-law, but she killed your children. She didn't allow you to take the kids with her, but sometimes you took the daughter out to lunch, but not the other ones. She didn't let them stay up at your house at night, but y'all decided it was better if they stayed with it. See, I don't understand what this witness is for. I really don't, because she's not telling us anything that we didn't already know. But what we are hearing from the prosecutor is this poor lady did not know how Lindsay Clancy really felt about her, but Lindsay Clancy was happy to tell her psychiatrist how she felt about her. But don't y'all find it interesting that Julie Paul was not part of the lawsuit? Why not? Because of her friendship with Susan. Why was Lindsay Paul not named? She also gave medication. Here we go. Let's go.
At some point, after being prescribed some medication, you recall that Lindsay told you that she thought she developed a benzodependency, correct?
I vaguely remember that.
That would be on November 29th, where she says, I just deep down inside of me feel that I've developed a benzodependence after just 2 weeks of using it, and I feel like no one is hearing that and addressing it, and we keep throwing different meds in the mix that aren't really addressing the real issue. Do you recall that message?
It sounds familiar.
And she asks you, or you respond, so hard, I don't know what to do, so should you not use it? And she responds, I guess not, but then I don't sleep, right? Do you recall that?
I can't say for certain. It sounds right.
Okay.
I don't remember a lot of specifics.
And on November 30th, she says, and I'm just gonna, she says, I'm not okay and I'm terrified of taking meds tonight. Do you see that in the green?
Yeah.
And then your response is, why are you scared? Why happens if you don't take them? What are you afraid of? What about Ambien, right? You're actively trying to help her kind of figure out the medication.
Yes, there were a lot of medications.
You're aware she wasn't prescribed all the medications at one time, but just a lot of different combinations were kind of thrown around as options, right?
It seemed confusing.
That she's very clear and she tells you which medications she's taking, right? Ativan and Remeron.
Probably.
Okay. And then she also tells you on November 30th when you're talking about it, she says, I know they take time to reach a therapeutic level to have the desired effect, right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then you respond, exactly. And she tells you that she's just depressed and she thinks it was brought on by the medication, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, on November 30th at 7:52, I was never, ever this depressed. It was brought on by the medication. Did you say that or did she say that?
She probably said that.
Now, you were asked about the holidays and Thanksgiving. You remember Thanksgiving? Where did you guys go for Thanksgiving?
To my daughter's house.
And do you remember telling the grand jury that during Thanksgiving things were better?
I don't recall.
Well, do you remember her saying that she said things were better? Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Okay. You were asked, what was Lindsay like during the big Thanksgiving gathering? What observations did you make? Answer, she smiled. The girls all had Thanksgiving t-shirts on that sort of matched. We took a picture. She mostly focused on the kids and interacting with the cousins and the aunts and uncles. At one point, she went off a little into the distance, and I approached and asked her how she was doing, and she said, I'm trying hard to get better. I'm still working at it. I asked about her sleep. I thought that was important, and also the fact that she lost some weight. She didn't have an appetite, and she said things were getting better.
Okay.
Now, during the holidays, you, in fact, took some time off of work so that you were around a little bit more, correct?
Correct.
And so when you were around a little bit more, did you spend all day, every day at their house?
No.
Fair to say you would come sometimes play with the kids, right?
Yes.
Do shopping for her.
Correct.
And then you actually went on vacation.
Yes.
You and your husband went to Aruba.
Yes.
How long were you in Aruba?
5 or 6 days, I think.
And now moving towards Christmas, you had dinner with them at their house on the 23rd, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember breakfast on Christmas Day?
Yes.
That at their house or someplace else?
Their house.
Okay. And then what did you guys do after breakfast?
We went to church.
And fair to say you've previously testified that breakfast was great.
Yes.
And that church was beautiful.
Yes.
And in fact, the defendant, she told you that it was great and that she was glad she went to church that day on Christmas Day.
Yes, she did.
And then after that, you're aware they went down to Connecticut to see her family.
Right.
Now, are you an active member in the Catholic Church?
Yes.
So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
Oh,
Councilor, can I see you over here?
uh-oh. How about that? Why, listen, this is not fair. This judge does not need to be calling out the prosecutor because she's stating the truth. Why is it he's doing that? Why is he protecting the jurors from hearing the prosecution's case? This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's not fair. It is considered a sin. It is. I mean, that's the religion. We know that, right? It's ridiculous. And it is, you're right, Cal. Ouch. This is going to be something else here. I wonder what's going to happen. She should be allowed to continue her case, ask and answer the questions, and if you're a devout Catholic, you know exactly what the Bible or what the church thinks about murder, especially your own children. Come on. All right. Ridiculousness. Damn sidebar again. Okay.
Right? And what that means is you are not to consider it for any reason or any purpose. Okay? All right, counsel.
Bitch.
So you were aware, Mrs. Clancy, about the stay at McLean Hospital from January 1st to January 5th, correct?
Yes.
And did you come to the house to help with the kids during that time period?
Yes.
And fair to say, when she came home on the 5th, there was a party for Cora on the 7th.
Yes.
Did you go to the birthday party?
No.
Were you at the house much between January 7th and January 24th?
I don't remember.
Uh-oh.
Do you recall previously reporting that you hadn't been at the house?
I don't remember.
And during that time period, you never took the kids on a day trip or for a visit?
I don't recall.
And were you aware that between January 7th and January 24th that Pat and Lindsay went to the Cape Codder with the kids?
I'm aware of that.
And that they went to the Museum of Science with the kids?
Yes.
And that Pat left Dawson and Callan home, or excuse me, left, Dawson and Callan home to go take Cora skiing. Were you aware of that?
It sounds accurate to me.
On the ski trip, did they ask you to come over and stay with Lindsay while she was with the other kids?
I don't remember.
Ooh.
And you were asked on direct examination about Lindsay going to see providers, and you said, I think she was begging for help, right?
She was.
Did you attend any of those meetings with her, therapists or doctors?
No.
So you don't know what she told the providers, right?
I don't know.
And you don't know what kind of help she asked for other than medication, do you?
No.
And do you know whether there was any other options offered to her other than McLean, like a partial hospitalization program or intensive outpatient? Were you aware of those options?
Yeah.
And do you know if she went?
She went to Women and Infants.
So that's the one day where Pat dropped her off and went skiing and then came back, right?
I believe so.
Nothing further.
Okay. Cross? What can he possibly ask?
So she asked you about options that were available to Lindsay, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned one of them was that she could go to the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island that specializes in perinatal and postpartum, right?
Yes.
You know that she went there, right?
Correct.
You know she was turned away because she was over-medicated, right?
Yes.
You also know that they gave her numbers to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes.
She called twice, not once, but twice, and again was turned away. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Come on.
Hang on. I have a question when she gets through asking.
You're aware she was turned away because she told you she was turned away, right?
I don't remember the details of that visit or that day.
You didn't review the records, did you?
No.
So you're not aware that they actually deferred to Pat and Lindsay reporting over medication?
I remember something being said that she wasn't a candidate for that program. That's what I recall being told by Patrick and Lindsay.
Okay. And that's because everything she described was reported connected to medication and occurred well after what's considered the postpartum period, right?
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Well, you're a labor and delivery nurse. You know the postpartum period could be up to a year, right?
I've heard it could be longer.
But generally, it's
Hang
within
on a
the first
minute.
12 weeks that you start.
Hang on a minute. Hello, Dolly producer. I don't know why you're over here saying these things, but we are watching a trial that is important to us. If you do not want to come in here and participate nicely, then we will have to ask you to leave. I don't really usually like to do that to people because I think everybody's opinions are welcome. However, what do you mean this is not a true crime channel and you've already covered this? You need to go, if you don't want to watch our coverage of day 15 of this trial, then go watch somebody else. This is what I'm going to say. Okay? That's it. Thank you very much. You're not going anywhere? Well, I can take care of that. How about that? Here you go. We can take care of that. There you go. All right. I don't even know why you're here doing this. This is so freaking rude, isn't it? Yes, it is rude. So you can just go away. All right. Here we go. All done. All right, there we go. Now, y'all know I don't like to time people out and things like that, but I'm not going to have people come in here and make ugly statements, etc., when we are trying to watch a trial that's being shown. So you're trying to put... No, I'm not policing what other people post. It's my channel, and we're trying to watch a live trial. You can come in here and watch the trial with us, or you can go watch it someplace else. That's all I got to say about it, okay? Thank you very much. Let's go, guys.
To see some symptoms.
I don't know.
You're aware that she was sent from women and infants with actually several options,
Yeah.
where it included inpatient treatment for medication.
Yes, it was rude for somebody to come here and make those statements like that, Dolly. Please don't. I mean, we don't need that here. We're trying to watch a trial that's important to us, okay? So thank you very much. So you don't have, we do have open chat, Dolly. What we don't have is people over here making rude comments when we're trying to watch a trial. How about that? And that's all I'm going to say about it, guys. Here we go. We're just going to watch the trial and that's it. No, I'm not talking about Dolly, producer. Well, sweets again, whatever. Thank you very much for coming in. You can either be nice or be quiet. That's it. We're going to just watch the trial. There we go. Mods, you have the right to quiet people if you want to. It's up to you. Here we go.
Patient management, a partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. That's what she was sent away with.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
May I? One more?
I'm going to take care of it. It's fine.
Outpatient management, that would include somebody like Gelada, right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for coming in.
Women and infants called Gelada and she never called them back?
I didn't know that.
Don't look anything on that. All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me step down. Thank you. All right, well, members of the jury, this is one of those stops I told you about we're going to have kind of throughout today. So I'm going to ask you to go back to the
Hey, Roger Rabbit. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in.
and we'll bring you right back in and we'll continue with the evidence. Okay?
All right.
All right, please, your attention.
Listen, yes, everybody's welcome here. It is a safe space. But don't come in here and think that you're going to start saying negative things about the channel. We're not going to have derogatory statements about the channel. We are streaming a live trial. It is day 15 of the Lindsay Clancy trial, and we just want to watch the trial in peace. We just want to enjoy it. We want to conversate about it. We want to say what we have to say about the trial, not about the creators and not about the people in our chat. That's what I'm going to say here. Now, anything else to say? What I will say is thank you for coming in. We always enjoy seeing new faces. We appreciate you. There we go. What was that, PJ Dollars? Roger, I have no idea who that is, and I don't even know why they're coming here, really. I don't go into their channel and say anything at all, and I'm not going to allow people to come in here and say negative things here. We just want to watch the trial. We just want to enjoy each other's company, and we just want to hear what you think about the trial and whether you think she was sane or insane at the time that she killed the children. That's all. That's what we're doing here. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Anyway, yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, welcome, Roger Rabbit, for coming in. We appreciate seeing you. And yeah, thank you, Sweets, again. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And Roger Rabbit, hi. Yeah. Hey, Leslie, good to see you. Anyway, yes, thank you, guys. I don't even know why people do that. What is the point? I am in no way competition to any of those people. If they want to live stream the trial, go ahead and live stream the trial. That's up to you. We all watch different channels. We all go to different channels, but we don't go into other people's channels and say negative or derogatory things. That's all. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, that was interesting testimony. What do y'all think? Very interesting. Yeah. PJ just likes drama. Thank you so much, Roger Rabbit. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. What do y'all think? That was some damning testimony, actually.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. This court's in session. Please be seated.
All right, counsel, I know that the next witness is scheduled to be Dr. La Posada.
Yes.
And she will be testifying by Zoom.
That's correct.
And I think at some point after we talk a little bit, we're going to have to take a short break just to make sure that logistically, everything's all set up with the doctor and the system here, and I appreciate everybody's technically in setting that up. And I know that the defendant has provided, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 exhibits that
Hang on a minute, guys.
introduce
Let me delete that.
Dr. LaPosada.
Hang on a minute.
So I guess, Commonwealth, if you had an opportunity to take a look at these.
Yes, and we are objecting to these items.
All right. And so why don't we discuss those here in open court and go through it. And so I've had the opportunity, I saw these this morning as well. And so Commonwealth, why don't I hear the objections and then I'll hear from the defendant.
The main objection is that the drawing is inaccurate. The window well is in the wrong place, and where they have her falling and landing in slide 4 would be where the window well is actually placed in the photograph. I can pass up the photograph to the court. This is in evidence, I believe, maybe a couple times. But talks are discretionary, but what they should not do is mislead a jury and present information that's not accurate. And so the drawing itself is inaccurate. And so we're objecting to these slides.
Is that the Commonwealth's objection, is that the window well is in the wrong place on the drawing?
And putting aside the late disclosure and the fact that I don't know if anyone who created this is going to come in and testify that they created it and whether it's to scale or not, but the main objection is that it's inaccurate.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Your Honor, obviously, the window well,
Your face.
you've got, this thing is ridiculous. There's a diagram we're talking about. The window well, I'm just gonna, you already have a copy of it, right?
I do, yeah.
The window well is depicted on the diagram, I suggest, accurately. And in fact, measurements were taken by the gentleman who did the computer animation in conjunction with information by way of medical provided by Dr. LaPosada. And it shows clearly that, as Your Honor can see, that we're talking about the x-rays that are included. There are exhibits that she attaches that shows the way that she falls, how she hits her head. The Commonwealth has been suggesting that, I guess, that they're confused as to how she would have ended up the way she did. This shows the way that she landed on her head, gets to Jefferson fracture, falls back, legs are facing out from the house. She's laying in the snow. They're all depicted there. If there's an issue with the window well that's off according to the government, they could raise that on cross. They could say, well, the window well was really 6 inches to the left instead of to the right. It never struck her anyway. It's totally irrelevant. I think that they are useful for a jury to be able to review. I did.
Let me just say one thing. Sweet, again, I'm sorry, I made a typo. I was trying to thank you for coming in and helping me with that, with the troll chatter. I certainly do appreciate that. And you're right. A lot of people are just listening because they're not really watching the evidence, etc. But thank you again for coming in. And yeah, Dr. LaPosada, it was also in the Karen Reed trial. So this is going to be a very interesting witness, and she's going to have a lot to say. And I understand why they're saying that this diagram is not correct. And I will say this, I do not believe she dove out the window like Superman. I believe because of the blood on the window and on the pieces of the side of the house right there, those shingles, there's blood on them. How'd the blood get there? Anyway, let's go. I just wanted to thank you so much again for that. Appreciate it.
We have copies made for the jurors and the court, as well as the DAs. And Dr. LaPosada has it. and then I could go, I could go through, but you can see that we've taken the diagram, the window where the body lands, and then to the right of it would be the actual X-ray. Dr. Laposada can compare the injuries, talk about the Jefferson fracture. There's a photograph that shows the blood in the snow, shows the area, and the photograph actually shows the window well. And I suggest the window well on page 6 is exactly the way we have it depicted. So I don't know what the objection is. I would ask that the court would allow this to be in.
All right. Well, I guess it appears to me slides 4, 5, and 6 certainly go towards the doctor's opinion as to, we said, the mechanism of the injury that shows the head striking of the ground. And then on the other part of the slide has the X-rays, and there's also a slide regarding the Jefferson fracture diagram. And then 5 is a diagram showing how the thoracic spine injury could have occurred. And there's a diagram regarding the thoracic spine, specifically T6. And then slide 6 shows and I think there has been testimony as that is where the defendant was found. And also then there's a thoracic spine, I think it's either an X-ray or some type of scan, as well as some of the additional medical devices that were found in that area. I'm not quite sure about 1, 2, and 3.
That's fine. I can remove 1. I can remove 2, and we'll just focus, if you want, on 3 through 6.
I think that goes more towards the doctor's background and kind of what had been offered in regards to her opinion.
Your Honor, I think you said you weren't sure of 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
And defense said he could go with 3, 4, and 6. 3, 4, 5, and 6. So 3 was an issue, was it not?
What's wrong with 3?
Well, I think, again, I think 4 kind of would cover what's dealing with that. All right. So I would allow in slide 4, slide 5, and slide 6.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Not our objection.
And so what we'll do is, objection noted. And then what we'll do is take a changes to the jury book that was going to be presented. So the only slides that will be in that book will be, like I said, just so we know.
4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, just so we know which ones we're talking about.
Okay.
There's a book?
Well, no, it's not a book. It's just Laura stapled together all of the exhibits.
All right. So just so we know, right? 4 and 5 is the thoracic spine.
Yes, and like I say, I've got enough for the jurors plus you and the DAs.
Right. Okay. And then 6, I just kind of want to make sure that we're all talking the same.
6.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. So why don't we do that? We'll take a short break so that those changes can be made and we can set up for the Zoom, and then we'll come back out and we'll proceed with Dr. Laposada.
Thank you.
Okay? All right. Thank you.
All right.
All rise.
Okay, while they take a break, we'll just talk amongst yourselves. Go get your coffee, whatever it is you need to get. Thank you for being here with us today. We always appreciate seeing new faces. Please like, subscribe, and share. I'm through saying all of that. Now, Dr. Laposada also testified in the Karen Reed case. That's why I'm saying this will be a long testimony. It should probably take up the rest of the day, because what she's going to talk about are the injuries that Lindsay Clancy has. And the whole argument with Lindsay Clancy and these injuries is, how did she fall? Did she drop out the window like as I'm discussing, or did she dive out like Superman? That is the whole question in this, and the reason why Dr. Laposada is coming in, because they are arguing about how she went out the window. And until they can decide which version is correct, That's going to help us decide, was it intentional? Was it not intentional? Was she really trying to commit suicide, or was she just pretending to commit suicide? That's really what the whole argument is about. And once again, guys, I'm so sorry that I let some troll get me upset. But I know that we all want to watch this trial, and we want to watch it together, and we want to be able to hear it, and we want to be able to pay attention. We want to be able to form our own opinion as to whether she was sane or insane, where everybody's opinion is their own, and it's fine with it. We can agree to disagree, whatever it is we have to do. I'm not going to fault you because you think she's sane or you think she's insane. That's up to you, right? Okay, so go get your drinks and your coffee, and let's be ready for Dr. LaPosada. Let's go back and talk about Dr. LaPosada and her role in the Karen Reed trial, because there was a big argument about Dr. LaPosada testifying anyway, because the prosecutors filed motions to not let him testify. It's Michael LaPosada. They did not want him to testify, so they had to fight about that, and then the judge had to make a decision. So let's talk about why let's talk about this for a second. Who exactly is he, and what's he going to testify about? Yeah, let's see. Why? Let me look up something. All right. Okay, let's see what it has to say over here. Wait a minute. Okay. There's a Michael LaPosada and Elizabeth LaPosada. Dr. Elizabeth LaPosada is the one that's going to testify over here today, and she's testifying again about those physical injuries. Her actual job title is a forensic pathologist. That's what her job title is. And it is about the wounds that she sustained in the fall. This is potentially important because the prosecution has argued that Lindsay's actions, including the window incident, were part of a planned or staged suicide attempt. The defense appears to be trying to establish that the physical evidence is not necessarily consistent with the prosecution's interpretation of what happened at that window. So that is why they are testifying, and that is exactly who it is. Now, Michael LaPosada, I'm not sure what his job title is, but we know what the female version of Dr. LaPosada is. Her name is Elizabeth LaPosada. So that is who's going to testify. That is going to be our witness number 68, I believe. No, I'm sorry, witness 74. Witness 74 is going to be Dr. Elizabeth LaPosada. All right, let me write this down. And it is on the defensive side. Okay. Okay, let me get this wrote down over here. Okay, let me look up Karen Reed and Dr. LaPosada. Okay, LaPosada. Okay. Let's see what she did in Karen Reed's trial. Okay. We'll talk about that for a second while you get your drinks. So Dr. Elizabeth LaPosada was a defense expert in the Karen Reed case, not primarily in the Lindsay, right. She is we know that she's a forensic pathologist and the former Rhode Island chief medical examiner. In Karen Reed's second trial, she testified for the defense about John O'Keefe's injuries and his cause of death. She believed O'Keefe's fatal head injury was not consistent with being struck by Karen Reed's Lexus. She testified that this head injury would have rendered him immediately incapacitated. She concluded that the hypothermia did not cause or contribute to his death, different from the medical examiner's conclusion. She testified that the pattern of the injuries on his arm was consistent with animal bites or claw marks, although the judge restricted how specifically she could characterize that evidence. And that is the reason why we're asking is how is the Karen Reed trial testimony going to line up? I mean, why is she going to talk about in the Lindsay Clancy case? That's why we're discussing this. So anyway, yeah, this is going to be good. And because it's already 9:30, which means it's 10:30 there, this will probably take up most of the day because they're going to get really technical into each one of her broken vertebrae and every part of her back and her sternum and her every part of her injuries is going to be discussed over here. So we'll also need to put a trigger warning up because it's going to become graphic. Just to let you know that, guys, ahead of time. So anyway, I'm going to go and grab, what am I going to grab? I need to get another pen. My little pen is running out of ink because I've been taking notes the whole trial as far as what witness and what they testified about. So that when we have a panel discussion later, after the trial is over, we'll have all the notes that we need to have the panel discussion with instead of having to go back and show parts of the trial. So just to let y'all know, let me go get another pen. This one's running out of ink. Anyway, think amongst yourselves. Let's see. There we go. I'm definitely going to have to rewatch because I'm interested in to see what Patrick's mom said since I missed. Oh yeah, go ahead. Leslie. Sprinkle. Sorry about that. She didn't speak about much because the prosecution said some things to her that I think pissed her off. When the prosecution told her what Lindsay said to to her doctors about her feelings about Patrick, her in-laws, I think that shocked Susan. I don't think she expected to hear that. And then it seemed like she got a little hostile afterwards. And she seemed to be like, I don't remember, I don't know, I don't remember. So I think she was a little taken back by that. I really did. Because I was like, uh-oh, that's a little trigger right there. Right there. Anyway, let's see if I can pull any of that up. Susan Clancy. Testimony. Hang on a minute. Let me see if I can pull anything up about her testimony. Okay. Her testimony is important to the defense because she's describing Lindsay's behavior and mental state before the children died. Susan described Lindsay as a loving, nurturing mother. She testified that Lindsay was begging for help before the killings. She described efforts that Lindsay made to obtain psychiatric mental health assistance, and Susan testified that Lindsay had called the suicide hotline twice, which we already knew that, right? She discussed that Lindsay being turned away from a specialized maternal health facility because of concerns about the amount of medication she was taking. But I thought it was very interesting that the prosecutor brought out the fact that the only reason why the program turned her away is because Lindsay and Patrick both told them she was over medicated. The hospital didn't decide that. That is what the patient reported to them. Yeah. Sprinkle Percy, I think she was a waste of jury time and help the prosecution. Yeah, I do too. Thank you very much, Kel. I do too. I think you're right about that. She didn't really say much, did she? But boy, I could see that fire getting in her eyes when she started hearing what Lindsay had to say. If you are going to a hospital or a doctor and you are not being honest with them about your symptoms, about what you're taking, about how you're taking it, about what doctors you've seen, what doctors you're continuing to see, how are they supposed to help you? Because we do know that Lindsay was not honest when she reported her history to these doctors. She was seeing many doctors at the same time, but the doctors did not know she was seeing other doctors at the same time. When you do that, what do you think is going to happen? Then I have questions. I have a lot of questions. When they told her to stop taking medication, did she stop taking it or did she continue to take it? Because they were talking about how much Seroquel was in her toxicology report. Well, she had been told to stop taking the Seroquel, so why was it in there? That's the question that I have. Did she take the Seroquel thinking remember she crushed up pills before she went out the window. Did she think she took benzos or did she take the Seroquel and go out the window? That's what I don't understand. We'll have to figure out what they have to say about that. Very interesting testimony today. Yes. So let me write this down over here. Okay, come over here. Yeah. Not so good for Stompy then. No, Stompy is not happy again today. You can tell. He's very upset that they are questioning his diagrams of the window. I could see that. Yeah. I know what's by this one. Oh yeah. Well, Sprinkle, I'll talk to you later about that. Okay. Well, I'll just call you later and we'll talk about that. It's cool. Anyway, let me get this written down over here. So it's going to be witness number 74, and it's going to be Elizabeth La Posada. Let me get this down. Okay. Make sure I spell that right. Loposata. I think that's it. Let's see. They should be coming back soon. Okay, I want to make sure we spelled this correctly here. She goes, what? Next time I'm jumping out the window, I'm just swallowing the pills whole, not going to sprinkle. That's terrible. But you're right. You're right. Who would take the time to crush up pills and then swallow them? To me, that's almost like you know exactly what you're doing. So how are you in psychosis if you know you're going to crush these pills up so you can swallow them? Did she mix them up in a drink and drink them? I mean, or did she give them time to work? When did she crush the pills up? Was it before she killed the children? Was it after she killed the children? See, something about that timeline is kind of weird, right? It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But anyway, let me get this over here for you guys. So I can put her name up here about who our next witness is. Okay, copy. Then you have to ask yourself, well, do you think these two Dr. Laposadas are married to each other? Because a lot of times that's what happens. Let me put this over here. There you go. All right. And she is a forensic pathologist. Okay. Okay. Sure, I have everything right. There you go. All right. Now we're ready. Okay. I like to put the witness number up on the screen when they first come in so everybody knows who they are and what they're going to talk about. So we'll have this ready for the doctor when they come in. Now, it's going to be by Zoom. I hope it's loud enough we can hear it because they're going to be watching it on a TV, which means I don't know if it's going to be loud enough for us to all hear. I've turned it up to 100. I don't know if I can turn it up anymore. Or did she do? Yeah, that's what I want to know, Sprinkle. Did she crush it up ahead of time? Did she take this before she went and did the children? When exactly did she take this medication? When you read the lawsuit, it says after she took the lives of the children that she went up and crushed the pills up, took them, and then went out the window. But are we sure that that's correct? Because it would not have had time to take effect at all. I mean, if she was trying to take this medication and go out the window thinking maybe it wouldn't hurt if she did that, it did not have time to take effect at all, right? So, yeah. Hey, Pam. Hey, Sprinkle. Hey, everybody. Again, thanks for coming in, guys. Thank you so much. This trial is getting good today. All right. Over there. Oh, today it's going to be hot in Texas. Let me check the weather right quick. I know I can feel it. 84. Okay, the high today is going to be 99. Thank God. Yeah. All right. It was showing 105 in some places in Texas. I'm like, 105, that is too damn hot. Let's see. Be right back. Okay. Kitty complaint? Oh, no. Okay, Leslie. We'll be here when you get back. We're not going nowhere. We're ready for trial. Yeah. Complaining. Yes, the kitty's complaining. Yeah. I know Jack is over here trying to crawl back in my lap. So last night I told my husband, I said, listen, we got to do something about that chair. These dogs want to crawl up in my lap and sit there with me while I'm on my, doing my live stream. They're just trying to sit in my lap while I'm doing it. Well, the chair's not big enough for 3 people, 3 dogs, not even 2 people, not even 1 person and a dog. So I found on Amazon this chair where the arms kind of fold down and your pets can sit on the arms. My husband goes, I don't think that's meant for no 25-pound damn dog. There was a little cat and a little chihuahua-looking dog sitting on it. I was like, I've got to find a chair big enough, I've got to. Were the crushed pills for the kids? Actually, no, she crushed them up for herself. The kids had nothing. Their toxicology report showed nothing. I thought to myself, okay, let's talk about this for a second. Now I'm going to give you a trigger warning before I say this. When you are choking the life out of somebody, it is painful. Their head is filling up. The pressure in their head is filling up because the blood cannot flow back and forward like normal. So it is very painful. They are suffocating. They cannot breathe. They're grasping for air. They had injuries on their head and arms because I believe she was sitting on their arms, choking the life out of them. That's what I believe. That's not exactly what they said, but the children were not given anything beforehand. She just did it. But then it supposedly she went upstairs afterwards, crushed up pills and took them herself before she went out the window. Now we know that her husband was gone not more than 20 minutes total. It was 3 minutes down to the CVS store to pick up the medication that she wanted, and another couple of minutes over to the restaurant to pick up the food they ordered, and then back to the house. Now, sometime in the middle of all this, he had tried to call her, but she did not answer. I believe it was stated, Sprinkle, if I'm wrong, let me know for sure. I believe it was stated that he sent a text message in the middle of all this as well. But in all of this time, she did all of these things in the time that he was gone. That means as soon as he left the house, she had to go to wherever the kids were and choke them each out, then come back upstairs from the basement because all the kids were in the basement. Then come back from the basement upstairs, crush the medication, swallow it, go upstairs again to the other room, to her bedroom, which was upstairs, push the bed out of the way. Oh, and she also slipped her wrist and her neck in the middle of all of this, pushed the bed out of the way, and went out the window. In 20 minutes, 25 minutes at tops, how does this make sense? It doesn't make any sense, right? Crushing pills takes some time. It's not a quick task. No, it's not. I mean, I crush up the pills for my dogs and put it in peanut butter because they will spit them right back at me. And my dogs were given trazodone to travel with because they get really upset and, hyper and everything else. So, and trazodone is not a small pill. I mean, you got to crush it up pretty good. So yes, it takes more than just a minute to crush these pills up and put them in something to swallow them. You can't just crush them up and throw them in your mouth and swallow them. You still got to drink something to swallow it with. Something about this timeline is just very odd, in my opinion. Not that my opinion counts for much. I'm just a mom watching a trial. That's it. But yeah, I don't know, Sprinkle. That's a good one. How long could she? And we know that it took at least 3 minutes. And this is based on, I think, the testimony we heard. That it was about 3 minutes to choke out a person. It takes about 3 minutes completely to choke a person out. She choked out 3 kids. So what is that, 9 minutes of the time? So up to 9 to 10 minutes of the time was choking the kids out. It was the other 10 minutes her running upstairs, crushing up the pills, cutting her arms and her neck, running upstairs, moving the bed out of the way. That takes more than 10 minutes. It just does. So which part of this timeline is not correct? That's the answer. I don't really know, but something about that timeline is just not correct, in my opinion. Anyway, that's all. All right. Let's see. Oh, Lord. Okay, over here. Let me put this over here, sweet. I think a lot of people are listening to so sometimes, let me explain something to y'all too. And thank you so much for being patient. I really appreciate that. Sometimes if you are on the vertical version of the live stream versus the horizontal version, sometimes, and if you're on Kick, sometimes those messages don't jive together exactly right. So if I fail to say hello to you, please let me know, because I don't like doing that to people. I want to make sure I acknowledge everybody that comes into chat. My Kick stream seems okay. So, all right, thank you. All right. I just hope we'll be able to hear Dr. LaPosada. I hope she goes, this is why I think she pre-planned it. Leslie, I agree. It seems to me like if the timeline is not working right for her doing all of this in 10 minutes or 12 minutes, something about it just doesn't seem right. And to me, well, let me ask you this question, and this might help us. If you did not pre-plan this up to 7 minutes, okay. If you did not pre-plan this, how did you know to go downstairs and grab an exercise bag to choke your children out? Did she plan what to use to choke out the children? You can't just choke them out with your hands. That's not going to work. What did she use? I think she probably knew her hands weren't strong enough. She had to plan some piece of something to use on their necks. Did she run down there and look around? Oh, that'll work? No. She had to know that there was something down there she could use to choke them out with. That is the question that I have. when you start asking questions like that, you got to think to yourself, well, it had to be premeditated. Then remember, it says when Patrick went downstairs to the basement to find the children after the ambulance arrived and they started taking care of Lindsay out in the yard. Patrick said he went down to the basement and that's where the kids were. He untied the exercise bands off of their necks. She had left the exercise band on each child after she choked them out with an exercise band. So how did she know? See, something about that doesn't make any sense. Something about it just doesn't make any sense to me. What do y'all think? Something's weird there. All right, let's see. Let me catch this back up. Hang on. Okay, let's see. I think they're still out yet. I know our stream was just a couple of minutes behind because I had to stop and address things that I don't like to address. So here we go. Let's see. Okay. No, they're not back yet. Okay, good. All right. Just want to make sure they were all caught up. Yeah, I don't know. If I had to go to our workout room and find something to choke somebody out with, you know how long it would take? Because I don't know of any, I don't even know what's up there. So how would I know? Right? How would I know what to even use? You can lie about the evidence, but the evidence doesn't lie. Thank you, Sprinkled Donut. You're right about that. The evidence doesn't lie. Yeah, you're right about that. So true. I mean, I guess for us, it is so hard to imagine how anybody could do such a thing. Psychosis or not, right? I don't know. Let's see. Exactly. Thank you, Leslie. Exactly. So, I mean, the evidence to me is showing that she was not in psychosis. Now, I'm not a mental health professional. I don't know much about mental health. I've not been in her shoes where I needed mental health help. So it's hard for me. It's not that I'm judging her. I'm just saying that the evidence being presented to me is showing that she was not in psychosis. I should come on back. Let's see. I'm going to look and see how many times Dr. Lapazada has testified and that it came back as innocent or that the trial was just a mistrial. Let me see. Okay, or innocent. Okay, let's see what it says. So in Karen Reed's case, okay, let's see. Now listen to this. Dr. Lapazada herself did have one important setback. Judge Beverly Canone ruled that she was not qualified to give an expert opinion about a dog bite pattern. Okay, well, because she's a forensic. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. I fell asleep with wet hair last night and I looked like Simba. Oh my God, you're making me laugh. It's okay, Simba. We'll just call you Simba from now on. So Sprinkle's new name is Simba. But there's another case where Dr. Lapazada she did testify. Now, Lapazada had been retained by the defense in Massachusetts in 2014 for the murder case of Leslie Jersick. In that case, she actually appeared at court prepared to testify, but her testimony ultimately wasn't required. Okay, here we go.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, we have some kind of background noise. I don't know if there's anything that can be done with it.
Yeah.
I know, I'm not sure. I'm probably the wrong person to ask in regards to that.
I'm right behind you.
I hear that crackling myself. Oh, that's annoying.
Hello.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Ooh, that's
Have a
bad.
nice day. Is anyone there?
Hold on, Doc.
I'm not sure this is going to work at this point. So why don't we see if we can get somebody to address this?
Because
I mean,
your leg.
we'll get it done. But
Ooh.
we'll toss them at FTR or somebody. So
Sorry.
why don't we take a further break? We'll figure this out.
I'll ask the crowd.
Yeah. All right.
Oh.
All right. Thanks.
Court, all rise.
You notice when they turned that stream off that crackling stopped happening. So it had to be something in that stream. I think if they would have just turned it off and turned it back on, it would have probably been okay. Right. But of course they didn't try that first. We'll see. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just sit around and talk for a minute. I don't know. Let's see what else is going on out in the world of YouTube. Why don't we do that for just a second, guys? Let's see. YouTube. All right, let's go look and see. What other case are there? Oh, I know we can talk about Tupac. Let's talk about Tupac. We started watching the opening of Tupac yesterday, and it was pretty good. I want to say it was good. Okay, hang on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this up over here while we wait, but I'm also going to open up Tupac so we can watch a little bit of it. Okay, so hang on a minute, guys. All right, start the screen. All right, here we go. Hang on a minute. Let's go back. We were watching the opening statements yesterday. Let's see. What are they doing? Oh, they're not streaming yet. Let's see. Okay, that was not streaming yet. Hang on. Let's go find out the opening statements for Tupac. Hang on. All right, let me see.
Trying to undermine the prosecution's case. But what's interesting here is that Davis wrote this book. He's sat for interviews. He's made these public statements about his role in
the Tupac's
murder. And investigators were listening, and investigators were also having simultaneously conducting an investigation. So what I'm going to be looking for, what if any evidence still exists 30 years later that can be used to corroborate Davis's words? Of course, that would bolster the prosecution's case. To your point, things we know they don't have. They don't have the gun. They don't have the white Cadillac, which was where the shots came from. Does forensic evidence that was collected at the time still even exist at this point in time? We know there's a lot of experts on the prosecution's witness list, and maybe they'll opine as to whether or not what Davis wrote really matches up to what was found at the scene. But this is going to be a lot of putting together the pieces for prosecutors using Davis's words as their primary argument, but they've got to do a little more than that in order to get a conviction. They need to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin. Dana, as we watch this, the jury is being led into the control room or into the courtroom. Who is going to sit in judgment of Dwayne Davis?
So there are 16 people total. 4 are going to be alternates. This includes 6 men, 10 women. They don't know yet who's going to be an alternate. So that's why everyone has to pay attention to every piece of evidence, because they could end up in that room making the final jury deliberation. I'm looking at some notes from our team inside the court. We are told that there was an exclusionary order that was given, and essentially asking the judge to tell the witnesses they are not allowed to watch testimony because this trial is being broadcast. So that could be what the judge is telling the jurors right now. We know they've walked in, they've sat down, and the judge, when asked by the defense to make sure that that is very clear, the judge says that's a great point. Yes, we'll do. And you can see it here on your screen, a jury of 6 men, 10 women. This case is expected to last a month. And prosecutors could call 35 to 45 witnesses to testify. And just like Misty said moments ago, legal experts say the crux of this case really lies in Davis's own words, including statements that he gave to Los Angeles police back in 2008 when they were investigating Biggie Smalls'. And we're going to send it back to you, Ann.
And we have the opening statement has begun for the prosecution, so let's listen in.
Other people that were with that group ran into a person named Orlando Anderson. And Orlando Anderson is the defendant's nephew. And when they encountered Orlando Anderson sitting by himself,
Okay.
they attacked.
Ooh, look at
That
that.
attack was captured on video.
Damn.
Then, a few hours later, Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight drive down Flamingo Road to Club 662, where Tupac is scheduled to perform a concert. Then 2.5 hours later, after Tupac and Suge engaged in the beating of Orlando Anderson, they are gunned down. Tupac is gunned down in a drive-by shooting from a white Cadillac in an act of revenge. During those 2.5 hours, you will learn that the defendant was escalating and planning the retribution for the beating of his beloved nephew. Now, let's be clear. Dwayne Davis did not pull the trigger. But what he did do was plan the retaliation for the beating of his nephew. You will learn that Dwayne Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Dwayne Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that from Dwayne Davis himself. To understand what happened on September 96 on the streets of Las Vegas, we need to go about 275 miles west to the city of Compton, California. What you'll learn is that Compton is about 10 square miles. But in the mid-1990s, those 10 square miles were occupied by over 30 gangs claiming its territory. And important to this case, there are two gangs, Mob Piru and the Southside Compton groups. Let's talk a little bit about the Mob Piru. The Mob Piru is a group that associated with the color red. And you'll hear that Suge Knight, the person who was driving Tupac Shakur that night, grew up in the neighborhood of Mob Piru. But by the mid-1990s, he had become a very successful CEO of the record label Death Row Records. But despite, or maybe because of where he came from, you'll hear that Suge Knight continued to employ Mob Piru gang members as part of Death Row. They would act as unofficial security, and other times they would engage in, let's call them other acts, on behalf of Suge Knight. But Death Row in the mid-1990s was one of the most successful record labels around. They had artists such as Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and of course, Tupac Shakur. And in 1996, Tupac Shakur was maybe the largest and biggest, most successful rapper around. He had just sold, released All Eyes on Me, a double album that was met with huge success. Additionally, Tupac Shakur was a movie star, having appeared in a number of movies in critically acclaimed roles. He has at times been referred to as an icon. But for the purposes of this case, what you need to know is that Tupac Shakur was not a gangster. He was a hip-hop artist associated with the Mob Piru. Now, the other gang that's important to know here is the Southside Compton Crips. And when it comes to Southside, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was the leader of the Burris Street faction of the Southside Compton Crips. And while Suge Knight rose to prominence in his neighborhood due to the money that he was bringing in through the music industry, Dwayne Davis rose to prominence in his neighborhood because he was a very successful, large-scale drug trafficker. And you will learn that that is how one moves up in the world of gangs, by bringing in money to the neighborhood. The other thing you'll learn is that Orlando Baby Lane Anderson was his nephew and also a highly respected member of the Southside Conference. Now, as part of this case, you're going to hear another name, Eric Zip Martin. Now, Eric Zip Martin is not a member of the Southside Compton Crips. In fact, he's based out of New York. He's involved in the drug trade and knows Dwayne Davis as a result of both their involvements in the drug trade. Dwayne Davis from the West Coast, Eric Zip Martin from the East Coast. And one of the connections that Dwayne Davis gets through his association with Zip Martin is with Sean Puffy Combs, who was then the CEO of Bad Boy Entertainment. Sean Combs wanted some security when he came out to the West Coast. He was worried about Mob Piru. He was worried about the members of Death.
You know, it's kind of interesting watching this trial happen now because this was so long ago. And I mean, he didn't shoot the guy, but by God, he was part of what happened. It just goes to show you that the long arm of the law never shrinks. It will always come after you. You're not going to get away with doing things that you think you're going to get away with. I'm pretty sure everybody thought, oh, well, that's over. Everybody died. There's nothing they can do about it. Apparently there is something they can do about it. They're going to do it right here. You know, had he not written that book, it's kind of like the OJ thing. Had he not written that book, he wouldn't be inserted in this, don't you think? So sometimes we should be careful what we say, right? Anyway, let me check Clancy right quick. They're still not back yet, guys, so we'll just keep watching Tupac while we wait. There you go.
And so Dwayne D.P.D. Davis agreed to be around to act as unofficial security for Sean Combs and his artists when they came out west, in order specifically to ensure there are no problems with Mob Pyro and Death Row Records. And this took a rivalry between Mob Pyro and Southside Compton Crips and escalated it. And those tensions boiled over in the Lakewood Mall in the summer of 1996. There, you'll hear that Trayvon Lane, a member of the Mob Pyro associated with Death Row Records, was there with other members of Mob Pyro in order to do some shopping. Lakewood Mall was a mall nearby Compton. You'll also hear that Baby Lane Anderson, Orlando Anderson, the defendant's nephew, was there. Now, Trayvon Lane that day was wearing a chain with a Death Row medallion. And there was a fight that occurs between the Mob Pyro group and the Southside Compton Crips. And at one point, that chain is pulled off Trayvon Lane's neck. Now, what happened to that chain is an issue of much dispute. Not everybody agrees with it. But the act of disrespect of pulling the Death Row chain and the brawl that occurs further escalates this heated rivalry. And what you'll learn is that these two men, Trayvon Lane and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they encounter each other again, this time in Las Vegas. So that brings us back up to September 7th, 1996, here in Las Vegas. Again, Mike Tyson is fighting Bruce Seldon. He disposes of him in less than in a round. Doesn't take a full round. And then after the fight, Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, and the people that are here with, they leave. And among his group is Trayvon Lane. And that is why this fight occurs. Trayvon Lane and the Death Row group sees Orlando Anderson standing by himself, and they decide to attack him in retribution for what happened at the Lakewood Mall. You'll see Orlando Anderson's on the bottom of that group.
They have fixed the other feed. Let's get back on our... All right, here we go. All right, now, they're coming back.
And then we can go forward. You know, the defense next witness would be, is it Dr. Con? And I know we had talked about a possible voir dire in regards to Dr. Cody. The part parties see the need for the doctor to testify that, or maybe we could just hear the offer of proof or what the expectations of the testimony is, and then we can. Yeah.
Well, so the objection is that we were provided with an affidavit. The original affidavit that was provided, counsel agreed that it referred to standard of care, which is not the issue in this case. It really reflects his opinions in a civil case. So we were provided another affidavit, which appears to factually have the same numbered paragraphs and just deletes the ultimate opinion section and adds that Dr. Tufts and Nurse Chilada were aware that Lindsay was experiencing symptoms of suicidal ideation and a critically deteriorating condition while under their care and failed to take reasonable steps. So it's unclear from his affidavit what exactly he's going to testify to. Is he going to just reiterate everything that has been presented in the records, everything that we would expect defense counsel to offer through expert testimony in the criminal responsibility era about the medication regimens that the defendant was on over the course of several months? Because if that's the case, then I would suggest that this is cumulative testimony and that it doesn't need to be presented in this manner to the jury.
But let me ask this, similar to the question I asked earlier, to a similar objection regarding cumulative. The defense hasn't put it. This is their first witness in regards to that. Wouldn't the cumulative analysis be done if there's a follow-up expert that would be addressing these areas?
Potentially, but
Yeah.
that then becomes the defense's strategic choice about whether if they're going to call Dr. Condi for this piece of it and the other experts for another piece of it. It's unclear, especially where the reports we've been provided by Dr. Spinelli and Dr. Zeisel talk about polypharmacology as part of the basis of their opinions in this case. So it's difficult to assess that, and we're obviously flagging it and objecting at this point based on what we know the anticipated evidence to be. So I don't know if a proffer is necessary at this point to outline what exactly he expects Dr. Condi to say and how that differs from the opinions of the other experts.
It seems to me that the main objection may lay in regards to Dr. Spinelli then, whether or not, it depends on what her testimony is and how that overlaps with whatever Dr. Condi's is at this point.
If I may, Judge,
Yeah.
and I appreciate the fact that you recognize that we have not yet put on a doctor yet. I don't have to accept their evidence. I don't have to accept their doctors. Our doctors, this is our first doctor, who is a very qualified psychopharmacologist. I expect to elicit from him the treatment, very briefly, that she received and the medications that she was on and the effect of these medications as it relates to her condition when she was seeking help. That's it. I'm not going to get into criminal responsibility with him. I'm not going to get into lack of criminal responsibility with him. Basically, psychopharmacology and the treatment that she received. He's not going to, be criticizing what Chilada did, what Tufts did. He's just going to detail her condition according to the medical records and the medications that were provided. I am well aware and very experienced in trying jury cases and know when you lose the jury. I know when you lose. I'm not going to have Dr. Zeisel and I'm not going to have Meg Spinelli wax eloquently for hours and bore the jury to death. I'm going to get right to the chase. Dr. Spinelli is a well-qualified doctor on the issues of postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression and treating a pregnant woman and or a postpartum perinatal client or patient. Dr. Zeisel is a general psychologist and will be discussing a number of issues, as you're well aware, because he's been involved with Lindsay for literally 3 years, 46 times he's seen her or something like that. So I'm going to focus their testimony on those fields. I don't think it's necessary for us to have Dr. Condi get up here on an idea so that they can hear what he's going to testify to. I'm not going to have him rambling or going off the script. He signed an affidavit, which is even, I think, better than a medical report, you know, that you usually get. So they have plenty to cross-examine it from.
All right. And the intention is not to ask the question regarding standard of care.
That's correct.
All right.
Yes, it's all been deleted because the objective
All right.
removed. Yep.
All right, so over the Commonwealth's objection, I'm going to allow at this point Dr. Condi's testimony in line with the affidavit, basically in line with that affidavit, with the holding he's not to test to the standard of care opinion as he had the original statement.
Can I just tell him that to make sure?
Sure, yeah, I think that's a great idea. All right. So with that, counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Good. God bless you.
All right, please, you're entering.
Can we approach while they're coming in?
Sure, yeah. Counsel. And basically, the real problem is a technological issue. It was going to be a Zoom call. There's been some problems. We're going to try and work on that. So instead of going with that witness, we're going to go on to the next witness, and then we'll put the technological problems for later. All right. So with that, Attorney Reddington?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Dr. Clancy?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give will not come between the Commonwealth and the
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Attorney Reddington?
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, could you keep your voice up so all the jurors and counsel can hear you, and tell us your name and spell your last name?
My name is Donald Condi, C-O-N-D-I-E.
And tell us, what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a child, adolescent, and adult clinical and forensic psychiatrist.
And can you tell us your background as to where you went to school and when you got your medical degree and things of that nature?
I graduated from Tulane University, then spent some time in graduate school at the University of New Orleans, then went to medical school at Louisiana State University in New Orleans. And then I came to Boston to the Massachusetts Mental Health Center to train in psychiatry.
And where is that?
The Massachusetts Mental Health Center was at 74 Fenwood Road. That building has been demolished, and now they're at 75 Fenwood Road in Boston.
I was referring to more like, is that affiliated with any particular medical schools?
Yes.
What is it?
Harvard.
And what years were you working at the Mass Mental Health Center affiliated with Harvard?
I started there after medical school. I graduated in 1982 from medical school, was an intern in 1982 to 83. And that was a Harvard-affiliated internship, and then residency was 83 to 85 for adult training, 2 years, then 85 to 87, which is 2 years of training for child and adolescent. Then I did a forensic fellowship, also at the Mass Mental Health Center. And during that year, I spent some time at Harvard Law School as a visiting fellow.
And do you have, or did you have any board certifications that you can tell us about?
I'm board certified in adult and child and adolescent psychiatry.
Do you have a particular focus also on medications that are utilized in the course of psychiatry?
Yes, I've spent a great deal of my career treating people in the state system with psychotic disorders and mood disorders.
Tell us a little bit about that. Was there one particular period of time that you worked with literally more than 100 people that had serious psychotic disorders?
Well, the Massachusetts Mental Health Center was a state inpatient facility. So we had many people with either no insurance or mass health insurance. Probably at least half of the patients at any given time would have had psychosis or a major depressive disorder.
Have you, in the course of your career, following through on psychosis or major depressive disorder, had any focus or treatment on women that are either pregnant or have had little babies and they are looking for help in the postpartum period?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, starting in my residency, so in 1983, we had several patients at the Massachusetts Mental Health Center who were pregnant and were also sometimes afflicted with psychosis. We also had people who had delivered a child but were then hospitalized, sometimes with a psychotic depression or sometimes with simply suicidal ideation. And I've encountered that very frequently since then. I was for 14 years the chief medical officer of VinFen, which is a very large agency with contracts from the Department of Mental Health and the Department of Mental Retardation in Massachusetts and in Connecticut. We ran about 350 group homes, about 10 people per home, so maybe 3,500 patients. We frequently had people who were pregnant and were taking medications for psychosis. Sometimes after delivery, the severity of their psychosis would increase. So I'm familiar with that phenomenon.
Doctor, how many years have you actually been practicing now as a physician?
I've been a licensed physician in Massachusetts since 1983.
So what's that, 83, 90, 2000, 2026? Okay, about 40 years.
A little more than 40 years.
Okay. From 1990 through 2012, were you affiliated with forensic child psychiatry with Mass General Hospital?
Yes.
And were you also affiliated through 2013 with Mass General on forensic case consults in this field?
Yes.
All right. I'm asking, have you had occasion to make a number of presentations? We don't have to go through them, but did you make a number of presentations and working as a lecturer for various medical schools, law schools, things like that?
Yes. Well, during the time that I was at Mass Mental Health Center, I was a fellow at Harvard Medical School.
What does that mean to be a fellow?
It means you're a resident in a training program and you're teaching Harvard medical students things about the specialty in which you happen to be practicing.
And what was the specialty that you were a fellow lecturing Harvard medical students about?
First, it was general psychiatry, then it was child and adolescent psychiatry, and then it was forensic psychiatry.
You also have had various scientific or medical publications that you have been authored on a number of occasions, articles, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'd offer his CV if I could, just if as an exhibit, if that's accepted.
Como? Okay, may be admitted.
Now, doctor, if you can tell me, do you know, not necessarily personally, but do you know of Lindsay Clancy?
I know about the case in general, but I don't know anyone personally.
Now, you have never met her, is that correct?
That's correct.
You've never talked to her, right?
Never have.
You've never evaluated her for what's called criminal responsibility, is that correct?
That's correct. I have not.
I consulted with you for purposes of psychopharmacology and issues like that in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Fair to say that we've had a number of conversations in the evening, off hours, about various medications administered to women that are pregnant or postpartum. Is that right?
Yes.
Excuse me. Can you tell the jury, in a summary, what documentation, medical records, police reports, things of that nature on this case that you've had a chance to review?
Well, I've reviewed the records of Rebecca Gelada, the nurse practitioner, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, the psychiatrist that saw Miss Clancy. I've reviewed the Brigham and Women's Hospital records and the women and infants records. I've reviewed the McLean records. And I might be leaving something out.
You know about her background as far as her employment as a labor and delivery nurse and her family, her 3 children and her husband that she was married, right?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Okay. So if I could, Doctor, direct your attention to, let's say, the fall of 2022, end of September. Can you tell us what Lindsay's status was as far as maternity leave with work and any complaints that she had at that time regarding her mental state?
From my, excuse me. Could I get some water?
We've got some on the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Sorry, my allergies are kicking up. So from my review of the records, which would start with Dr. Tufts' records, my understanding is that Ms. Clancy was planning to go back to work as a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General. She worked, I believe, the 12 night to 12 a.m. shift. And she began to experience, as she had to some extent after her first 2 deliveries, some postpartum anxiety, and consulted Dr. Tufts at that time.
Now, after she had her 3rd child, Callan, was she in, would you strike that? It's fair to say she was in treatment with Dr. Tufts as a treating physician?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at your affidavit, I believe in paragraph 9, did you determine from looking at the medical records as to the time frame that Lindsay treated with Dr. Tufts?
Yes.
And what was that?
She started in the middle of September 2022, and I'm sure that her last appointment was January 23rd, 2023.
Now, did you have a chance to review Dr. Tuff's medical records?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe them for us, please?
They are somewhat sparse, and there are many check boxes in the records, but not a great deal of sentences that describe what was done during sessions.
Were you aware that the sessions that Dr. Tufts conducted with Lindsay from September, the end of September, up through January 23rd were all televised on a computer?
Yes, they were all video.
Do you recall the medications that Dr. Tufts prescribed Lindsay?
I believe the first medication she started was Zoloft, 25 milligrams.
And what is that? Tell us what Zoloft is. What
Zoloft
effect does it have on a person?
I'm sorry?
What effect does that have on a person?
Well, Zoloft is a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, which is a type of antidepressant that started being used around 1988, I believe. Prozac was the first one, Zoloft was the second. When it works to be helpful, it combats both anxiety and depressive symptoms that people might have. It also has, in some people, an effect of causing a feeling of jitteriness and increasing anxiety. So it's something that does have some potential side effects as well as beneficial effects.
And when she was prescribed original 20 milligrams of Zoloft, did she in fact take that, or did she defer on taking that?
My recollection of the records is that she had it prescribed, picked it up, but did not take it for at least a couple of weeks because she did not wish to take medication. She was, I believe, still breastfeeding at that time. There are medications, and Zoloft would be one that would likely appear to some extent in the breast milk.
Okay, so because she was worried about that, she held off on that, but ultimately did take the prescription from Dr. Tufts. Is that right?
The records indicate that she did eventually start taking the 25 milligrams.
Sorry. Does it indicate when she started taking them after that little hiatus?
To be exact, I'd have to look at the records, but I believe it was at the end of September.
And was that dosage increased at some point?
It increased from 20 milligrams to 50 milligrams.
And what happened when Lindsay took the 50 milligrams of Zoloft prescribed by Dr. Tufts?
The records indicate that she had a rather rapid series of difficulties, that she had insomnia for, I believe the records say 48 hours, couldn't sleep. It's something that would be called activation, that these medications can cause in some people who are more susceptible.
Now, by mid-October, after she began taking the Zoloft, would you agree that the records indicate a week after starting the medication and increasing the dose, she reported in October to Dr. Tufts what you're relating is that she felt, how did she describe it to Dr. Tufts? If you could, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Well, she felt that she talked about being numb. She talked about not being herself. She talked about feeling worse, not better. Antidepressants usually take at least 2 to 3 and frequently 4 to 6 weeks to have useful effects, but sometimes side effects can happen very quickly.
Did she also indicate, looking at your affidavit, that she was crying all day, she was experiencing mental fog, terrified to start something new, anxiety had gotten much worse, Did you tell that to Dr. Tufts at that time at the end of October?
Yes, I do recall those things being in the record.
All right, and following through again on your affidavit, was there further explanation from Lindsay's recitation of symptomology to Dr. Tufts? Did she further state about racing thoughts, paranoia? What did she say? Looking at your report, look at your affidavit if that helps you refresh your memory.
I actually don't have the affidavit with me at the moment. I do have some of the records, but
well, let me just approach you then and hand you your affidavit, paragraph 13, and see if that refreshes your memory.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
What did she say to Dr. Tufts?
She reported, Dr. Tufts reported that Lindsay's psychiatric condition was generally deteriorating. That's a checkbox on one of the forms that her records.
What did Lindsay say her symptoms were at that point?
That she was having
that's amazing.
The racing thoughts, and that she was also feeling, as I said, not like herself. Her depression was worse than it had been. I believe that's also around the time that Dr. Tufts thought of trying a medication called Zulresso.
Zulresso.
Yes.
And what is that? Is that you need that by way of injection?
Yes, Zulresso is no longer marketed. It wasn't a particularly successful medication. It requires
thank you, Sprinkle.
a 60-hour continuous IV infusion.
In a hospital setting or in a medical setting?
You have to be medically monitored. It doesn't necessarily need to be a hospital, but those are not necessarily things that can be done outside of a hospital.
So she didn't do the Zulresso though, right?
She did not. It also costs $34,000 just for the medication, not for the monitoring.
Okay. What's the next thing that happened with Dr. Tufts and Lindsay Clancy, sir?
Well, if I look at my affidavit, when she stopped taking the medication, the Zoloft, she now felt better, as she had felt before she took the Zoloft, but she was less anxious.
What was the next medication?
She was put on Benadryl and had some difficulty sleeping, but also was worried that night because her son was coughing, and she worried a great deal about the children's health.
And that would be something that would also intrude on her sleep, worrying about her children?
Yes.
Okay. What other symptomology traveling through November into December did she relate to Dr. Tufts, according to your review of the medical records?
She talked about things like dizziness, feeling sedated in the morning when she woke up, if she got any sleep at all. And I think she used the term brain fog at times. These are sometimes symptoms that people who are experiencing postpartum depression frequently complain about. She continued to complain about anxiety.
Well, it's not what they're complaining about, it's what they're living, right?
It is a very unpleasant experience, yes.
And continuing on through November, at some point did she leave or stop with Tufts and go to another healthcare provider by way of either emergency room initially and then another healthcare provider?
Yes.
Who was that?
She started treatment with Rebecca Gelada, a nurse practitioner at South Shore perinatal program.
Now, one of the things that was apparent that we, if you recall, I believe, that she also had initially been referred there by a friend of the family. Is that right? To that perinatal clinic?
Yes, my understanding from the records is that Miss Clancy's mother-in-law was friendly with a nurse practitioner who practiced in the perinatal program, and I believe it actually started the perinatal program.
Yes, and ultimately, or in the beginning, she was treated by a Julie Paul. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember looking at the medical records and that on November 27th of 2022, nurse practitioner Julie Paul reported that Lindsay stated that she was disassociated, that she was not in touch with reality. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And what is that a symptomology? Is that a symptom of psychosis, to be disassociated and not in touch with reality?
It certainly can be. Dissociation can mean that people feel like things around them are not real.
Right, and that's a pretty serious feeling to have, right?
It is.
And that's pretty common, unfortunately, with women that have postpartum psychosis, right?
It certainly can be, yes.
And what are the other symptomologies of postpartum psychosis, sir?
Well, psychosis in general just means a lack of understanding of what's real as opposed to what is not. So a person with psychosis can have delusions, which are fixed false beliefs. They could believe that, for example, they have been told by God to do something. They can also have hallucinations at times.
What kind of hallucinations?
Most people have auditory hallucinations, not visual hallucinations.
Hearing. Is that correct? Auditory is hearing, right?
Yes.
Okay, as opposed to what?
As opposed to visual hallucinations.
Visual. And in the course of reviewing the medical records, did you see that, in fact, that Lindsay had auditory, no visual hallucinations, but auditory voices?
At times, she reported that she had heard a voice, yes.
Okay. Do you recall that as the time went by, that in December, do you remember seeing in the medical records that she was relating that she was heavy, that she couldn't get out of bed, that she couldn't bathe, that she couldn't react, she couldn't love, she couldn't feel? Do you remember any of that from looking at the medical records?
Yes, those are all phrases that I recall from the medical records.
They were all coming from her, right?
Yes.
To the doctors.
Yes.
Dr. Tufts and then Dr. Gelada. Is that right?
Nurse Gelada.
Sorry, nurse practitioner Gelada. Do you recall, sir, that nurse practitioner Gelada prescribed additional medications to Lindsay during that period of time from November through December?
Yes.
Tell us what they were.
I'd have to look to be sure, but I believe she continued the Benadryl at times. And there was some talk about the use of Buspar, but I believe that was Dr. Tufts.
About the what? I'm sorry?
I said it. I'm sorry?
What was the word you just used?
Oh, sorry. Buspar, which is the brand name for Buspirone, which is an anti-anxiety medication.
Right. How about Remeron? Was there ever a prescription for Remeron?
Remeron is a different kind of antidepressant, which helps people sleep a little bit and also sometimes helps their appetite. Yes, that was another.
The answer is yes, she was prescribed Remeron?
Yes, she was.
That's an antidepressant?
It is.
Is that mocking or similar to, but not exactly the same as the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, Zoloft, Prozac, things of that nature, right?
It's similar in the sense that it has an antidepressant effect. It has some effect on serotonin. It has some effect on the adrenergic system as well.
The what?
The adrenergic system. Adrenaline is a neurotransmitter. It's also a hormone that circulates if you are suddenly scared or something like that. You get a surge of adrenaline. So if you were in a near-miss car accident, you might find yourself shaking because adrenaline will flood into your system from the adrenal glands. But it's also a neurotransmitter, and mirtazapine has some effect on that.
Now you said mirtazapine. Is that the same as Remeron?
Yes,
okay.
Sorry.
So it's two different names, generic and not generic.
Mirtazapine is the generic name, and I was taught to use generic names. But
okay.
Yes, Remeron is.
Around this time, Lindsay has been prescribed the Prozac. She had been prescribed the Remeron. She had been prescribed the Benadryl. She had been prescribed other medications very similar to the SSRIs. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And does the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, that's fancy word. What does it mean? Isn't that serotonin in your brain? Doesn't it block or in some fashion affect your brain?
It's a little complicated to explain, but
Well, let's explain
serotonin.
it. Tell the jury what serotonin means and what happens when you take an SSRI, please.
Okay, serotonin in this sense is a neurotransmitter. The brain is a relatively complicated place. It has about 86 billion nerve cells. They've got thousands of connections to each other, but they're not like the wires in your house where you put two pieces of wire together, twist the copper, and then put a nut on that. Nerves don't touch. They go close to each other, but there's a space between them, and that's called the synaptic cleft. One nerve secretes a neurotransmitter into the synaptic cleft, and it moves over to the next nerve in line where there's a receptor. Serotonin does that in the synaptic cleft, but it's also taken back up by the nerve that secreted it so it's reuptaked. So a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor slows down the reuptake of serotonin, prolonging its activity in the synaptic cleft, which causes the next nerve in line to be activated. I'm sorry that it's so complicated. So that's what serotonin is doing, and that's what a reuptake
When a woman
inhibitor
is
does.
pregnant or has had a baby, can you tell me what effect, for example, hormones have when a person has a baby? I know we're two guys, but I mean, do you know what happens when a woman has a baby?
I've been at quite a few deliveries, yes.
Okay.
The fact is that many hormones increase. Progesterone hormone that many people have heard of. It's a component of birth control pills because it promotes gestation. So progesterone in a birth control pill fools the body into thinking it's pregnant, which means it doesn't, the woman doesn't produce eggs that could be fertilized. And that's the way the birth control pill works, or some of them do. Progesterone goes down very quickly after birth, as do many other hormones that are going up and then down after birth.
So if the hormones go up, and if there's an overload, if you will, might be the wrong word, of hormones, what effect does that have on the human body? What effect does that have on a woman who's just had a baby?
Well, it's quite complicated.
Just tell us basically what your feeling is. If they want to get into it, they can ask. But what effect does it have on a woman that has a baby?
Well, one of the other hormones that goes up is prolactin. So after the woman gives birth, prolactin promotes lactation, and it's a hormone that increases so that the mother can then breastfeed. These hormones are also seen in mammals that feed their young through producing milk. So it's a very common mammalian thing to do. But other kinds of things can happen to...
Did you say males or mammals?
Mammals.
Okay, because mammals don't breastfeed, right?
I'm sure they don't, yes.
Okay, so as far as the hormone, again, I would ask, when a woman has a baby and the placenta, I think I pronounced that right, is through the birth, all of a sudden, what happens? It stops that massive influx of hormones, or it increases that influx of hormones?
Well, some hormones go up, like prolactin, and some hormones go down very quickly.
What effect does that have in your experience and your education and your research on women that have a baby? What effect does that have on them?
Well, many women experience postpartum blues.
What is postpartum blues?
It's a feeling of...
Thing.
I'm sorry?
Sounds like a 50s thing. What's postpartum blues?
It's a feeling of low energy and being sad, not as serious or usually as long as postpartum depression.
What is postpartum depression? Is that the next level?
It's a more serious condition where the woman may feel that she can't connect to the baby, that she feels isolated, she has no energy, she may also have insomnia.
So, for example, if a woman is unable to sleep, feels as though she's losing a contact or connection with her infant, is stressing about.
I'm sorry, Edward, I forgot. Yeah, okay. So we call the defense attorney stomping because he gets mad so easily. He starts, stomping around and turning red and getting upset. It's been so wild to watch him get upset in court. I'm sorry. Here we go. Thank you.
Not having that contact with her infant, feels that she's unable to emote or feel love or any emotions and can't relate to people, and also is out of reality. Are those, or disassociative state, are those, in your opinion, symptoms of postpartum depression and or leading to postpartum psychosis?
Yes, they are.
And Lindsay had those symptoms, didn't she?
She reported all those symptoms, yes.
Doctor, when a doctor like Tufts is meeting with a person and checking the boxes, can that doctor give a blood test to the patient?
Certainly.
Is that important in your opinion, that a doctor give a patient, especially a woman who's coming to them for help with these symptoms, give them a blood test?
Yes.
And again, we all know what blood tests are, but just tell me, is that a simple test? Is it a complicated test?
It's very simple to have on, and there are many tests that are relevant, particularly after a woman has given birth.
Why?
Well, some women become anemic. Depends on how much blood loss might have occurred during birth, but there's usually some blood loss. So checking hemoglobin levels is important. The thyroid can be affected by delivery of the baby, and some women in the postpartum period develop inflammation of the thyroid. The thyroid is a very important gland that regulates many parts of the body.
Is that why many times when a competent psychiatrist is treating a patient that is postpartum after having a baby, that they might run, and I may be wrong saying it, but a thyroid test?
They would do most commonly two different kinds of thyroid tests. They would test for thyroid stimulating hormone, which goes up when the thyroid hormones that also can be tested for actually go down. So thyroid stimulating hormone is telling the body, make more thyroid hormone because it's not enough in the circulation.
Did Tufts ever use a blood test at all in her treatment?
No, she did not.
Did Tufts ever check the thyroid levels of Lindsay Clancy at all during her treatment?
No, she did not.
About Gelada, did they test any of those things?
No, Nurse Jill did not do blood testing either.
Now, you've made reference, sir, to postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with the DSM, or what is referred to as DSM?
5TR.
Diagnostic Statistical Manual on Mental Disorders. 5, you said, yeah, that would be right there, meaning text revision?
Correct.
All right. And I'm approaching you with this and asking, you see that section there?
Yes.
And what is that section?
The bipolar and related disorder section.
What is bipolar disorder? What does that mean?
Bipolar is the newer name for what used to be called manic depressive illness. It describes an illness where people's moods go up, which is the manic phase, and then go down, which is the depressed phase. There are different categories of bipolar disorder. Bipolar 1 is the most serious. Bipolar 2 disorder also has similar fluctuations of mood, but in both cases of bipolar disorder, people spend more time being depressed than they do being manic.
Now, just tell me, what does manic mean? What does that actually mean?
They feel usually euphoric, that they don't have.
They're up.
You're really up.
Okay.
You're extremely optimistic. You might spend a lot of money foolishly, but you wouldn't worry about that because certainly you're going to win the lottery. You can just feel it. So there can be psychotic thoughts along with bipolar mania, unreasonable expectations. Like I said, that you're destined to win the lottery, or in serious cases, you can believe that God is speaking to you and has appointed you to do some special thing in life.
How about excessive cleaning and, let's say, divesting oneself of personal property, cleaning garages? What does that mean?
There was talk in the records of an episode where Miss Clancy and her husband cleaned out the garage, but it was difficult to tell from the records whether or not that represented what we would call a hypomanic episode.
Exercise. There were a lot of references to exercise.
There were a lot of references to exercise, and exercise can be a very useful thing.
Sure, that's one of the things that a woman postpartum may very well be prescribed to do by a doctor or a nurse practitioner like Gillotta, right?
I believe that nurse practitioner Julie Paul recommended a long run at one point.
So there's nothing wrong with a woman going to, let's say, Kingsbury or whatever it is, or taking her kids to the local gym with a swimming pool and trying to get some exercise in the postpartum stage. That's something you wouldn't hold against her, right?
No.
Okay. Now, how about, are you aware that within a very short period of time after she had baby Callan, that she actually ran a road race?
Yes.
Is that indicative of a person that's kind of ramped up and doing these things you're talking about?
It's unusual to decide to run so soon after delivering a baby. I believe that she ran on the day that she might have delivered her last child, Callan.
That's correct. So during the month of December, in your review of the records, would you agree that her symptoms that she has related to the doctors that were there to help her, they basically increased, did they not?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
They
quite
increased.
Yes.
And are you aware that then she went somewhere voluntarily in December?
Yes.
Where?
She went to the Mass General Emergency Room on, I believe that was in December. She had gone to the South Shore Emergency Room previously.
And did you, in the record, see that, in fact, she had gone to Women and Infants program in Rhode Island for a day?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that particular establishment? Is that supposedly helps pregnant women?
Yes, I reviewed those records as well.
And do you know why she was discharged after a day?
The records stated that they thought that she was having complications from medications more than she was suffering from postpartum issues, and therefore was not a good candidate for their program.
And this was after getting there at 8 in the morning and leaving there around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And the records indicate, if you read them, that during that period of time, there were little group discussions and coloring sessions and things like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
You know that there are suicide hotlines that people are told to call, right?
Yes.
Especially if a woman is in postpartum and is experiencing these difficulties and is describing the symptomology and on all these medications, that if you feel like you're going to kill yourself, you're supposed to call a telephone number, right?
Well, it wouldn't be the advice I would give, but that was some advice that was given, yes.
And did she call, to your knowledge, from reviewing the records, the telephone?
She called the Aspire hotline, I believe, on 2 occasions.
And was she given any help by the Aspire hotline?
I believe the records say that she was told by Aspire that since she did not have a suicide plan, she did not require what's called a higher level of care, meaning an inpatient admission.
So she basically had been to Nurse Gelada. She had contacted Aspire on 2 occasions. She went to Rhode Island Hospital on a recommendation the day after she was recommended to go there, and left after not being accepted. After calling the suicide hotlines, things got to the point where she and her husband went to an emergency room. Is that right?
Yes.
And did she get treatment at the emergency room?
I believe the first time that she went to the Mass General Emergency Room, they recommended that she consider an admission at McLean, but she and her husband decided that they did not want her to go inpatient at that time.
How about the next time she went to the emergency room?
The next time she went to the emergency room, which was not very long after, she was admitted to McLean.
McLean Hospital, and that would be that would be the locked wards for a period of about 4 days, correct?
Yes.
In reference to the bipolar disorder that we touched upon, sir, is that something that's a consideration when you're treating as a psychiatrist a woman who's coming to you for help and expressing concerns about the symptoms that we've talked about?
Yes.
Why?
Well, some people with bipolar disorder, especially given the fact that depression is a prominent symptom in bipolar disorder, become suicidal and can even commit suicide. So that's a very serious possibility that has to be considered.
Did any of the nurse practitioners consider that as a possible diagnosis?
The records indicate that Ms. Clancy was frequently asked if she had a plan to kill herself, even after she reported having what was called passive suicidal ideation. But it was reported very, very frequently in the records.
And in reference to her treatment with nurse practitioner Gelada, did, to your knowledge, nurse practitioner Gelada consider as a secondary diagnosis or a working diagnosis the possibility of bipolar disorder?
Yes.
Was anything followed through on that?
I believe she discussed the possibility of a mood stabilizer, but I believe that she then ended up using Seroquel or quetiapine, which is
that's Seroquel and quetiapine with a Q, right?
I'm sorry?
Seroquel and quetiapine with a Q.
Quetiapine with a Q, yes.
Using the 2 words again. I just want to make sure it's clear.
Seroquel is the brand name. Quetiapine is the generic name.
All right. And did she, meaning Lindsay, to your knowledge in the medical records dealing with these providers, complain about the effect that Seroquel had on her?
Yes.
And what did she say? What were the symptoms, or what did she feel?
Well, she often felt spacey, as if she was not her normal self. She felt, it's fairly commonly reported that she felt hungover in the morning, because these medicines, that particular medicine does make people somewhat sleepy. I believe the beginning doses were described as a sleeping dose, which is a very low dose of the medication that does, in fact, help sleep to some extent.
Was the Seroquel ultimately increased to 400 milligrams a day, 200 milligrams a day? Recall that?
Yes, it started at 25 and...
It was bumped up pretty significantly, wasn't it?
Yes, 400 is a lot more than 25.
And she was complaining about the effect of the Seroquel, is that correct?
She was.
And she was complaining about the fact that she couldn't sleep. All those symptoms that we went through continued on through the month of December. After McLean, she went there for the New Year's period. I know, I'm almost there. She went to the McLean for treatment and still complained of these symptoms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did the symptoms ever resolve themselves for Lindsay in January, if you know?
There were times when she appeared to be a little less distressed, but the symptoms were never completely resolved, no.
And did you know she went to see Dr. Jennifer Tufts on January 9th and that she was prescribed diazepam?
Yes.
And then on the 12th was prescribed trazodone, 150 milligrams by Dr. Tufts.
Yes.
January 16th, 2 milligrams of diazepam by Dr. Tufts. January 16th, the same day, 10 milligrams of amitriptyline by Dr. Tufts.
Yes.
What is amitriptyline?
Amitriptyline is one of the older types of antidepressants. It's what's called a tricyclic antidepressant. It has more side effects, but one of the useful side effects in some cases is that it makes people sleepy.
Did it help her sleep?
Not really.
Now, in reference to the DSM, out of that revision, you agree with me that they have DSM-1, DSM-2, revised, rebooted, reconsidered, DSM-3, all the way up to DSM-5 text revision, right?
Correct.
And consisting of over 1,000 pages, right?
Yes.
Is this like considered, some people say, the Bible of psychiatry, or is it like a cookbook?
I would call it a dictionary. It's a list of definitions.
If I looked under P in this dictionary, would it contain anything about postpartum psychosis for a woman?
There is one mention on page 148.
That's it.
That's it.
The rest of the world, they don't care about the DSM. They have some other information, right? What is that called?
The World Health Organization publishes something called the International Classification of Disease, which is now in its 11th edition. It lists postpartum psychosis as a separate entity. And that's the one that insurance companies use for billing purposes.
Right, not this.
Correct.
Are you familiar, sir, with the way other countries treat pregnant women in postpartum condition when they see, let me finish, when they see a doctor for medical treatment? Yes or no?
Objection.
All right, just allow that question, then we'll.
Yes.
And how does that differ from the United States of America?
Objection.
Sustained.
Go ahead.
Okay, see, Stompy got a little upset right there.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You spent some time when you first got to the stand going over your qualifications, and I think counsel now has admitted your curriculum vitae into evidence, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Your curriculum vitae.
Yes.
Is you went through that with counsel. You recall that?
Yes.
And fair to say, the majority of the entries and your experience and your presentations and your teaching and fellowships, most of which revolve around child and adolescent psychiatry, correct?
I wouldn't say the majority.
Well, where in your CV does it say that you worked with postpartum women?
It doesn't say that specifically.
Okay, so your testimony is that back in 1983 when you were at the, was it the Massachusetts, Mental Health Center, you worked with postpartum women, is that correct?
There were patients who either were pregnant while they were there or delivered and were hospitalized after that, yes.
Okay. And your involvement in this case with counsel, with defense counsel, wasn't directly that he reached out to you, was it? It was that you had provided some information as it pertains to a civil lawsuit that's pending.
That's correct.
Okay. And so this affidavit that counsel's been referring to that you drafted, you revised it for these proceedings, but fair to say you went through a series of records that didn't include anything related to this criminal case, meaning no police reports, interviews, photos from the scene. Is that fair to say?
No police reports, no photos from the scene.
So the majority of what you reviewed pertained to medical records, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you cite to in your affidavit a New Yorker article for facts.
Yes.
That's where you got most of your facts, is from a New Yorker article.
No, I also spoke to Mr. Clancy.
You spoke to Mr. Clancy?
Yes.
Is that in your affidavit? Well, you have it before you. Can you point to a paragraph where you indicate that you got a report directly from Mr. Clancy?
All right, you know me. If I hear something, I think I got to stop talking about it. I got to stop and talk about it. So you're telling me this well-educated doctor read an article from the New Yorker, talked to Mr. Clancy, and back in 1983 had dealings with some pregnant or postpartum women, and that makes him able to be an expert as to the postpartum psychosis that Lindsay Clancy experienced? I want y'all to think about what I just said to you, because that's what I just heard. And we're going to let the prosecution keep asking the questions, but I'm very concerned at this point. An article in the New Yorker, I could have read an article in the New Yorker. Come on. Okay, here we go. I just had to say it.
See?
I don't know
Wow.
if it's in the affidavit.
Okay.
But I did interview Mr. Clancy for 90 to 100 minutes.
Now, in relation to kind of going through the medical treatment, you indicate that the defendant reported that she was hesitant about taking medications. Do you recall that in paragraph 11?
Yes.
But you're aware that she sought out a psychiatrist, not a therapist, not a psychotherapist or a psychologist. She sought a psychiatrist as her first contact in the postpartum period, correct?
Correct.
And psychiatrists presumably prescribe medications and don't necessarily offer psychotherapy, do they?
Well, all psychiatrists are trained to do psychotherapy to some extent, at least. But yes, they can also prescribe medication.
And through the records, you learned that the defendant did have reactions to low dose of Zoloft. And your testimony is that a blood test would have helped. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
So a blood test that's about 4 or 5 months postpartum, how is that going to help prescribers?
Well, the blood test I was thinking of was you could do a level of the antidepressant in her blood, and that would tell you whether it was average, expected given the dose, or too high or too low.
And that would yield results if a person's only been taking medication for less than a week?
Yes.
But you indicate that over a period of 4 to 6 weeks is when you would expect to see a medication start to take effect, correct?
It sometimes takes that long, yes.
Now, you also spoke a little bit about Zulresso. You're aware from reviewing the records of Jennifer Tufts that she researched Zulresso and spoke about Zulresso, but never made a recommendation to the defendant that she do that injection.
Yes.
You also describe that by November 21st, that the defendant was experiencing suggesting symptoms of mania, like racing thoughts. But in fact, the criteria is not just racing thoughts, it's racing thoughts, pressured speech, correct?
There are a number of criteria that are listed, but racing thoughts is one of them, yes.
Okay.
And
you also list, or you identify in your affidavit, extreme insomnia, but for mania, it's not just insomnia, it's that there's insomnia with a decreased need for sleep, correct?
it can be decreased feeling that you need to sleep even if you didn't sleep for several days. But it's also true that some people feel very tired. It's not just one or the other.
You're aware that the defendant denied a decreased need for sleep around that time period in November? from the records, aren't you?
In that period, yes.
You also indicated that in reviewing records pertaining to, I think you noted Jennifer Tufts, that her notes were a series of the record was a series of check boxes, right? That was your testimony?
Oh my God.
There are a few sentences, but there are mostly check boxes, yes.
And fair to say, the way in which those notes are created, there are several areas in which notes are placed at different points in those records.
There are notes at certain places, yes.
And those notes are reflective of statements that the defendant was making about her mood, how she was feeling, and symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Those are all important things for a treating psychiatrist to consider when they're considering a patient's overall presentation. Is that fair to say?
Yes, fair to say.
Now, you also referenced in your affidavit that the defendant had reported that she had these increased symptoms with Zoloft and didn't sleep for 48 hours after increasing the dose. Remember that in the record?
Yes, from 25 to 50.
And you didn't review any police reports to identify that there were only 7 pills missing from that bottle of sertraline, did you?
I did not review a police report, no.
So if a person takes 7 pills over 1 week period at 25 milligrams, how do they increase the dose without more pills missing from the bottle?
Well, I believe if you took 3 or 4 pills for a few days of 25, then you still would have enough pills to take 2 25s and increase the dose to 50.
Right, but if a prescription reads that if 30 are filled and only 7 are missing from the pill bottle when it's located months later, then if you've taken 7 pills, you've taken 1 pill each day, correct?
Not necessarily. I believe that she stopped taking the medication rather quickly. And I'm not sure which pill bottle you're discussing because, as you said, I didn't review a police report.
Okay. Now, you're aware that on December 15th, that the defendant and her husband reported that she was having persistent intrusive thoughts that day, correct?
Yes.
And that's the day she first presented to Mass General Hospital.
Yes.
And you're aware that Mass General Hospital is directly affiliated with McLean Hospital, right?
They are affiliated, yes.
And that she was advised to go to the inpatient program, and she chose not to go.
Yes.
From reviewing the records, did you see how Letitia Dukes, a social worker, or a mental health worker, from the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Clinic, had previously had discussions with the defendant about going to women and infants before her presentation to the Mass General ER on December 15th?
Yes.
And she didn't, in fact, go to that program until December 20th. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned in your review of the medications, lamotrigine. You recall that?
Yes.
And that was a medication that was prescribed to the defendant in December of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You're aware that she never took lamotrigine?
I believe that's what she said, yes.
Now, you also were asked, or you spoke about Seroquel. So you're familiar with the prescription or what was prescribed of the Seroquel over the period of time from November 30th through early December, correct?
Yes.
You've reviewed that. And so I think you testified on direct examination that the initial dose was a low dose, 25 milligrams.
Correct.
And you're familiar, that is a fairly common dosage, a low dose to prescribe to address some sleep issues.
It is, yes.
And you're aware that for people who are suspected or have bipolar disorder, that the levels of prescribed are generally much higher than 25 milligrams, right?
Yes, they would be.
They could range anywhere from 100 milligrams to up to, what is the range, if you know?
It would go up to 800 milligrams.
And so in this circumstance, you're aware that Rebecca Gelada had suspicions about bipolar disorder, right?
She mentions it as a distinct possibility, yes.
And without relief, she recommends titrating or going up on the Seroquel over a period of time, right?
Yes.
And you settled on a number of 400, but you know from the records that that was the goal, to titrate up to 400 milligrams. Do you know if the defendant ever took 400 milligrams?
I do not.
And you're also aware that the defendant started reporting having symptoms and concerns about the Seroquel, that she had requested to taper off the Seroquel, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that prior to her presentation at McLean Hospital, that Rebecca Gelada actually did send in a prescription that would allow for her to taper down.
Yes.
And when the defendant was admitted to McLean Hospital on January 1st, she was already on a taper plan, meaning she had gone back down to approximately 100 milligrams per night.
I believe she was, yes.
And that at McLean, they further immediately started to reduce the dosage with each night.
I believe that was the plan at McLean, yes.
So the first night she was there, she went down to 75 milligrams, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And then by the time she was discharged, she was at 0.
Yes, and they were talking about the amitriptyline.
Well, did she leave McLean Hospital with a prescription for amitriptyline?
I don't know if she left with a prescription, but it was discussed in the records that they recommended that.
And as of January 12th of 2023, you're aware that the only active prescriptions for the defendant were for amitriptyline, right?
Yes.
And Valium as needed and trazodone.
That sounds correct, yes.
So throughout the course of your review of the records and all of the different medications that she was on from October through January, she wasn't on all the medications at the same time, correct?
No, not at the same time.
And it's fair to say she was only on maybe 3 medications at one time.
3, there might have been 4 at one point, but yes.
And she had expressed particular medications that she wished to return to, like Ativan at some point, correct?
She was quite ambivalent about Ativan and talked a great deal in the records about being worried that she was addicted to it.
But Ativan tended to work for her, correct?
It made her feel less anxious. Yes.
And she actually described that at certain points to the providers that when she felt intrusive thoughts or she had a bad experience, that she took the Ativan and the thoughts were gone. Didn't she not?
I'm not sure that she said the intrusive thoughts were gone, but she would feel less anxious when she took it.
And as far as your conversations about hallucinations and auditory hallucinations, you indicated that at some point, or at points, I think was your testimony, that the defendant did hear a voice. But you're aware that she never reported to Jennifer Tufts that she heard a voice.
She did not.
She never reported to Rebecca Gelada that she heard a voice, did she?
She did not.
She never reported to Letitia Dukes that she heard a voice.
She did not.
And the only time she's ever said that she heard this voice was on January 24th of 2023. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay.
So when the district attorney asks you whether or not Lindsay, after all the symptoms we've already gone through, told Rebecca Gelada that she heard a voice, told Dr. Tufts that she heard a voice, and denied that she heard a voice. Would you agree that there are reasons that a woman would not tell the doctor or minimize their symptoms out of fear?
Yes.
What kind of fear? Fear of what?
Well, in the records, it's stated that Ms. Clancy reported she was worried that her children would be taken away from her, perhaps by the Department of Children and Families, if she reported very severe symptoms. The other thing is, as a health care professional, boards of registration sometimes take a dim view of people who have been in treatment for certain psychiatric illnesses. And so she might have been concerned about her nursing license, but that's speculation.
So there are other reasons why a person may be concerned about telling healthcare providers, mandated reporters, that they're hearing voices, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that you don't have to see the proverbial unicorn in the corner to your health provider to be suffering from psychosis?
Yes, that's true.
And can you tell us, Counsel was asking about the symptomology, psychosis, is that something that just grinds on for day after week after month, or is that something that comes on out of nowhere very quickly?
No, overall.
It can be episodic.
What does that mean?
It means that an episode can start and stop, and then an interval of time goes by. It could be days, weeks, or months, and then another episode occurs.
Counsel asked you about bipolar disorder, the suspicions of bipolar disorder from Dr. Gelada, and then talked about the prescriptions that were prescribed. Is it, in your opinion, appropriate to prescribe a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor to a person that is bipolar?
No, overall.
It would be considered something to be done cautiously and usually with a mood stabilizer begun at the same time to prevent the possibility of making manic symptoms worse.
Thank you, sir.
Just a second.
Thank you.
Just briefly, you didn't interview the defendant, did you?
I did not.
You don't know what she was concerned about. You're speculating.
Yes.
And
Okay.
for a person who's begging for help, wouldn't it be important to be honest with the providers about what you're feeling, seeing, and hearing?
It should be, but that's not always what doctors find.
Right. Anything
Okay.
further? All right, thank you, doctor. Let me sit down. Thank you.
Just a minute, just a minute.
Can I see you sidebar again?
All right, here we go. Okay, guys, they're going to go to sidebar. I bet they're going to go to lunch because it's already 11:24, which is 12:24 their time, and they usually go at like 1 o'clock. I thought that was some very interesting testimony. And you know, at first I thought, oh boy, he's highly educated. He's going to be able to tell us something about the state of somebody who is in a postpartum situation. But that's not what I got out of him. What I got out of him was he's highly educated, but he read the New Yorker, talked to Mr. Clancy for up to 100 minutes, and had seen people in 1983. What does that got to do with what's going on with Lindsay Clancy today? Then they talked about the SSRIs. Well, they gave her both the SSRIs and the other type of medicine. I don't think those doctors did anything wrong. The problem is she was not honest with these doctors about seeing two doctors at the same time, getting medications from both doctors at the same time. There's just some miscommunication that happened here. I don't think it's necessarily the doctor's fault, but I just think there was miscommunication happened. What do y'all think? Let me know. Jack's in my lap. I got to put him down. Oh my God, this dog, he's crazy now. They can't go outside because the exterminators came and sprayed the yard today. So until it dries, they're stuck in the house. So Jack's just a little pissed off. Anyway. Oh my goodness, my goodness. Let's go back and see what they're going to do. Here we go. No, Lindsay, that was not a win for you, baby. I'm sorry, it was not. Okay, Bubba, you ready to get down? You ready to get down? Yeah. Okay. Oh no, Daddy's got to get us a chair big enough for both of us. Okay, quit now. Okay, quit. That's okay. Here, come on. There you go. There you go. Come on, come on. All right, little boys and girls. Come on. Come on. Come here. All right. Come to trick your turn. Jackie, Jackie. Oh my goodness, my goodness. All right, guys. 40. All right, Janet. Okay. All right. Oh, look. Here. Look out. Look. Here, you have to look out. Look out. There you go. You can look out. There you go. There you go. All right, there you go.
All right.
Okay.
So, members of the jury, what we're going to do is we're going to break at this point till 2 o'clock.
Yep.
And Mike, for the next longer break, will be trying to resolve the technology that we had. And so, if it's resolved, we may call one witness. If it's not, we'll call another witness. So, so we're going to try and get that all done during the break. So, that's why we probably need a little bit longer than just the hour. So,
No.
In recess till 2 o'clock, we'll come back in for the next witness. Okay, thank you.
All right. Now I'm gonna leave that right there, and let me tell you what I have to do. Hang on, guys. Hang on. I have to run to the post office and drop something else for my husband off, and so I'm going to leave the Tupac trial running while I go run my errands, and then we'll meet back here at 2 o'clock. Well, it's 1 o'clock my time because I'm in Texas, but we'll come back here at that time and get back on the Lindsay Clancy trial. But I'm gonna leave y'all something to watch while I do these other things. So we're not just sitting here looking at the TV and you're not having to just flip through all the channels looking for something else to watch. Okay? How's that sound? Sound good? All right, let me pull this up. Oh, boy. All right. My goodness, my goodness. Yeah. I also need to run by that pharmacy. Listen, I'm hearing about medications. I'm thinking, I need to run by that pharmacy too. Okay, Tupac trial. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see. This is going on right now. Part 2. The opening is part 2. Here we go. Now. Okay. Now I'm just gonna let this run. Let me turn this off over here. I'm gonna have to turn it down because we know it is way too loud. Yeah, Kel. We'll be back later too. Okay, and Edward, I believe that you're correct in your assumptions. Thank you, Edward. Thank you. To see new faces. I'm always happy to talk to new people when they come into our channel. Thank you so much. Let me get this going for you. We can listen to the Tupac trial while we run our errands and before we come back for the rest of this afternoon's testimony. But I've got to turn it down because remember we have it on 100 because they have such a bad audio system over there in that court. And I feel like I'm screaming at y'all and I don't want to be screaming at y'all. You know, so this is going to be from Channel 4, and this is Tupac Shakur's murder trial, and it's part 2 of the opening statements. All right, here we go. Ready? Yeah, Leslie. I'll be back later too. Great. We'll all be meeting back here, but I'm just going to leave it running so you have something to watch. Here we go, guys. All right.
Department at that time.
And how long did you wind up working for Metro?
25 years.
Y'all can hear everything.
September
For
7th,
those who want to watch.
1996, what was your assignment?
How's that? Right.
I was assigned to a bike team on bicycles on the Strip, Las Vegas Strip area.
Is the uniform similar to the ones they have today where you're wearing the yellow shirts or were you wearing something different?
Yellow shirts and black pants.
Direct your attention to right around 11 p.m. What part of the Strip were you working?
Working the a little bit further south end, south of Flamingo.
Did you have a partner?
Yes, I did.
What was his name?
Richard Gold.
While you were working on that area of the Strip, did you cause there to be some sort of car stop of a vehicle?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the purpose of stopping this vehicle?
I initiated a car stop on a black BMW that had license plates.
May I approach Judge?
You may.
First, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Proposed Exhibits 1 and 2. Now, there's some obvious markings on here, but these appear to be two areas of the Las Vegas Valley from, well, generally around the time period of the 2096 area.
Yes, sir.
Accurately reflect kind of the locations that they're describing on there. Flamingo, Harmon.
Yes.
Move to admit 1 and 2, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted. You may publish.
I'm going to start with exhibit number 1. And right next to you, don't click it, but there is a mouse that you can roll around with a pointer. Can you generally tell me where this car stop occurred?
It won't work because you're doing it off of your computer.
I have it plugged in. It works.
There it goes.
It will work.
Just trying to wrap around the boulevard here.
So if I told you that red dot's Harmon and Flamingo, or sorry, Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes, sir. A car stop was right around, I believe it was right around this area.
So just south of Flamingo on Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes.
When you approached the vehicle, did you recognize the occupants?
No, I did not.
Why did you stop this vehicle?
It had no license plate on the back.
When you approached the vehicle, did the occupants communicate with you?
Yes.
And did you, at that point, did you learn their identity?
They told me who they were, but just as identifying them, not.
Did you know them?
No, I
when
didn't.
they told you their names?
They told us their names because we asked them their names, but I didn't know. I had no knowledge of them before that. We ID'd them.
As you sit here today, do you recall who they were?
Yeah, Tupac Shakur and Marion Knight.
May I approach?
May.
Showing you grand jury exhibit number 3. Is that how the two of them appeared to look that evening when you approached them?
Yes.
In particular, Mr. Shakur is wearing or has on a very large gold necklace.
Yes.
Did you talk to him about that necklace?
Yeah, we talked to him for a few minutes out there, and I was remarked to him, "Wow, man, that's a huge piece of gold," or something like that he had around his neck.
Would you describe your interaction with them as congenial?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask them about the license plate, why their vehicle had no license plate?
Yes.
And what was the response?
They stated that they were filming a video, so they had taken the license plate off because they were filming a video going up and down the strip.
Move to admit 3, Judge.
Any objection?
I'm sorry. No objection, Your Honor.
Admit so admitted. You may publish.
And this large gold medallion is what we're talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did that interaction with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur end?
We told them that they were going to have to put the plate back on their car, and we warned them and released them.
Did you remain down on the strip area after they left that car stop?
Yes, sir.
We'll fast forward about, say, 10 minutes later. Something unusual happened. What happened?
We were continuing on the strip area. We were heading southbound on the boulevard, and we heard some calls come out about a vehicle. Can't remember exactly what was said, but heading up towards Harmon, we saw the vehicle that had been described in the median of the road. It looked like it had ran up on the median and was stopped there in the middle of the boulevard.
What do you do when you see that?
We approached the vehicle.
Is it you and Mr. Goldberg? Or Officer Goldberg?
Officer Goldberg and I.
And do you see either of the two people that you saw earlier in the vehicle?
Yes.
And who is that?
Marion Knight was outside of the vehicle, walking around, talking, and Tupac Shakur was being removed by EMS people.
As Marion Knight is talking, do you recall anything he's saying?
he was telling us to take care of to occur. He had Marion Knight had a chunk of shrapnel or something in his head. He was bleeding, and when I went to talk to him, he was adamant that we needed to go and care for Mr. Shakur.
Did you then go to Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I did.
And then what do you do? What's your responsibility as it relates to Mr. Shakur as the EMT is working on?
I was trying to talk to him to find out what had happened. Excuse me. Gather information to see who had fired at them.
Did you wind up riding anywhere with Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I rode to the hospital in the ambulance with him.
During that time period, between the time you get to Mr. Shakur and the time period he gets taken into the hospital, are you able to have any sort of communication with Mr. Shakur?
He was still talking, and I was trying to convince him to tell me the name of whoever his assailants were.
And did he ever respond?
Yes, he responded, no, we'll take care of it. So something like that.
Said, no, we'll take
care of it, something like that.
And that's the only thing you were able to gather from Mr. Shakur?
Yeah, I couldn't get him to talk to me any further than that. That was repeated a couple of times.
I'm going to approach with a few photographs. So obviously when an incident, well, let me back up. When an incident like this happens, there's first responders, but then there is detectives, crime scene analysts, everybody who's called out. Is that
yes,
correct?
sir.
Showing you what's been marked as grand jury exhibit number 4. You recognize the individual who appears to be inside that vehicle at that time?
Dan Ford.
Did you know what he did for Metro?
At the time, he was a detective. I was not there when that photograph was taken. At the time, he was a detective. I'm not sure what he was, homicide or general assignment or
Could be a crime scene
analyst, CSI.
Okay. And then I'm just going to show you a few other pictures of the vehicle itself. Showing you photos exhibit 5 through 8. Just flip through those. Is that how the vehicle appeared to you when you first arrived on scene? Obviously without people in it.
Right, on the scene of the where it stopped in the middle of Harmon Boulevard.
Move to admit 5 through 8.
Any objection, Mr. Stamp?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
And then finally, while you were at UMC, did you collect some personal items off Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state proposed exhibit number 33. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the objects I removed from Tupac Shakur. I impounded those into evidence. There should be a property report for those.
Let's talk about that large gold chain we see in that photograph right there. The second time you came across Mr. Shakur, was he wearing that gold chain that's around his neck?
No.
And so you weren't able to recover that from him at the hospital?
No.
I'm just going to put up a few of these photographs.
Okay. Just letting you know that 4 was not admitted.
Move to admit 4.
Any objection, Mr. Stamp?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Showing you 4. That's Mr. Ford appearing like he's inside that vehicle.
Okay.
5. That's the front of the vehicle. Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, she's typing down everything, so you got to answer yes or no.
Apologies.
That's the rear of the vehicle without the license plate still?
Yes.
Number 8 is the driver's side of the vehicle.
Yes.
And Oops.
Mr. DeJacmo,
Right now, I
33
put the
also
wrong one
not
up,
admitted.
Judge.
Okay. Withdrawn.
There you go. 7. That is what the passenger side of that vehicle looked like?
Yes.
Finally, for you, 33. Those are the items you were collected off Mr. Secure at the hospital.
Yes.
Judge, Mr. Samt has requested, and I've agreed, to also offer Dan Ford's CSA report, as Mr. Ford is not physically capable of coming to court to testify.
So that'll be admitted via stipulation?
Yes.
What did you want it to be?
I guess we could just make it next in order, which I believe is 143.
All right, that'll be admitted via stipulation as 143.
Thank you, Honor.
No problem. I think 33 has been withdrawn. They have not been voted.
And based upon that agreement,
This is 33. 33 is also not admitted.
move to admit 33.
Any objection?
No objection needed.
So admitted.
And based on that agreement that we've reached with Mr. Samt, I believe he has no objection to the rest of Mr. Ford's crime scene photographs at this particular scene, which is state proposed exhibits 9 through 32.
That is correct, Honor.
All right, 9 through 32 will be admitted via stipulation. You may publish.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay.
And you are Mr. Gale.
Yes.
Well, welcome back to the courtroom.
Thanks.
So let me ask you this. So how long had you been working for Metro until you retired?
Like 13 years.
I see. And at the time when you were on the bicycle on September 7th, 1996, how long had you been working for Metro at that point?
Yeah, I thought that's what you asked to begin with.
Oh.
I started in '83, so it would have been right around 13 years.
I see. And obviously, when you are first a police officer, you go through an academy before you become an actual police officer.
Yes, sir.
And you learn skills and techniques and things to help you become a successful police officer.
Yes.
One of those things I would imagine would be writing reports.
Yes.
Now, fair to say, though, in this particular case, what you had seen or what you had done was basically you saw a license plate that wasn't on a vehicle, you stopped them, you asked for their ID, and at some point you just allowed them to continue on their way.
Yes.
There was no need to write a report about that.
No.
Okay. Did you write a report and with regards to that stop?
No.
Okay. Now, when you were present at the scene and you saw the vehicle stop, do you know if any other vehicles were behind it?
No, I did not see any other vehicles behind it, so I don't know.
So there wasn't like a caravan or a line of vehicles behind the black BMW when you stopped the BMW?
No.
Can you describe for us a little bit about what the area was like on the night of September 7th, 1996?
It was a pretty average night for the Strip as far as the amount of traffic flowing and things like that. Not particularly crowded or packed or anything like that. The area we stopped in had some lighting, but it wasn't like right in front of a hotel or something that cast a lot of lighting on the area or anything like that.
I see.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
So there was nothing out of the ordinary as to that particular date and time in terms of any special events going on in Las Vegas at that particular time?
I'm sorry, there was always something going on the Strip. So I heard that things were going on that night, but I was really aware of them.
Were you ever aware that on that particular night there was a championship boxing match between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon that was being held at the MGM?
Yes.
All right. And I would venture to say that that would be something that would have been briefed to all the police officers prior to you going on your shift for that night.
No, we didn't really talk about it.
All right. And then with regards to the amount of traffic, you're saying that even though this championship fight had taken place, in your opinion, there wasn't a lot of traffic on the strip?
Not more than ordinary.
Okay. And when you say not more than ordinary, can you describe for us what that means exactly?
So the strip is always crowded, or was at that time. So, that's why they had us out there on bicycles. It's because we could get in between in and out of cars. So I guess when we conducted the car stop, there was enough traffic that we felt comfortable that he was going to have to stop and pull over. They wouldn't be able to just take off on us.
Right.
And that's the best description I have. That's why we rode bikes out there. So, but there was always traffic in that area. So it's always congested over there.
Okay, and that's probably the best way to put it, right? It's still congested for Las Vegas.
Yes.
But it's normal for Las Vegas to be congested.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it wasn't like, for instance, I don't know if you were around Las Vegas in 2020 when you could just take your bicycle and just ride down Las Vegas Boulevard with like no one around, right? It's not that kind of.
It's not like that.
All right. And when you say congested, meaning that cars could not go very fast because there's always cars around in that area.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had arrived on scene, and then at some point, you were actually in the ambulance with Mr. Shakur.
Yes.
Being transported to the hospital.
Yes.
And the hospital you were going to was UMC?
It was UMC.
Okay. Now, when a police officer first arrives on scene, is that police officer considered to be the primary officer until such time as they are relieved of that duty?
Ordinarily, yes.
Were you the primary officer at that particular scene? Were you the first officer on arrival? I
don't really remember. There were so many of us that showed up like at right around the same time. There's just a lot of officers showed up there pretty quickly.
Right. Now, I mean, you have a pretty clear memory of this. Did you review any records or have any meetings with the district attorney's office prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I did. I reviewed the records.
Okay. And once again, you do that so it'll help you refresh your recollection as to what occurred 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Even though this might be something that's unusual, right? You have a celebrity who's shot on the strip. You still have to refresh your recollection in order for you to remember things.
Some of it, yes.
Yeah. And once again, you're doing that so you make sure that for this jury that you're accurate about what you recall 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, you were shown a map, and I'm going to show you again here. This is State's Exhibit number 1. See this?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me this map? Do you know if this map was the actual map in 1996 of the Las Vegas area?
No.
You're smiling.
It's just a long time ago. It changes so much down there.
Yeah. So we know that this is a map of Las Vegas.
Yes.
But you cannot tell us, for instance, if this is 1996.
No, I cannot tell you that.
So, for instance, on the top over here, this doesn't look like the Sphere, does it?
No.
Does it?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. And then down here, does this look like T-Mobile or anything like that, as far as you can tell?
No.
Okay. Now, and once again, I just want to make sure I'm clear for the jury. This particular map, as it sits here right now, as it's here, for instance, we have what looks like down here at the bottom. I'm pointing where the MGM label is right here. Do these look like walk bridges over the streets?
I can't really tell.
Let me just scroll here real quick. Does that help you?
Yeah, they do look like walkways.
And fair to say that those walk bridges in 1996, people were still walking on the streets, crossing like pedestrian crosswalks, right?
I'm trying to recall. I couldn't honestly recall. I remember them taking the cross out and putting those walkways in.
Right.
I remember when they did that, but I don't remember the year they did it.
And once again, I'm not trying to, it's not a catch-a moment.
No, I
I'm not trying to
understand.
get you in
Yeah, I
trouble.
understand what you're saying. I don't want to say something that I can't be sure of, but I remember when I was down there working, they no longer allow traffic to cross on foot across the strip because of all of the accidents that we had. So they put those walkways in when I was still working.
Right. Okay. Now, and just finally here, with regards to the when you're riding on the strip and you're riding with your with the other person that's with you, you said at some point you were made aware that there was a shooting that had occurred, and the radio traffic indicated that the vehicle you had stopped was potentially the vehicle that was being involved. Remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us just really quickly here, based upon State's Exhibit number 1, and once again, we're not looking at it in terms of an accurate 1996 view, but just in terms of the streets. Can you tell us where you were at when you took off to wherever the vehicle was? And I'll just pull that here real quick so you can.
Thank you.
Sure.
I couldn't really tell you where we were because my memory serves me. It was called out right around the same time as we were rolling up on that vehicle.
Okay.
There was shots fired call and vehicles involved, and then we rolled up and saw that vehicle in the middle of Harmon
And
on the
when
boulevard.
Okay. And when you rolled up and you saw the vehicle, can you tell us other vehicles that were behind that vehicle? Were there any other, vehicles in an entourage behind the black vehicle?
There were several vehicles stopped all over the strip. It was cluttered with cars. So I couldn't tell you if they were with it or not.
Sure. Did other police officers aid in terms of just securing the scene and making sure that anything of evidentiary value was going to be kept in that area?
Yes.
Because I would imagine it wasn't just you by yourself. Your partner, other officers arriving on scene would have started to help as a team.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect examination, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions for this witness? If you do, please raise your hand and I'll walk you through the process. Seeing no hands, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Dale. You are excused.
Thank you.
State may call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Ingrid Stokes. Yes.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
May you be seated? May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Ingrid Stokes, INGRIDSTOKES.
Thank you, ma'am. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Stokes.
Good morning.
Back in 1996, did you have a different last name?
It was Johnson.
Okay, so you went by Ingrid Johnson back then? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you come to Las Vegas on the weekend of September 7th, 1996?
Yes.
Who'd you come with?
My best friend and some girlfriends.
And can you tell me who they were?
Shalane, Tanisha, and Lauren.
And why'd you come to Las Vegas that weekend?
Well, when you live in LA, you go to Vegas all the time. It's just a party city. So we decided to go for the weekend. We were all off work. And so we went to come hang out, have fun.
Right. And were you aware, okay, well, first let me take a step back. So you guys were living in LA at the time?
Yes.
What part of LA?
I may have been living at my dad's, which is Carson.
Okay. And then and you came out for the purposes to party. Were you aware that there was a Mike Tyson fight that weekend?
Yes, that's one of the reasons. There was always a Mike Tyson fight. But we were coming because my friend knew one of the managers or coaches, I forget what they're called. And we had planned on going to the fight.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
What happened?
Women in a bathroom, 4 women in a bathroom did not work. We took too long. We missed the fight completely.
And so where were you staying that night?
I believe we were at the Lexor or the Rio, but I think it was the Lexor.
Okay. And then did you ever actually make it to the MGM where the fight was?
We made it to the let out, is what I call it, because the fight was already over. So everyone was kind of hanging out. So we went to see what was going on for the night.
And did you hang out there for a while?
I don't remember, but it would have been enough time to run into a few friends and say hello and hang out and maybe drink, maybe.
So what did you do after hanging out at the MGM Grand?
Well, we had met one of my friends and they had mentioned there was somewhere they were going to go. So we decided, okay, we'll go there first and see what's happening before we decide, where we're going to end the night. So we all got back in our car, the rented car we took from LA, and drove.
And do you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a convertible Supreme.
And did all four of you go into the car?
Yes, all four of us were in the car.
And what happened once you guys started driving?
That's a loaded question. A lot happened. We got in the car. I believe we left the MGM parking lot, and then we went to the main street, Las Vegas Boulevard, I guess. And we were driving, and I believe we were, I don't know, about 10 minutes after leaving the parking lot. And then we ran into Shug and Tupac in the car.
And when you say you ran into them, what'd that look like?
Well, we were driving, hanging out in a convertible. And my girlfriend, Lauren, at the time, she knew Shug. And she told us, hey, there's Shug. Pull up next to him. I'm going to ask them what they're doing. And so Shalane, the driver, she stood up close to them.
And so you said Shalane was the driver.
Yes.
Where were you seated?
I was a passenger in front.
In the front passenger?
Yes.
Shalane's driving, you're in the front passenger, and the other two women are in the back seat?
Yeah, Tanisha's behind me, and then Lauren is behind the driver.
After all these years, you still remember that, huh?
Well, yeah. Some things you don't forget. That one.
And so then when you start driving, or when you see Shug and your friend starts talking to Shug, what happens?
They were talking, and she was like, what's going on? What's happening? We look over initially, we pull up to the car, and we kind of nod or say hello, that kind of thing. But we were in our own little world. While she was talking to him, he said, hey, we're all going to the club. Why don't you follow us? Get behind us. You can go with us. And so that was decided we'll go there first and see what's happening before we go anywhere else.
So do you follow, do you remember who's driving and who's in the passenger side?
Shug was driving and Tupac was in the passenger seat.
All right. We believe States Exhibit 3 has already been admitted. We're going to publish that. Is this kind of the way they look at night?
That was just like this.
And so you decided to follow Shug and Tupac to the club?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm so sorry, yes.
That's okay. And so do you recall the name of that club?
It was an area code, so I remember it was 662 or 702, but now I know it's 662.
And then what did you do? Did you guys start driving over to Club 662?
We got behind them and we start driving down the Las Vegas Strip. And it was weird because there was a car behind us and they kept going around us trying to get in front of us. It happened quite often. It was really annoying. We didn't understand what was going on. And then at one point we were getting ready to turn to go on the main street. I guess Flamingo was on. Or Flamingo, I think is what it's called. When we turned that way, I was like, what the heck's going on? People keep getting in front of us. I know how to get to the club. Let's figure out our own way. I can drive them. We can meet them up there. And so our plan was to get out from behind them.
So you were confused about the way the cars were.
Yeah, I didn't understand. In hindsight, I know now, but I didn't understand there was entourage. I just thought, they were going to a club. We didn't think about it.
And then at some point on Flamingo, do you stop at a light?
Yeah, so when we get close to the light, I tell Shalane, pull over, I'll drive. I know where I'm going. I've been there before. So we pull from around them, and then we stop at the light. And
before this, that's my fault, not yours. So before, when you guys are stopped at the light, where is your car relative to Suge Knight's and Tupac Shakur's car?
So I believe there was 4 lanes, a turning lane, the lane next to it, the middle, and then there was one for like the outside lane. So They were on the third lane, I believe, and when we got off the lane behind them, we got out and we went past, and I think we were a car or two on the second lane from the light.
And so were you behind or in front of Suge Knight's car?
We were in front.
So you're in the lane next over, a car, or maybe two in front.
Yeah, exactly.
Then while you're waiting at that light, does anything happen?
Well, me and Shalane were going to change seats. I was going to drive. I'm the more aggressive driver. And after what, she was nervous with them coming back in front of us so much. So me and Shalane were literally head down, taking our seatbelts off when we heard the gunshots, when it's all hell broke loose.
And to be fair, you didn't see those gunshots.
No.
And then what do you do when you hear the gunshots?
I freak out and I scream, what the hell? I said, what the hell? And then Shalane is kind of half up, half down. And so I grab her head to bring her down. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And then she has her hand on the wheel, but she's like frozen. And so I don't remember how many gunshots there were, honestly. But I know I put the car on drive. And I told her to get the hell out of there and drive. And so I made him grab the wheel. Like I said, I'm very aggressive. And from that, she tried to drive off.
And then did you see the color of the vehicle?
Yeah, so we almost hit the car. When we were trying to drive off, there was a car in the lane, that last lane, that was the turning lane. And it was a white four-door. Can't tell you what combination. It was like white-ish. And we almost hit it. We were trying to get away.
Were you trying to pursue the white car?
Hell no. Just want to get away.
And then where did you guys go? Did you turn off? Did you follow them turning off? Or
we turned off. We turned the only way you could turn because it was a red light, which was down that first street past. And then when we turned right, we were just driving fast. There still might have been gunshots. I can't speak for anyone else in the car, but it was a lot going on. It was a lot of adrenaline. And then the first street we saw that was on the left, I was like, turn left. And we just turned down a random street that had like apartments on it.
Now, it's fair to say you didn't see who was in the car, right?
No, didn't look.
But did you go back to where the shooting occurred?
Yes, I did.
Were you nervous about talking about what happened?
I didn't think I had anything valuable to say, to be honest. So I wasn't nervous initially because I just was like, we came back because just when we wondered what happened, because we left, so we didn't know. We didn't look around. We didn't see anything. We just left, and so we came back. We saw there were a lot of police presence, and I wasn't a big fan of the police at the time, so it's not like I wanted to stop and talk to them and offer my help, but I also wanted to make sure if I could help. So when we went back, we told the officers we had been there when something happened. What happened when we left, and so he made us stop the car and get out the car. The police officer made us sit on the ground on the sidewalk in front of everything. Like cars are still, I think, may have been passing. So it was kind of an odd situation where they were like kind of rude to us. And then they're treating us like we're suspects. We really didn't know what happened though. And so they said, well, we need you guys, eyewitnesses, we need you guys to come downtown or in a van for you guys to come, and had us sit there. I kept asking a lot of questions, but no answers.
Now, I noticed some of your friends aren't going to be here. Is there this fear about talking in this kind of case?
Absolutely, yes.
Why is that?
Snitches get dishes. I'm just saying, not the coolest, but talking to police is not a cult thing we do in our culture in LA. It's a normal thing. So there was that, especially in the 90s and 80s. There was multiple reasons why, but I didn't see anything. So I was comfortable. I didn't see anything. I didn't think I'd be beneficial. And then I don't know. I was going to offer some assistance. Because I may have had more memory back then. I may have heard the number of gunshots. I may have had, more. But the police treat us so bad that I just we start shutting down. Because we're like, if they could come by and sit on the ground. They can see we're sitting here telling people, even though we're not saying anything. So this was a really bad situation.
And is it fair to say that was something that also would scare you, is that if somebody was seeing you talk?
Absolutely.
What's your response, Mr. Cole?
I'm just following up on your question. That she's going to lay the foundation too.
I'll sustain if you could rephrase.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you are concerned about people seeing you talking to police?
Yes.
All right. No further questions from the state.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sands.
Thank you, Honor. Hi, Mr. Chairman.
Hello.
You obviously, I would imagine, never testified before about this particular situation.
No, other than the grand jury.
Okay, so you were at the grand jury. And with regards to your testimony, when you were in front of the grand jury, did you meet with the district attorney's office prior to giving that testimony to the grand jury?
Not except outside the door when I got to the courthouse. Okay. I mean, the door of the grand jury.
I see. And with regards to that testimony, did you review any documents, records, anything like that in preparation for your testimony in front of the grand jury?
No.
All right. Now, asking you again for today, did you review any documents in preparation for your testimony here in front of this jury?
I looked at the grand jury testimony said, but other than that, no.
Okay. Now, when this thing had occurred, I would imagine it would have been a very traumatic experience for you.
Yes.
And at some point, you go back to LA.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
That's all right. It's just for the record. When you go back to LA, did you ever just sort of keep on top of it, like in terms of like articles that would come out in magazines, anything like that at all?
No, we didn't talk about that night for decades. We used to talk about it.
Okay. Now, did you ever at any point capture what you had remembered in a journal or anything like that?
I did a documentary, a couple of documentaries. Yes, years, like 20 years later.
I see. And in preparation for those documentaries, what did you use to refresh your recollection back then?
Talk to my girlfriend. I mean, more talk and try to remember pieces that I could.
Right. And your girlfriend was also present in the Sebring when it happened?
Yes,
as well.
she was driving.
I see.
Okay.
Now, just to describe us a little bit that night, you're driving in a convertible Sebring.
Yes.
And I'd assume that the top was probably down.
The top was down. Yes.
Okay. And the weather that night, was it raining?
No.
Can you describe for the jury what the weather was like that night?
It was Vegas in September. It probably, I'd be guessing, but I know what it wasn't. It wasn't raining. It could have been a cloud in the sky, but I wouldn't remember that.
Was it
cold? It
cold?
wasn't bad.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. We didn't have any jackets. We had designer clothes. That's why I was mad. I had to sit on the curb. But no, it was a nice, cool evening. So I would probably say in the 80s, 70s, 80s. I have no idea.
All right. But obviously, among the four girls, no jackets or anything that would indicate that it was cold that night.
Yes, no.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had pulled up alongside Suge Knight's vehicle at some point.
Yes.
Now, I noticed that you weren't given a map. Did you ever have an opportunity to kind of envision exactly where this had occurred?
I didn't forget that part.
Okay. If I were to show you a map, would you be able to point out for
Yes.
us exactly?
Much as I can, yes, absolutely.
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked in there as State's Exhibit number 1. Just for the record, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 1. It's just an overview of Las Vegas. Does that help you at all?
No, not really, but I see the streets. It's what I thought. I'm assuming the red dot is Vegas Boulevard.
And when you say red dot, there's a mouse that's right there. You could use that to sort of move that mouse over to where. No, that doesn't do that.
I can point it, but
now let me do this.
When you're on our computer, can you do that? This doesn't be error.
You can point.
All right. So would this be? And
Yes,
I'm using my Sharpie. That's
yes.
the dot.
Yes.
Okay. So yes, that would be Las Vegas Boulevard. Now I'm going to point over here. Do you recognize this particular area?
Yeah, that's where it happened.
Okay. And this, I'm pointing now once again for the record, Flamingo, and it looks like this would be Coble.
Coble. That sounds about right.
Now you were describing for us a little bit about where the cars were. If I were to give you a piece of paper, can you draw for us just a little bit better so we can have a better view? And
I can try.
Okay. You want to make?
Yes, you may.
And what am I drawing exactly again?
If you can draw for us where on that night where Koval was. And just for the record, you're writing Koval. Is it for the horizontal line or the vertical line?
It is horizontal line.
Okay, so that's Koval. And then can you draw for us where Shug's vehicle was when you pulled up to it?
Well, we were behind it.
Okay.
So it would have been, I'm just going to make lanes and like, don't quote me. I could be off by one, of course. So I'll say this was Shug and we were behind. So this was, I'm going to put I for me.
Okay.
And then we moved and went right here. So this is where we end up parking. I'm not parking, but stopping at the red light.
That's fine. And just for the record, you have made a mark that looks like an S, and I would assume that would be for Shug's vehicle.
Yes.
And then there's another I, it looks like right there, and that would be for your vehicle.
Yes.
And then you have an arrow pointing to the next lane over where the I is now at.
Yes, that's where it ended.
Okay, great. And then when the shots, when you're, I guess, trying to change seats, can you tell us where you were at that particular point?
You mean in the car? Or?
Well, not in the car, but where the car was.
It was here when the shots happened.
Okay.
And when we were trying to flee, we were trying to get in this lane to go around and get the turn.
I see.
And that's what we ended up doing eventually.
I see. So when the shots were fired, you were still in that I.
The I, yes.
And then you pulled off onto Koval.
Yes.
Okay. Now this area right here, what is this? What street is that?
What do you mean? This Flamingo? I know. Is it Flamingo? I'm assuming. I'm guessing. Like I said, I'm bad at direction on places I still go today.
That's right.
And then here was like a gas station or something right there, and then here was where we turned off right, which is where that first left was. So I don't know the name of the street or anything.
No problem. I'm going to show you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. Your Honor, if I could have this marked as defense exhibit, opposed defense exhibit A.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
And move for admission.
Any objection to its admission?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so admitted. Did you want to publish?
I would like to publish it.
Okay, feel free.
Thank you. Now, I've shown you what's been marked and admitted now as defense exhibit A. All right, and now we'll just explain this to the jury again. So where you have Koval is actually the street Koval. Is that right?
Yes.
And you have Flamingo, which would be the other street that's going vertical down the defense exhibit A.
Yes.
And then on the corner, it would be one of the corners. There's a gas station.
Yes.
Now over here, this S, that would be what you would call a Suge Knight's vehicle.
Yes.
And you were directly behind that vehicle at some point.
Yes.
And you pulled up, and that's the arrow pointing up to the next lane over, and that's where you were at, right next to Suge's vehicle.
In front of, not next. That's why it's a little above.
I see. So you're slightly in front of Suge's vehicle. Was there another vehicle over here in front of Suge's vehicle?
I'm assuming yes, because we weren't at the front of the line. So yes, maybe two.
I see. Maybe two vehicles, but presuming that there would be at least a vehicle in front of Suge's vehicle.
At least two, I'd say, because there was one in front of me.
Okay. And then this lane over here is, what lane is that?
That's the a small lane that you can turn off.
Turning lane?
Yeah, it didn't say, but yes.
Yeah. And so at some point when the shots were ringing out, you just immediately just gassed the car and made a right-hand turn on Koval.
Yeah, to the turning lane.
Okay. And your testimony here right now, for instance, is that the top was down, but you didn't see.
No, I was looking down because I was initiating changing my seat. So thank God, I was all face down.
Okay. And when you pulled off and you made that right-hand turn, did anyone shoot at you?
Probably. I honestly don't know. There was a lot of gunshots.
Sure. Did any, after the event had occurred, did you ever observe any bullet holes in your vehicle?
There was no bullet holes in my vehicle.
Was there any shattered windshield as a result of anything happening on the scene?
No.
Okay. And then with regards to where you were at, when your testimony was that you were talking to Shug. Shug was saying, "Hey, come to 662." Is that what was happening?
Yes.
And during that time period, You said, and I want to make sure I'm clear, that while there was a conversation about going over to Shug's place, but it seemed like everyone was sort of talking. Like it was like the girls in the back seat maybe were having a conversation or something like that.
No. Lauren was the only one talking to Shug. She's the only one who knew him.
I see.
So nobody, we were just like, oh, okay, looking like, because it wasn't our conversation.
Right. And when that was happening, did any of your people in your vehicle yell out, Tupac, anything
No,
like that?
Absolutely not.
Oh my gosh, it's Tupac.
No.
Okay. Now, during that time period, as you're over here behind Shug's vehicle or next to it, did you ever see, can you describe for me what Tupac was doing in the vehicle?
When we pulled up on the side of him and she was talking to Shug, he was relaxed, like sitting in the sitting in the passenger seat. And Shug was relaxed talking to Lauren. Nothing, like there was no engagement.
Okay, so as you're sitting there and you pull up, Tupac was not hanging out the window and doing something out of the window?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay.
No.
His torso was not sitting on top of the window yelling to his fans, Tupac.
No, there was no fans around. They were just driving in the car, listening to music like we were.
All right. And during that time period, when you were here during this time period, there's a red light.
Yes.
Preventing you from moving forward. And once again, going back to Defense Exhibit A, there's no green light allowing traffic to move in the direction of Coble.
No.
Okay. So everyone was stopped at that particular point.
Everyone was stopped.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We do have one. Okay, so what I'll need you to do is write your juror number on the question, and then write the question on a full sheet of paper, and then hand it to my marshal when you're done. Any questions from anyone else? Okay, perfect. Can I have the party's approach? All right, one question from a juror. Could you gauge what direction the shots were coming from?
No.
No? Any thought? Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm it was just it was too chaotic, and you're not, thinking about that, but no.
Okay. State, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You are excused. That was fast. State, any quick witnesses, or are we prepared to take a lunch break at this time?
Lunch break, sir.
Okay, sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch break at this time. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any
Lil GR. Yeah. Lil GR. Yeah. Lil Word rolling in the GR86. Red paint popping like a flame in the mix. Tie spin up when the beat kicks in. Channel so bold it could shake your screen. True crown queen with the turbo heart. Story telling fire like a work of art. Hit that live button. Watch the sparks ignite when Lyra shows up. It's a whole new night. Lil GR86. Yeah, she flying down the lane. Engine roaring like the story's running wild in the brain. Hit the gas, hit the lights, let the whole world see. This is Lil Word, baby, and she's running full speed. Yeah, and she's running full speed. Yeah. From room 313 to the courtroom floor, she breaks down mysteries you can't ignore. Both thumbnails, neon glow. When Lil Doe goes live, everybody wants more. Pedal to the metal with the truth she brings. Justice in her voice when the live stream sings. GR86 with the custom shine. Lil Jer's channel, one of a kind. Lil GR86, yeah, she flying down the lane. Engine roaring like the story's running wild in the brain. Hit the gas, hit the lights, let the whole world see. This is Lil Word, baby, and she's running full speed. Buckle up, turn the volume up, and don't blink, cause Lil Word's about to take you for a ride. Lil GR86, she's the queen of the scene. True crime.
Pulling up clean in a GL whip. Kenny Red Flash with a turbo kick. Lil Laredo, yeah, the name's on fire. Burning up the road, taking dreams higher. 0 to 100, no time to stall. Every frame, every post, yeah, he does it all. From the streets to the screen, he's got that glow. Welcome to the ride, it's Lil Laredo. Red line dreams, we don't slow down. Engine roar when we hit your town. Message start so sharp like a midnight show. Oh gas, no brakes, little no. Gas, no brakes, little no. Drift through life with a fearless tone. Every move custom, every vibe is on. Not just a car, it's a way of life. Precision, passion, cutting like a knife. Headlights blaze through the doubt and fear. He's the one they watch, the one they cheer. So buckle up tight, let the legend grow. You're in the fast lane with Lil Laredo. Dreams, we don't slow down. Engine roar when we hit your town. gas, no brakes, little ride.
Hang on now. Here we go. Okay. I don't know what happened to that music, but that was kind of weird. So I've got my little errands run. It's so good to see you again. Oh my God. Well, the Tupac trial we do kind of care about because it's old and it was my time when I was young and I had to go run errands. I needed to leave something running anyway, but we are back anyway. Here we are. Okay, let's see. We're home, putting the music on. Leslie, okay, I'm back too. Let's get back over here and get our trial straightened out so we can watch our trial. My God, it was so hot out there. I thought I was going to die, guys. Thought I was going to die. Okay, Lindsay Clancy. Oh my God. Okay, here we go. The only reason why I care about Tupac is because, it's just back when I was a lot younger, he was popular. But anyway, let's go back over to Lindsay Clancy Day 15 of the trial, and let's get ourselves fixed and ready to go. So when they come back, we can go back. Here we go, guys. Thank you so much for being patient while I ran to the post office, etc. All right. You would not believe how much it cost to ship these 3 little packages. I told my husband, I said, is it worth selling the shit on eBay? Because I don't think so. But anyway, let me get y'all set up and ready to go. Here we go. Okay. Let's share our screen. There we go. And we are ready to come back to trial. I got to get some water before I die of thirst. All right. Here we go. Ooh, I forgot to share the screen, stupid. Y'all just don't mind me. Just ignore me this afternoon. All right, there we go. Okay, we're ready to come back to trial. And I don't know, that music, I noticed when I was trying to play that music, I was in the car and I turned the music on from the studio thing from my phone. And it sounded like this music was like all like screwed up, like it was overlapping each other or something. I was like, oh God, I wonder how it sounds on the computer. I'm pretty sure it was pretty bad. I'm pretty sure it was. Anyway, let me check and see what our, okay, turn that down for just a second until we're ready. A little bit of music on while we wait. Here we go. Oh, but it's fine. Welcome back. Thank you, Little Kim. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right, let me get my water. Damn, I'm gonna die of heat. All right, all right. Let me turn that off and we can begin to talk a little bit. Here we go. There we go. All right. Got the dogs fed, got to the post office. We went by the pharmacy, about baked to death in the heat. I'm like, oh my God, when is it going to stop being hot? I can't stand it. I don't like cold, but I don't like heat either. So I don't really know where. I think I need to live in Hawaii. That's what I think I need to do. So I fit in everywhere. I think that'd be perfect for me. My husband doesn't think so, but I think so. Nah, we couldn't, but we could never move to Hawaii. Our family would never come visit us, right? Because it's too far. Okay. I think I'm through walking around the house now. I think I am. I think I'm ready. Okay. All right. Make sure everything is working right. Make sure y'all can hear me. What in the hell is going on? There. All right. Here we go. Okay, it's working. All right, good. Now let me check and see if they're back yet. We have just a few more minutes left. I think they might come back early because they left early, but who knows, right? Kelsey's back, yes. And we have my favorite seasons are, yes, mine too, Leslie, mine too. I especially like the fall. I don't like when it's super cold, but I do like when the leaves start changing. You feel that little bit of a breeze in the air. That is so nice, my friend, so nice. All right, let me catch my breath after running. I thought I was going to be late coming back. I was like, please, traffic, get out of the damn way, right? So anyway. Of course, now Jack and Trick are going to start their mess. You know, fighting amongst each other. You know how dogs do. This is working right. Make sure you can hear. All right. Okay, turn this off. Oh, boy. Okay. My air conditioner is just running today. It's okay. Yeah, there we go. We're ready. Okay, let's go to trial. Let's see who our next witness is. It's probably going to be Dr. La Posada, which will be good. Let me plug this in over here. Looking forward to that. We've been looking forward to that testimony the whole time. As soon as I heard she was going to testify, I was like, all right. Because I remember from Karen Reed, right? That was very interesting. Let me put this stuff away. Get it off my desk. I don't have enough room. So I went to the pharmacy to pick up something. Now, I don't know how many times you've had this experience at the pharmacy. You get there, you're going to pick your prescription up, and you realize, oh my God, that's not my normal prescription because of the cost of it, right? You're looking at it, and you're saying to yourself, wait a minute, something's not right. So you call the pharmacist over, and they come and talk to you for a minute, and they're like, well, wait a minute, that's not your prescription, is it? And I said, no, it's not. It was like $131. Well, my prescription is usually like $29. So they went and looked on the line, and they looked at the file, and they're like, oh, we have the wrong same last name on your prescription. So I was like, oh, God, thank you. Because they didn't want a prescription that's usually $29 should be $131 now. Because insurance does not pay for it. So there you go. So I had to wait for them to fill the right prescription. Then go over to the post office. And then there was a lot of traffic. I was just like, please let me get home in time. I don't want to miss my own trial here. Okay. I think I'm ready. All right. Now, what time is it? 1:01? Okay, so they'll come back, and I'm sure, yeah, here we go, Kel. Hubby works offshore. Oh my God, he comes home tomorrow, and we are in the process of adding on to our house. So we won't be able to come on as long, but we will pop in from time to time. Hit that like button. Thank you so much, Kel. Well, I appreciate you coming whenever you can. I really, really do. You know what? I should just make everybody that comes in a mod. I really should, you know? That way I can see everybody that comes in every time they come in. I know you're here because I see you in blue instead of black. Wouldn't that be kind of funny? I think it would be kind of funny, but yeah. Well, you know, our house is for sale technically, but the way interest rates are going, etc., it's not going to sell. You know, because it's a pretty expensive house and people just cannot, you're either going to pay cash for it or you're going to have to get a mortgage. And with a 6% interest rate, you're never going to get it paid for. I mean, the interest rates are just too high. So I guess we'll just sit in this house a little bit longer. I'm just, once the contract runs out, I'm not going to relist it. I'm just going to leave it as is for right now. And we'll try again in a couple of years. We only need to sell whenever my son graduates from UT Texas, because he's going to go to medical school, and I don't think it's going to be in Texas. I think it's going to be out of state. So we want to move wherever he goes to medical school. We want to move there. So that is why we want to sell this house, to be prepared for that. Anyway, yes, I'm never letting my baby grow up. He's never leaving me. I just can't let that happen. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so my baby wants to move up north. He wants to go to medical school up north. And my husband said, well, you know what? By the time he's ready to go to medical school, we'll be ready to move up north too. Get out of the damn heat. I just can't stand it. It just will kill you during the summer. It's like it's getting hotter and hotter as the years go by. I cannot believe that it's August the 18th and it feels like 150 degrees out there on that concrete driveway. It just does. Let me see, Kel says. Really thank you so much. It is very interesting. I've been so happy to see you and some other new faces that we saw today. So happy to see y'all. And I'm so sorry y'all had to deal with the troll situation. You know, as long as I've been running this channel, I have never had that happen before. Never. I mean, the people that come in here all the time, they're always so respectful. We just never have a problem. And that's why I always say, everybody is welcome here. We're not going to have derogatory statements made toward the other creators or the people in my chat. You are welcome to come in here and voice your opinion about whatever we're talking about. Just be respectful, that's all. And I just don't put up with trolls. But I've never really had to until today. That was so incredibly strange. And I hope I didn't embarrass anybody by the way I handled it. I just was kind of like not sure what to do. I was like, mods, help. I don't know. You know, geez. Oh my God. Loving all the new faces. Me too, Sprinkle. Loving all the new faces. It's so nice. Edward's very interesting. I like hearing him talk about it. And you know, he was right. He was right to mention the fact that whenever she started talking about all the medications, it does seem like a lot of medications being thrown at her all at once. But we do know that she was told not to take all these medications at once. And if you go back and listen to some of the trial from the other doctors, they will tell you, no, I did not know she was getting a prescription for this over this other doctor, because she was not communicating to her doctors honestly. She was just going to see them and trying to get help, but not really telling each doctor what she was doing at the other doctor's office. And that's how you end up with a problem. Because if you're not honest with them, they can't help you, you know? And I understand her being afraid to lose her license. I understand that. Really. Trolls means you're getting more popular. Oh, thank you, Kel. Thank you so much. I never thought about it that way. Thank you. Yeah. You were justified in getting thank you. Thank you so much, Liz. Yeah, it's weird. You know, the person who's really good at dealing with trolls is Jay. Now, Jay Scott over at Guilty of Crime, she hardly ever has any, but when they come in, she's very quick at it. And I like her style. I like her. I really love Jay. We are friends. So let me turn this light on. I tell you, I would love to go to California and get Jay to do the tattoo on my other foot. Because the guy who did the one on my right foot, it looks like it's fading, like he didn't go deep enough. I know it hurt like a son of a bitch, I know. But it's like he didn't go deep enough, I guess because he could see it was hurting me. I would love for Jay to do my other foot, but That's probably never going to happen. I would probably want to go there and she'd be like, no, hell no, we're going to go have fun. We're not going to tattoo. She's so sweet. She really is. And you know what? I am never judgmental when it comes to people. You love who you love. You are who you are. That's it. And it's none of my business what lifestyle you choose to live. That's your business. I'm not going to judge. I don't want to be judged, and I'm not going to judge other people. That's not my job. But anyway, let's see. Let me see. It is 1:07. They should be getting back in here, and I hope that the Dr. Posada I hope they can get the studio fixed so that we can hear her, because that crackling was really, really bad, really bad. So let me see who all else is on today. Let me see. Who is talking right now? Well, there's always the gypsy. Gypsy Rose Blanchard is on right now. That's, of course, on. Pam. Okay, Kale. Yeah. Oh, she's more than you think. We just usually take care of them before you can see them. Keeps us moms busy. Well, there you go, Kale. I guess you're right, because I never really noticed them, And Pam, I got engaged on this date. It will be 52 years. Oh, my God. That's wonderful, Pam Fogel. 52 years. Damn, you're past the golden anniversary. Well, I'm excited for you. That's wonderful. My anniversary is November the 30th, and it'll be 24 years. Okay, I'm going to make y'all laugh. I want y'all to laugh with me, not at me. Now, my husband, I'll just tell you a little bit about myself. My husband is my husband number 3. But let me explain. He's actually husband number 4, but we don't count one of them. So my first husband was killed by a drunk driver when I was 21 years old. So I got married a second time, and we were married for 13 years. Then I got married a third time, and I don't even know why I did. I don't count this one at all. We were married for 7 years. Complete mistake. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. I don't know what I was doing. And then I got married this fourth time. It'll be 24 years, November the 30th. You know what? I'm never getting married again. This is the final one. This is it. I'm done. I always tell people, don't laugh at me, laugh with me, because I laugh at myself, right? I do. I laugh at myself about it. Oh, my. Let's see. What is she? Oh, yes, Pam. Oh, congratulations. And what is it? 52 years in September. That's amazing. 52 years. I hope I can say 52 years. I do hope so. I really do. Who else is on today? Let me see. Oh, my God. Have y'all heard this story? Now, this is from 4 minutes ago. Foster mom beat her, stitched her up, and then did it again. What the hell is wrong with people? This was on, and this happened for years. Now, this is on what story? Let's see. The Misery Machine is talking about that. Oh, my God, that's terrible. Let's see, what's another story? Yes, finally executed. Now, I also did a live on the man who killed Kamari Hall. If you get a chance, go and watch that one, because it's a good one. I do keep up with all the executions and things like that. Let's see. I'm not seeing any of these comments. Sprinkle, why are you not seeing the comments, girl? Yeah. Oh, here they come. They're coming. They're coming. Okay, here we go. Let me turn it up.
All right. Counsel, we all set?
Yes.
All right, ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
They seem to have the faith in us.
jurors entering.
Thank you, Pam. Let me let her know this. She's on the wrong feed.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, I think we got everything fixed. Thanks for your patience. The next witness that's going to testify is going to be testify either by Zoom or teleconference, as you can see. I just want to tell you, this witness will be under oath, and you can consider her testimony the same as if she was testifying here live. Okay? All right. Mr. Rankin.
Yes, thank you.
May I swear her in?
Yes.
Dr. Lapisato, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Can you hear me?
You're a little echoey, but I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just standing in the corner here so that everybody can hear you. Tell us your name and spell your last name.
Dr. Elizabeth Lapisata, Laposata.
And fair to say that you have issues that require you to speak to us today by Zoom rather than appearing in person as you intended to do. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Tell us what you do for work, Doctor.
Well, I'm a medical doctor, board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. So I have an active practice in forensic pathology where I review cases to understand how people get injured or how people die.
And how can you tell us your educational background?
Certainly. I graduated from Bucknell University in 1975, cum laude with honors in biology. I went to University of Maryland School of Medicine, where I graduated with an MD degree in 1979. I did my 2 years internship at Johns Hopkins Hospital in anatomic pathology, which is the study of diseases of the body. Then I trained in St. Louis, Missouri, with a fellowship in forensic pathology, which is understanding causes of death and how trauma affects the body.
Do you hold any board certifications or any licensures in that field, Doctor?
Yes. In 1983, excuse me, I sat for my board exams and became board certified diplomat of the American Board of Pathology in anatomic and forensic pathology.
And tell us your work history, if you would, please.
Certainly. Since I became board certified in 1983, I've had faculty positions in St. Louis University School of Medicine, where I also was the assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis. I then moved to Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, where I ran the autopsy service at the hospital at the University of Pennsylvania. Had a faculty appointment there, a research lab, and I taught forensic pathology to medical students. I was also a city of Philadelphia medical examiner. After that, I was a assistant medical examiner for the state of Delaware. And in 1993, I was selected to be chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, which was a position I held until 2005, when I started my independent consulting practice.
So you've been an independent consultant, testifying in courts and working on cases since 2005?
At my own business, yes, and certainly testifying on cases before that as medical examiners employed for the city of St. Louis, the city of Philadelphia, and the state of Delaware, and the state of Rhode Island.
Okay, and now you're independent on your own, as it were, correct?
I am, as it were, yes.
All right. Now, did I reach out to you on the case of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy and ask if you would help us out by looking at the discovery of the case?
Yes, you did.
And you're here to testify today. Can you tell the jurors what you actually reviewed as a basis of your opinion for your testimony?
Certainly. I reviewed medical records, and I have a list here on Dawson Clancy. I reviewed the Office of the Medical Examiner entire file. I reviewed his EMS reports, his terminal hospitalization, the Duxbury Police supplemental narrative, Duxbury Police narrative, and his pediatric South Shore healthcare medical records.
Could I just interrupt you for a minute? I apologize.
Sure.
Just in the interest of time, rather than going through every single, let me ask it this way: Did you look at police?
Okay.
Did you look at police reports?
Yes.
Did you look at grand jury minutes?
Yes.
Did you look at medical records for Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what medical records you looked at?
For Dawson Clancy?
No, for Lindsay. No, not Dawson. For Lindsay Clancy.
Oh, yes. I looked at her South Shore medical records when she was admitted on the evening of January 24th. I looked at her Brigham and Women's Hospital records, photographs that were taken of her and published in her hospital records. I looked at the Department of State Police Crime Laboratory toxicology report, crime scene photos of the bedroom, the outside of the house, crime scene photos, approximately 500 of them, grand jury proceedings, and photographs of the round exercise band.
How about medical records? Did you review medical records pertinent to Lindsay and her treatment by healthcare providers in 2022 into 2023?
Yes.
Can you tell us what records you looked at?
Well, I looked at her records from the post-injury records from South Shore Hospital, where she was first transported after she was found in the backyard of her house. And then I looked at her hospital records where she was transferred from South Shore Hospital to Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Excellent. Doctor, in the course of preparing for your testimony here, did I direct you to a gentleman, Mr. Drake, and ask him for help putting together a little diagram to illustrate your testimony?
Yes, you did. Mr. Jeffrey Drake Graphics.
Yes.
Under my direction, we put together some illustrations.
And Your Honor, could I? We all know what it is. Could I offer this now?
If you want to, is there any objection?
Just the prior.
Yeah. So same ruling that may be admitted. Do you want to pass out those?
Sure, that'd be great.
Yeah. Members of the jury, we're going to pass out copies of what was just introduced as an exhibit. It's just so you can kind of follow along with the testimony. And again, you can ask to pass it back to the court. Mark that.
Thank you.
All set?
Yes, I think so. Thank you. Now, Doctor, first of all, you made reference to Dawson Clancy, that you had a chance to review medical records and photographs and autopsy reports on Dawson Clancy?
Yes, on Dawson, Cora, and Callan.
All three, okay, three of the children. One
Yes.
of the questions that I have is that of the photographs, the autopsy photographs that you
Ray,
were.
do you want to take that? It might be just kind of confusing. That's better. Then we can go back. When we get back to the charts, we can do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The autopsy photographs, did you have a chance to review those, Doctor?
Yes, I did.
And in your extensive experience, have you had a chance to see autopsy photographs of young children, infants, adults, people being examined prior to an autopsy and of course during an autopsy?
Oh, yes, many, many, many.
Now, my question simply is, did you notice on the autopsy photographs of the children what, let's say, have been referred to as bruises to this jury? Have you seen, are you aware of that testimony?
Yes, there were bruises consistent with active children jumping and running.
And how about medical treatment and procedure? Did you make any observations, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause? For example, on the infant's head, bruising on the head, what appears to be bruising.
Yes, on Callan when he was in the hospital, and there are even photographs of him in the hospital, he had EKG or EEG, electroencephalogram, monitoring devices attached to his head so the doctors could follow his brain waves. And they are little round cup-like things, and so where they were attached, actually on both sides of his head, they did leave a small little brown kind of parallel mark, little lines there that were from medical treatment for monitoring his brain waves. He also had many puncture wounds and evidence of medical treatment in that way.
And did you also notice that there would appear to be, on occasion, fluid that might be mistaken for a bruise?
That's possible, yes. If there is some liquid fluid that's a little blood tinged, you could see it on the surface of the skin, and it would be something you could wipe off.
So, for example, doctor, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty on the photographs of the infant that show what you say were the couplet marks on the area of the skull, they don't come from anybody squeezing, beating, pushing, or causing any injury to that child, in your opinion. Is that correct?
No, absolutely not, no.
Doctor, you also had a chance to review the medical records of Lindsay Clancy when she went to the South Shore Hospital and then subsequently went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you don't have to get into detail. We've heard it a number of times, but there were injuries to her left wrist, her right wrist, her neck. Is that correct?
Yes, there were sharp force injuries to those areas.
And in your practice as a pathologist, have you had occasion over the years and over the many cases that you have had involvement with to observe self-inflicted wounds to a person's wrist or their neck in the course of a suicide attempt?
Many times.
And can you tell the jury, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, as to the nature of these injuries, and are they consistent with somebody trying, in your opinion, trying to kill themselves?
Sustained.
So you would agree that there's an injury to the left wrist, injury to the right wrist, that's a sharp incised wound. Is that correct?
Yes, they're cutting type wounds made by a sharp object such as a knife.
Okay. And how about the neck? Did that penetrate the fascia or did that penetrate the skin? To what degree?
Yes, there were also linear, superficial incised wounds to her neck, and there were several of them, and one or two of them went deeper. There was bleeding also from the wounds on the wrist, and there were numerous attempts at cutting the skin, which we call hesitation marks, which are a classic finding in suicide attempts. And those incisions did cut in through the skin and cut blood vessels that were under the skin. And you can also tell from looking at the photos of Lindsay taken in the hospital when she was first admitted, and also when the photograph of the bedroom, her bedroom, you could see there was significant bloodshed event from those cutting injuries.
Now, did she also sustain an injury to her neck from your review of the medical records?
Yes.
Can you tell us what type of injury, and if we could, and if it assists the jury with you, you can make reference to the pages of the little report and the diagrams, page 4, 5, and 6, and tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, let's see. So are we ready to look at number 4?
Sure. Yep. Start off with 4.
Okay. So
just so I think that's the first page that you have. So just
yes, that's right. Yes, page 4 is actually page 1. Yes. So what we have here is to show you how Lindsay was injured. And I got this from the scene photographs, from all her medical history, and my knowledge and training, understanding how injuries happen to the body. So if we look at the left-hand side of this panel, we see a depiction of the back side of the house, and the top window on the second floor is open. That's where she would have put her palms down on the windowsill and put her head out and precipitated down to fall on the hard frozen ground. During her fall, head first, she had cuts on her wrists which were bleeding, and her coming head down on the side of that building would then transfer some of that blood onto the side of the building, which was found in the scene photograph. She then hits really head first as her body descends that 13 or 14 feet. And if you look at the, so she really did a free fall dive head first. Then if you look on the right upper 2 diagrams that just show a skull, this illustrates the forces then that were applied to Lindsay's head from hitting the ground and then her head bending a little bit. And what she got from that is what we call a characteristic burst fracture or a Jefferson fracture. And this is a fracture that we see with people who hit their head head on, like if they've taken a dive into a swimming pool and they hit their head on the bottom. It's a classic finding in people who have energy applied to the falling head. And what it does is that it takes the first cervical vertebrae, which kind of looks like a donut, as you see up there in the middle, and it squashes it. The base of the skull then squashes that, and then like a donut, it kind of spreads it out. And she had 6 or 7 fractures of that cervical vertebrae. Number 1, the ring of that. And the fractures I have pointed to there with arrows. So that is called the characteristic Jefferson fracture from hitting your head, the top of your head, in a dive first position. So you could also describe it as a bursting type fracture. But you don't get any spinal cord injury from that because the area, the hole in the middle is pretty big. So it just crushes down on the sides and fractures the ring around the spinal cord. So that tells me immediately that she landed head first and went down the window, went down head first. Then the energy is transmitted then from her head down her vertebral body, down the bony spine. And that then fractured and compressed C1, the lower right-hand panel there, puts that cervical vertebral body in the context of the rest of her skeleton. The left upper hand, we see her jaw, and then the C1 is pointed out there, and there are little springs there to indicate they were squished and compressed together and fractured.
Now, looking at the next page, which would be 5, does that assist us in looking at the illustration of the injury to the spine?
Yeah, so this is after her head hits, so she hits her head first, then there is some flexion of her body, and the energy from the impact is transmitted down her vertebral column. And what that did was it crushed the number of her thoracic vertebrae or vertebrae in the chest area, and actually made thoracic vertebral body T5 be compressed and move over the top of the lower vertebrae, and that is what injured her spinal cord. In the right-hand panel there, the yellow tube coming down is the spinal cord, and the thoracic vertebral 5 and 6 is pictured there, and you can see that her whole spinal column was compressed and it moved forward and out of place, causing her spinal cord injury. There were also injuries that are indicated by little red stars there, and those are fractures of the transverse processes of the cervical vertebrae. So when they were compressed, the areas where the joints are between the vertebrae were compressed and fractured those transverse processes. So she had a bending injury, and she also had a right posterior rib injury. You can see on the left-hand panel, her shoulders are also hitting the ground, and that caused a fracture of the right first rib in the back, and the flexion of her neck also damaged her thyroid gland and some of her voice box cartilages.
And if we look at panel page 6, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, this is the final resting position of Lindsay's body. It's documenting all the materials I reviewed, and it's on the left-hand side. So she is lying down on hard, frozen ground. Her clothing is wet. She has on indoor clothing. The time that this occurred, it was dark and no sun. The temperature was in the low 30s, so she is going to be at risk of her body temperature going down, lying on that cold ground. In addition to, now that her thoracic chest spine is fractured, that has totally disrupted the thermal regulation of the bottom half of her body. So she is going to lose heat from the lower half of her body and to approach ambient temperature. So there she is lying there on the ground. Then if we go to the right side of that, this is a CT photograph showing the area where Lindsay's body landed. You can see on the right at the base area, there is some medical debris from the EMS emergency treatment. Then circled in or put in a red square is a little bit of snow that has some blood on it, which would correspond to her position lying down as we see it in the left-hand side there.
And sorry, go ahead.
Okay, then the last bit here is a X-ray of Lindsay, which was taken in early February after she had surgical stabilization of her fractured spine. So this is looking at the side of her, and you can see the hardware, which they look like little golf tees going to the left side. So this is the surgical metal hardware that was placed in her spine to open up and align her spine to try to preserve any function that was still available.
Now, doctor, when she went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, we doing the medical records and able to discern that she actually coded as a result of her injuries.
Yes, she did. She was in spinal shock and hypothermia, and her heart did stop.
And did you observe that there were, and I quote, massive blood transfusions to treat her at Brigham and Women's?
Yeah, she lost a lot of blood around the muscles that hold the spine up because that was so damaged. So her hemoglobin and hematocrit and her red blood cell level was very low on admission.
And the final question I have, Doctor, is as it relates to the records, it showed that she had a core body temperature of 82 degrees as opposed to 98.6, which we're accustomed to. Can you tell the jury, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, what does that mean and how did that happen? I mean, that's pretty low.
Yes, that is low. That's like, 16 degrees below normal. And so her low body temperature came from lying on the hard frozen ground, which would be 32 degrees frozen ground. She had wet clothing on, so wet clothing is going to transmit the body heat into the atmosphere quicker than dry clothing. It was indoor clothes. She didn't have a big parka on. There was no sun at that time to keep her body temperature up. The ambient or the air temperature was around 30 degrees. She has a thin body, and also, most importantly, because of that thoracic spinal cord transection, she lost the ability to control her body temperature below that limit. So that means all her blood vessels just dilate and they just lose heat to the atmosphere.
Thank you very much, Doc.
Attorney Sprague?
Thank you. Dr. Luckaside?
Yes.
You were head of the Rhode Island Office of the Chief Medical Examiner when it was cited for 10 violations and unsafe conditions, correct?
Yes, the unsafe condition was a light bulb out in a hallway, a computer hallway, and a few other minor things. I was very happy to have the safety inspection.
Right, those were the unsafe conditions, but there were also 10 other violations, correct?
They were minimal. I don't recall now. It was 20 years ago.
You didn't treat Ms. Clancy, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't examine her yourself, correct?
Correct.
Now, you talked about a Jefferson fracture and or a C1 burst fracture and how it can be from hitting the top of your head, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it also true that you can sustain a burst fracture by hitting the back of your head, the top of your shoulders as well?
No.
You say that she fell from 13 feet from the windowsill onto her head, the top of her head, correct? Onto the frozen ground?
Yes.
And you're saying that she fell with such force that she burst her C1 vertebrae and then broke other vertebrae in her back and broke ribs, correct?
Yes, just the force of a free-falling body, yes.
Okay, but she had no injuries to her head, correct?
I'm sure she had bruising to her scalp under her hair.
You're sure?
She did not have a skull fracture.
Right, she didn't have a skull fracture, correct?
Yes.
She didn't have any cuts or things that needed sutures, correct?
She needed sutures in the cutting wounds on her wrist.
Well, we're talking about her head right now. She didn't need any sutures on her head, correct?
Correct.
She didn't have any large dents in her head, correct?
Large dents? What do you mean?
From hitting the frozen ground head first, there were no dents or bumps or sutures required on her head, correct?
Her scalp was intact. The forces were transmitted to C1.
So through her head.
A very common finding when you go head first and hit your head.
So hitting the frozen ground, the icy frozen ground, not a bump or scratch or scrape on her top of her head, and then within her head, there was no brain bleed, there was no hemorrhaging, there was no injury into her brain itself. Nothing showed up on the CT scans, correct?
Correct. Her brain was fine. Her skull was fine. I'm sure she probably had some scalp bruising on her hair.
You're sure because that goes along with what you're guessing at how the fall happened, correct? You can't be sure because you didn't see the head, correct? You say you're sure, but you didn't see her head.
I saw the medical records and I examined all of those. I'm sure she had some bruise on the top of her head to the backside, as I showed in my diagram number 4. I'm sure there was some bruising on her scalp under her hair, but that was not a major concern at the time she was taken into the hospital.
You keep saying you're sure there were bruises, that you're sure that there was this or that that's not shown in any photographs or medical evidence. So you're not sure, are you? You're assuming.
No, I'm sure.
Okay. Let me show you some photographs here.
Excuse me. No,
yes. Let me show you. I'm asking the questions. Let me show you some photographs here.
Ahead.
Let me show you some photographs of the defendant that were taken at the hospital of her head. Show me. Do we have sharing privileges on the computer?
Whatever you want, we'll do it.
Showing you here a photo of the top of the defendant's head. No.
Yes, I see that.
No swelling, correct?
We just see her hair.
There's no blood on the white sheet, correct?
Well, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you just asked me.
There's no blood on that very white sheet, correct?
Well, I don't see what's under her head, but that's not relevant to understanding that she did fall head first.
Okay, so you're saying she fell head first from 13 feet onto hard frozen ground and had no visible injuries to the exterior of her head?
Yes.
And you're saying that she...
Excuse me, I'm
It was
sure
a yes or no question, doctor.
Listen, hold on. Doctor, listen to the question, answer the question, and then we'll just go from there. Go ahead. Ms. Sprague, if you want to re-ask that question.
Doctor, yes or no, she fell to the ground, frozen ground, and then had no apparent injury to the exterior of her head, correct?
Correct.
And she fell head first to the frozen ground and not with enough force to break several vertebrae in her ribs, but did not have a skull fracture, a brain bleed, or anything else, any other type of injury to her head, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Move to put the photographs we were just showing into evidence.
Any objection? All right, they may be admitted.
282.
Doctor, in your report that you provided to defense counsel, you also talked about the strangulation of the children, correct?
I did.
And in your report, you wrote that it would have taken 5 to 10 seconds for unconsciousness to occur, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall testifying previously in State of Rhode Island versus Kimberly Fry, case number W1/2010-0413A? Do you recall testifying previously in that case?
No, I don't.
Let me refresh your memory. It was a woman who had killed her 8-year-old daughter by asphyxia, and you testified.
Oh, yes, manual strangulation, yes.
Yeah, so ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay. And so you testified back in 2011 in that case, and you were asked if you have a very complete compression, strike that. You were asked, unconsciousness due to oxygenation can occur within 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if you have a very complete compression of the blood vessels of the neck, you can become unconscious within 10 to 20 seconds. And then you were asked, I'm just saying hypothetically, just strangulation alone is 10 to 20 seconds. You said if it is effectively and continuously applied, like in a lateral vascular neck restraint, most times there's a struggle going on, so you can't quite get that. So in that case there, you didn't testify that it was 5 to 10 seconds. You testified that it was 10 to 20 seconds, and that if there's any struggling, it could be longer, correct?
Yes, but that case was.
Well, that was a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question.
All right.
Defense can follow up.
Hold on. She's answered the question, and then we'll redirect if counsel would like to.
Well, I don't remember
Hold on,
what
Doctor.
I said.
Why don't you, Doctor, wait for a question.
You were also asked in that same trial, Doctor, the question put to you in that trial was, but once that unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been a consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 more minutes continuously while the child was unconscious, correct? And you answered, I think that's a statement. And the question was, you said that before yourself, correct? And you answered yes. And then the question was, I'm asking your opinion. And you said, the question was, after Camden became unconscious, after 2 to 3 minutes of continuous application of one of those 3, and you answered correct. Is that right?
I have no memory of that. I'm sure you're reading it correctly.
Well, you have memory of your medical knowledge, correct?
Sure, I have memory of my medical knowledge.
And so at that point in time, in 2011, you testified that you would have to strangle someone 10 to 20 seconds at least to unconsciousness, and then you would have to continue to strangle them for 2 to 3 minutes for death to occur. And you said correct. Is that still your medical knowledge?
That's a different case. That was not ligature. That was a manual.
So either way, talking about the compression of the neck causing a loss of oxygen and blood, correct?
I'll allow this question. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are many ways that can occur, and the way the pressure is applied is very important in understanding how long it takes to become unconscious. These are the children here were the victims of what we call ligature strangulation. The Fry case that is coming back to me a little now, that was a manual strangulation and also a body compression, which is a totally different type of asphyxia.
I mean, you were asked about that in that case, and you were asked, but once unconsciousness has set in, you agree with me that there has to be consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions for 2 to 3 minutes more, and you answered correct. So not all, you said either one of those could cause death after 3 minutes, correct?
Yeah, just if you could rephrase that question.
You were asked, but once unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 minutes more continuously while they're unconscious. And you said, I think that's a fair statement. So that's what you said, correct?
Yes, in order to become dead, brain dead, you need the physiology is that you become unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, and then you're unconscious, but that's not dead. Then that continued constriction of the blood flow has to be still continuously applied for the brain to die.
Correct. So
that is what happens. That's what happened to the Clancy children. The ligatures were wrapped around. They went unconscious in 5 to 10, maybe 20 seconds, probably less than 20 seconds because it was a a ligature, not a manual strangulation. So it was immediately compressed unconsciousness within 10 seconds, and then death within 5 to 10 minutes after that.
With continuous pressure. With continuous
Yes,
pressure around the neck.
Yes, because this is a ligature strangulation.
Thank you.
Not manual.
Okay, so when you're talking about ligature strangulation as opposed to manual strangulation, tell us in your mind what that means.
Well, they're very, very different. Manual strangulation means that somebody's used their hand and they've pressed either side of the neck. Okay, that the hand is manual strangulation. Strangulation means that you have stopped the blood flow that comes out of your brain, and the carotid artery continues to pump oxygenated blood into your brain, but it can't drain out through the jugular veins. So with continuous pressure, then the blood can't get in because it can't flow out. It's kind of like stopping up a pipe. And then so you go unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, but then with continued pressure, your brain dies. So the difference between manual and ligature is that manual can be kind of an off and on thing. You may you have a jugular vein on either side of your neck. So if you're using a hand, you might compress one greater than the other. You might let go. The person that you're trying to strangle may struggle and remove your hand a little bit. So it's a very different sequence of events to end up with brain death and asphyxia. Whereas wrapping a round loop resistance band, which is a ligature, immediately compresses those vessels. There's no coming off, there's no putting back on. So it's a very complete, one-time, immediate, non-varying compression with those exercise bands ligature, which causes unconsciousness effectively within 4 to 10 seconds.
And in reference to the manual strangulation, where generally somebody would use their hands and perhaps press with their thumbs, that has a very common, that you see many times, fracture of what's called the hyoid bone, correct?
Yes, that can happen, absolutely. A little U-shaped bone up underneath the jaw. So they both cause, brain death from lack of oxygen to the brain, but the way they get there, that's leading up to that, is a totally different pathophysiologic process.
So when counsel went through the Rhode Island case, whatever that name was, and was reading from a transcript and asking you questions about the time that a person through manual strangulation, and then she made reference to suffocation, she made reference to strangulation, she made reference to compression of the chest. That has nothing to do, in your opinion, with the ligature strangulation. Is that correct?
It's a totally different mechanism of injury.
Thank you. Right.
Doctor, as you said a few moments ago, the ligature causes unconsciousness, and then the pressure has to continuously be applied for several minutes to cause death, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything further?
One other question. On the ligature, doctor, we discussed this, is the ligature, does that require a person to stand over the body and continuously apply pressure to the ligature, or walk away leaving the ligature?
No, in this case, these were elastic round loops, like that were put around, somewhat tightly, pinching the skin. You could see little lines where the skin was pinched, and it just stays there. So it's a immediate compression of those jugular veins, staying there, and then death occurs minutes later.
Thank you.
Doctor, did you see these exercise bands?
Yes.
And you know that they're one long line with a handle on each end, correct?
Right, and they're round. They're a cylinder.
Right,
They're
and
not like a flat band.
And you know they were wrapped around each child's neck and pulled to strangle them, correct?
Well, they were wrapped several times, firmly enough around the neck to close off the jugular veins.
And you're not aware, there's been no testimony, no evidence, nothing showing that they were knotted and left there, correct?
Uh-oh.
They weren't tied in a knot and left around their necks, according to any of the evidence, correct?
The important part to me were wrapped several times, and then whether it had a bow or not would not really be important. It was secure and wrapped around the neck several times. Yeah, I can tell that from the appearance of the skin on the neck.
Band, doctor, wrapped around the child's neck several times and then left there. I guess you can't see it from where you are, but it just fell apart. It didn't stay in a circle.
Yeah, I sort of saw what you did. So
what was that?
Said I saw that.
You saw it. So it was left there and it fell apart, correct?
Yeah, what you just did, sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, doctor. All right.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Can I see you just for a second? Take the equipment down. It took us hours to get it. Hopefully it'll take us about 5 minutes to take it down. I'm just going to ask you a very quick break, and we'll bring it right back in on the next witness. Okay?
All right.
Thank you.
members have exited the courtroom. This court's in session. Please be seated.
So we'll be in, we say, but we'll be in a short recess. Come soon as we can get the equipment down. We'll come right back out. We'll take the next. Okay.
Goodbye.
return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, please, your center. Court is back to session. You may be seated.
This is the record. We return back to the trial. Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present excluding the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Call Dr. Paul Zale, please.
What happened is this also the testimony relationship with the manager, and then we're having between the Commonwealth and the defendant. She'll be the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Afternoon. Tell us your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Paul Zeisel, Z-E-I-Z-E-L.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And briefly, what's the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
A psychiatrist goes to 4 years of medical school and does a residency in a specific field in medicine. A psychologist goes to graduate school, generally 4 years, and gets a PhD or a PsyD, a Doctor of Psychology, in psychology. The difference in terms of clinical practice, psychologists are trained very extensively in counseling, testing, interpretation of testing, and that then continues to various treatment modalities, working with children, adolescents, couples, families, and it can extend beyond that. Neuropsych testing, issues of guardianship, child custody cases, and there are many variants in that. So psychologists are in the domain of treatment, testing, and evaluation of mental health conditions.
Can psychologists prescribe medication?
Generally, no, but the Department of Defense will allow psychologists in the military and overseas to sometimes prescribe medication, but 99% of psychologists do not have prescription privileges.
As far as the testing that you referenced, what is it you referring to regarding testing?
So there's testing across various domains. If a person comes in with, let's say, concerns about intellectual functioning for a child, they would have a perhaps school psychologist or educational psychologist who would do testing on cognitive levels of functioning, or neuropsych testing, or testing that deals with issues of ADD, attention deficit disorder, or ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. There's other testing that would include, for example, forensic testing. That's the integration of mental health and the law. That requires a psychologist to know about the different types of forensic testing issues that might be there. So this would often be things that would be pertaining to deception, malingering, personality assessment, and sometimes sociopathy, or what's known in the DSM-TR we've heard about, antisocial personality disorder. In addition, as I mentioned, guardianship, conservatorship, custody issues with parenting, risk assessments for certain jobs that individuals might have, working for government and top secret positions, police officers, military as well.
So, for example, some of the testing, what is the MMPI?
So, yes, it's called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, and there are various iterations. There's MM3, there's the RF. Some are focused on forensic assessment. It is a test that is been around since the 1940s, that was originally used to determine a sample size of white men going into the military who would be good leaders. Today, the sample is based on a much more diversified population, including women and different racial ethnicities, and it's divided into two parts. One part has what we call a validity and reliability scale and a lie scale. Validity.
The lie scale, is that also referred to as the K scale?
Yes, it could be considered part of the K scale, and it's whether someone is being dishonest with the test, but it will change slightly because people on some tests, psychological tests, will want to come across as faking good. Some people will want to come across as faking bad. Faking good would be a mother whose children were taken away. She would like to get them back, so she wants to come across as the healthiest person there is. Conversely, faking bad is someone seeking let's say, a workman's compensation claim, and they may have a tendency to exaggerate the nature of their injuries.
So in this case, for example, forget about workman's comp. Let's talk about a murder charge. If a defendant submits to a psychological test, such as the MMPI, and the interpretation by a psychologist of the results of that test, if the person wanted to pretend that they were suffering from a disease, a defect, with that test ostensibly be able to tell the psychologist that?
Yes.
Was an MMPI administered by the government's doctors on this case to Lindsay?
Yes.
Did that have a K scale as to whether or not she was lying or exaggerating, or malingering, or trying to fake that she had some disease or defect?
Yes, it had a K scale.
And what were the results of the government's doctors' tests on the Minnesota multiphasic personality as it relates to the K scale?
Objection.
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
So, Doctor, let me just, as we say, lead you a little bit. Yes or no answers would be fine. Were you aware that a test was administered by the government's doctor, I think it was Dr. Helbrin, to Lindsay Clancy in the course of the government's evaluation?
Yes.
And did you consider the results of and the interpretation of the test as part of your opinion for this jury?
Yes.
And to that extent, as you discuss whether or not somebody is faking or somebody is exaggerating, do you have an opinion based upon your review of the discovery in the case to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy, in the course of that evaluation, was malingering or lying or exaggerating?
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury.
My opinion in the testing of Ms. Clancy regarding the MMPI was that
Just the doctor, your opinion, doctor.
she was not faking. There was no evidence of any malingering. She presented as an honest citizen.
Okay. Now, regarding your background, I may have jumped the gun. Tell us briefly what your educational background is.
I have a bachelor's degree from Queens College. I have a master's degree from Harvard University and a doctorate in clinical psychology from William James College.
And your career spans how many years, sir?
I've been licensed for 37 years.
And would you consider yourself to be a forensic psychologist?
Yes, I do.
And as you indicated, that's the interface between medicine and law. Is that correct? Forensic?
And mental health and law, yes.
Mental health and law, okay. In this case, your experience obviously is something somebody has to evaluate. Can you tell us your history as a psychologist? In other words, your experience that you've had in the field.
Yes. Well, in the field, as a forensic psychologist, been involved in over 1,000 cases, testifying for both the Commonwealth as well as for Respondents' Counsel. I testify more for respondents or defendants these days. I've been qualified in every court in the Commonwealth with the exception of Nantucket because I've not done any cases in Nantucket County. I have a small private practice. I have done work with governmental agencies, a psychologist for the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, and I've worked as a federal contractor, as a vendor overseas for the State Department in Afghanistan.
How long were you in Afghanistan?
I was in Afghanistan from November 2007 to roughly mid-February 2011.
So for that 4-year period while you were in Afghanistan, what was the nature of your work?
The nature of my work was basically the equivalent through the military, the analogies with the military as a combat psychologist. I was embedded in the field. I would do evaluations, what we call critical debriefings, and when there would be multinational forces, and in Afghanistan it was the ISAF coalition, International Security Assistance Forces. That would be countries that were deployed over there: England, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Romania, Bulgaria, Australia, New Zealand, a total of 38 countries. I could go on, but I'm not going to. And I would be loaned to various countries in different parts of the country to do debriefings after a critical incident, which would be what's called a TIC, T-I-C, Troops in Combat. I'd fly out, usually on a helicopter, do the debriefings of the people who survived those attacks, engaged in those attacks, and ensure that they were stable enough to continue and, if you will, fit for duty. I would also do evaluations on violence assessments, individuals who had problems maintaining their ability to function safely in a war zone where everyone carries at least one weapon, usually two, to ensure that they were able to be healthy for their work. And I would do various types of training and debriefing. I was also loaned out to other governmental agencies the U.S. Marshals, the FBI, the CIA, and with each of those agencies, there would be various issues that were necessary. People getting hurt, people killing individuals who attack them. And when that occurs, as one would imagine, there's great trauma that goes with that. And these people were not necessarily negatively impacted in the moment, but we would make sure that they were healthy enough to continue their work if need be. If they were psychologically impaired, I would be involved in helping get them sent over back to Europe, to Landstuhl, Germany, sometimes to Dubai, and help with individuals who suffered themselves with issues back from the United States. So I would have to do death notifications with the military. I would help with issues of conflict with other soldiers and contractors and agencies, dealing with all the issues that one might expect could come up in various parts of a war zone. I was often sent to what are called FOBs. Those are forward observation bases, generally about 100 people, more or less, in those bases, multi-international. And I was also sent to COPs, COPs, combat outposts, very remote, in the middle of nowhere, on mountainsides where you walk up goat trails just to get to where your small bases. And the billets were often cots and tents that were erected on rocks and no electricity, quite remote. And I was on many, many dismounted patrols with the belief that having a psychologist or someone psychologically trained to deal with what it's like to be in a war zone would be therapeutic, if not therapeutic, explainable, and helpful. I did many of those events.
At some point, did I ask you to become involved to some degree in this case, Doctor?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when that was?
I received a phone call from Attorney Reddington late in the evening on February 3rd, 2023. It was late because I was already in bed sleeping and the phone rang. It was about 11:30.
And without getting into the details, did I advise you that I was representing a young woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy and that she was severely injured and she was in a hospital?
Yes.
As a result of that, what did you do?
That morning, I went to Brigham and Women's Hospital, went to the front desk where one would normally check in, and there was a woman there who I felt was a volunteer. I explained who I was. I explained that I was asked by Attorney Reddington to evaluate Ms. Clancy, the surgical ICU unit.
Were you able to access her to speak to her?
Eventually, yes.
And when you say eventually, what's the time frame we're talking?
I was initially told I couldn't go. I had to wait 30 minutes. Attorney Reddington called the chief counsel of the hospital to enable me to have access to the unit where Ms. Clancy was staying.
When was it that you were able to get into the unit to see her?
12:30 in the afternoon.
What day?
February 4th.
So it would be January 24th, 7, so this is almost
11 days
later, right?
Yes.
You're also aware that I needed a quarter to get you into the hospital.
That's correct.
And were you able to ultimately get in the hospital, go to the surgical unit, and meet with Lindsay?
Yes.
Jurors have had a chance to look at photographs of her laying in the bed with tubes and wires and all of that. Is that what she looked like when you first saw her?
Yes. However, she was also, with her right arm, as I recall, shackled to the bed with handcuffs.
So they're not little soft little things that tie her hands to the side of the bed with their handcuffs?
They weren't soft. They were what appeared to be metal handcuffs that police officers and perhaps officers in this court use for detaining people and arresting people.
So,
they were not soft.
While she's laying in the bed, did she have the tubes and the wires for treatment in the emergency, the intensive care unit, I should say?
Yes.
Was she intubated at that point, if you recall?
She was not.
So she was able to speak?
Yes.
Was she able to move obviously she's chained to the bed, so she couldn't get up?
She could not get up. She couldn't move below her sternum, the chest bone.
At that point, had you and I met and talked about this case at all?
No.
What was the reason I asked you to go to the hospital?
You are worried about her mental health, given the significant event that had just taken place a few days earlier. You were concerned that she had absolutely no ability to have visitors. Visitors were not permitted to meet with her, from family members to friends to a priest. No one was able to see her.
So as a result of that conversation we had, you went to the hospital, went into her room, and you were able to speak to her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell jurors, if you recall, what type of law enforcement presence? Uniform, cops, guns, stuff like that. What did you notice?
I noticed literally outside of her hospital room were two state troopers in their blue uniforms, sitting each in a chair on either side of the doorway to Ms. Clancy's room, a nurse sitting in the corner of her room.
When you went in to see her on that date, was it your understanding she had recently been extubated? In other words, they removed the tube from her mouth?
Yes.
And you recall the conversation that you had with Lindsay at that time?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jurors what your memory is.
The conversation I had with Ms. Clancy at that time was one where I asked if she knew where she was. So I did what's called a mental status exam, a brief mental status exam. It's orientation to time, place, location. She didn't know where she was, wasn't quite sure what time it was. She knew who she was. And she told me that she remembers what happened, but it was very fuzzy and foggy. At the time, she had been on medication for the significant pain post-surgery while in that hospital room.
And during the course of that interview with her, did she express any concern to you about her husband, Patrick?
Yes, she did.
Tell the jurors what she indicated to you.
She said, since 11 days prior to my meeting with her, which would have been January 24th, 2023, she had no contact with Patrick. She wanted to know how he was doing. She wanted to know if she could call him and find out where things are with her and with him and how he was faring, and to just speak with him.
She expressed concern about her family.
Yes, she did.
Did she express concern about what had happened?
Yes.
Did she ask you, or did you offer to her the ability to speak to her husband, Patrick?
She asked me if she could use my cell phone to call her husband.
Did she do that?
Yes, she did.
Did you hear the conversation?
Yes, I told her we'd call. It would have to be on speakerphone.
And tell us about that conversation.
So that first phone call on the 24th, he did not pick up. She left a message. I did not leave a message. We then called back 2 days later on the 6th.
And after the 2 days had transpired and the call was made on the 6th, did she have a chance to talk to Patrick?
Yes.
Were you there?
Yes.
Was she still chained to the bed?
Yes.
Were the cops still outside the room?
Yes, not in blues. They were in civilian clothing, jeans, flannel shirts.
And tell us what she said to Patrick in your presence on the speakerphone at that point.
She had told Patrick that she loved him very much. She was unable to express a lot of emotion, but she expressed love for him. and she had said that she heard a male voice ordering her, telling her that she didn't have any choice, but she had to kill her children and then kill herself.
Doctor, have in mind your background, your career, Did you tell Lindsay Clancy to lie or make that up and pretend that she was hearing voices?
No.
Did you have any conversation or suggestions to her at all that she should say she heard voices or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Why did you let her call her husband on your cell phone?
I let her call her husband out of human compassion.
As time went by, did I then, by the way, you've testified for me on other matters, have you not?
Yes.
We go back about 20 years?
Yes.
And we socialized together?
Yes.
So we're friends?
Yes.
And as you worked on the case, can you tell the jurors what information you had access to that would allow you to continue with your investigation as a psychologist?
I had access to her clinical records. Many of that were discussed here. Emergency room records, grand jury minutes. With the longitudinal nature of my evaluation, I had records from Brigham and Women's, South Shore, Spalding Hospital, and most recently, Tewksbury Hospital, which go back to, I believe, March 27th or so, 2023 till today.
How many times have you seen Lindsay since that day in January of 24?
So I've met with 2023. I've met with Ms. Clancy over 45 times since then, and that was at the writing and the issuance of my report to Attorney Reddington. That was in the middle of June, and I've seen Ms. Clancy since then 20 times probably, or 15, inclusive of being in this courtroom and sometimes meeting with her in the holding unit.
And the occasion to visit with her in Tewksbury Hospital many of those times, right?
Yes.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in the lockup to this courthouse, correct?
Yes.
And she's been treated very well by everybody, the court officers, everybody. Is that correct?
Objection. All of this.
Yeah, sustained.
Well, you've had a chance to see her in the lockup, right?
Yes.
Why would?
No, overruled.
Why would you see her in the lockup?
I would see Lindsay Clancy in lockup because the nature of presentation in this court has been gut-wrenching for anyone who would be exposed to such horrific
objection and move to strike. It's not responsive to the question.
Right. Can I see counsel?
All
right, so that answer, ladies and gentlemen, that answer is stricken. Okay.
In Tewksbury Hospital, have you had to see her to evaluate her in addition to your testimony for a juror?
Yes.
Why?
Because the nature of mental health is something that's not a static or what we consider historical piece of information. Static information means a date of birth. That's never going to change. Dynamic issues are things that are subject to change, like the weather, like your health, like your mood. So to do an evaluation for a case that Ms. Clancy's involved in, which is a triple homicide case, requires an examiner to ensure that she's competent to stand trial and that her mental health is stable enough to be able to go forward with court proceedings.
Is there an additional component, and has there been an additional component of her suicidal ideation since she's been in custody at Women's and then it was transferred years ago to Tewksbury?
Objection.
Can I see counsel?
So, Doctor, while you're evaluating her, whether it be in Tewksbury or you're visiting with her here, her present state of mind is always an interest to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to all of the police reports, grand jury minutes, photographs, and things that you've described for us, sir, have you also had occasion to review all of the medical records without going through every one of them, dealing with Jennifer Tufts, Gelada, drugs that were prescribed to her, etc.?
Yes.
Were you able to take a family history and a school history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you able to take a medical history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you concerned about her status as a woman who had recently had a child, Callan, in the spring of 2022?
Yes.
And what time frame was it that you were focusing on for purposes of your evaluation as to her mental state after having Kellen, when she was postpartum?
The time frame started in roughly September 2022 through January 2023.
And during that period of time, you were aware that she had certain symptomology. Again, we could go through every single one of them, or we can just say, yes, she did express that she had symptomology. Jury's heard the evidence up to this point.
Yes, many times
And
to other people.
Did she see doctors?
Yes.
Dr. Tufts?
Yes.
Was that the first time that she was expressing anxiety and her concerns about insomnia, and that she went to see Dr. Tufts and she prescribed the SSRI?
Yes.
Okay. July, June, August of 2022. What was her mood at that point?
Her mood was waxing and waning at times, but struggling as well in common sense ways. Having 3 children, ages 5 and under, not an easy task.
So in the fall of 2022, when she went to see Dr. Tufts, that's when she was prescribed the first SSRI.
Zoloft, yes.
And that would, and again, when she had the second baby, that would be Dawson.
Yes.
Did she have also indicia, symptomology of anxiety, the symptoms that she had described that she required that she had to be placed on some medication?
Yes, she did.
What was that medication?
I believe that was trazodone, if I'm not mistaken.
When she was in nursing school, prior to that, was she placed on medication?
Yes, she was.
And that was because of public speaking nerves? What was the medication?
There were multiple medications. I believe it was propranolol, and I believe it may have been trazodone and Wellbutrin, but I'm not totally positive of that.
Do you recall that she was prescribed SSRI when she was in nursing school?
Yes.
What was that?
That was Zoloft.
When she saw Dr. Tufts and she took the Zoloft, it was 25 milligrams initially. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was it increased?
It was increased to 50 milligrams sometime later.
And how did she react to that?
She didn't take the medication initially. She waited a few weeks until she started on the lower dose.
So my question was, how did she react to the increase in the Zoloft?
Poorly.
What does that mean?
It was not a therapeutic uplift for her. She didn't do well. She didn't feel better. By all reports from Ms. Clancy, she did not get better.
How about sleeping? Did she have any complaints about sleeping?
Yes.
What was that?
Her insomnia got worse with the passage of time.
As September turned into October, it turns into November, around the time of Thanksgiving. Had she continued to seek help from medical health care providers?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Who did she seek to get help from?
Well, the initial person, I believe, was her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, and who was a labor and delivery nurse who knew people.
Who did she see as a result of Sue Clancy?
She saw, I believe it was Julie Paul initially.
And what group was she affiliated with?
South Shore Perinatal Health.
Did Ms. Paul, nurse practitioner Paul, prescribe medication for her?
Yes.
And did she continue to deal with South Shore Perinatal?
Yes.
When at some point did she start dealing shortly, a short period of time, with nurse practitioner Paul?
Yes, Nurse Paul left.
And why was that?
She got a transferred position. It had nothing to do with her patient load, or
so she was transferred.
She was transferred.
Okay.
Yes.
So as a short period of time, she was transferred. Who was the next person that she dealt with?
Rebecca Gelada.
Did Rebecca Gelada have a particular position? Was she a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
And how long did she deal with Rebecca Gelada?
3 appointments.
And during that period of time with Rebecca Gelada, was she prescribed medication?
Yes.
What was the medication?
I believe it was Seroquel.
How did she react to that?
Poorly.
And as time went by, going into the holiday season, Thanksgiving, do you recall what her symptomology and complaints were to the healthcare providers at that point, whether it be Tufts or Gelada, anybody?
Yes.
What were they?
She had many concerns about her health. She wasn't feeling well. She felt out of touch with herself. She felt numb. She experienced disassociation.
All right, stop right there. What is disassociation?
Disassociation is a psychological construct that means you feel removed from your body. You don't feel in touch with your body. You feel different than the way you normally do. You look back at your life and you say, something is wrong with me. I'm not feeling the way I normally do.
Did she express, for example, when the jurors looked at the medical records on November 27th of 2022 to nurse practitioner Gelada, that she felt that she was out of her body and that she had a disassociated state?
Yes, and that's sometimes known as a depersonalization. You feel removed from your body. You feel removed. You feel as if you are not in your full body.
Now, at that time, was she also complaining of other symptoms? And to cut to the chase, was she saying that she could not emote, she couldn't feel love, she couldn't feel happiness, she felt heavy,
Yeah.
she couldn't walk, she couldn't bathe, she had difficulty relating to people? Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. She couldn't get out of the bed. She had total flattened affect.
Did she then seek additional help?
Yes.
Where?
She went to the, I believe, the emergency room initially at South Shore to go to Mass General.
And did they prescribe additional medication for her?
I believe they did, yes.
Did she make any expressions to her treating physicians up to this point about what in her opinion, what the medications were doing to her?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she was in a brain fog. The medications were making things worse. They were not helping. They were not helping her.
Now, as that time went on into the period of Thanksgiving up to around Christmas, did she continue to reach out to people for help, such as suicide hotlines?
Yes, she reached out to...
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Why did she call a suicide hotline?
She was worried about killing herself.
And did she get any help from the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about the second time she called the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about when she went to the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island?
They told her she was not a good fit for the program.
Why?
Because she was overly medicated.
And did she continue to seek help from healthcare providers?
Yes.
And what was the next thing that happened as far as dealing with healthcare providers for Lindsay in her postpartum stage?
She went to the Mass General emergency room.
What happened there?
On 12:30, she said she needed to go to the hospital. She was at the emergency room. She was sent to McLean Hospital in Belmont. It's a Harvard-affiliated hospital.
Now that McLean Hospital, when you say was sent to, fair to say that even though they had to transport her, it was a voluntary commitment?
Yes.
And what was her state of mind that caused her to have a voluntary commitment to the locked wards of McLean Hospital?
She was worried about killing herself, and she uttered concerns about killing her children.
How about, did she relate any intrusive thoughts, dark thoughts, things of that nature during this period of time, October, November, December?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She said she had, quote, horrible thoughts, unquote. She felt that people could actually hear her thoughts. The thoughts were so loud that strangers could hear them.
Did
Sometimes
she express at that point, for example, that she was concerned about school teachers with the little Sprouts school with the kids, that they could read her thoughts and that she would lose custody?
Yes, it's called ideas of reference. You believe other people can hear what you're thinking, and that can have a very negative interpretation for the person believing, feeling, and thinking that the outcome is going to be a negative one, that their children may be relieved from their care.
Now, as it relates to the concept of a psychosis, can you tell me in 25 words or less what a psychosis is?
A psychosis is what's considered a major mental health disorder. It's when people have disorganized thinking, and the symptoms most typically are hallucinations. There are different types of hallucinations. 80% of people with psychoses hear voices. There are different types of voices that one can hear. Benign, get a glass of water. Benevolent, you're a good person, keep it up. Or malevolent, threatening them, telling them, ordering them to do something horrible, and you believe those voices.
Now, during that period of time, when she got out of the McLean Hospital, what medication was she titrating or getting off of?
I believe she's getting off the Seroquel.
Was she able to do that?
Yes.
Relating back to November 27th with the dissociative state, is that an indicia, is that an indication or a harbinger of psychosis?
Yes.
And is a psychosis, is that something that somebody would be suffering from a psychosis for a month at a time, 2 months at a time, or is that short periods, or how does that work?
People with psychoses have intermittent symptoms. They can function fine one day, and the next day they can be hearing voices. They could be seeing things, feeling things, smelling things. To be clear, those additional types of hallucinations did not plague Ms. Clancy. She only had auditory hallucinations. But hallucinations are like the waves at the beach. They come and go.
They're called waxing and waning?
Yes.
And would you tell me, doctor, in your opinion, is an individual, and we refer to postpartum psychosis, is that a particular affliction that afflicts women that have had babies and they go through a period of postpartum depression and then ultimately postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
Can you tell us, is a person, even if they are in the throes of psychosis, are they able to make a phone call?
Yes, they can.
Are they able to drive a car?
Yes.
Are they able to say, hi, Hawaii, I'd like to have a hot dog?
Yes.
They don't have to look at the one in the corner, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Reddington, it's 4 o'clock. Is this a good time to?
Sure.
All right. So, members of the jury, we're going to recess until tomorrow morning. I would expect our schedule tomorrow to be similar to the schedule we had today, hopefully without the technology issues. And I'm just going to remind everybody the same instructions. Don't read anything about this case or similar cases. Don't talk about it.
Okay. Can you guys hear me? Answer 1 if you can hear me. Something about this microphone is acting up now. Hang on. Oh, I can hear myself. Okay, I'm good. All right, good. Yes, here we go.
Don't listen to anything.
Thank you.
Go home. Have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Okay?
All rise, please. Jurors exit.
All right, I'm going to leave that right there. We'll talk for a minute. We'll be ready to come on back at 8 o'clock a.m. in the morning to restart on this trial. And I can't believe they cut Dr. Zeisel off in the middle of his testimony because I cannot wait to hear the prosecution cross-examine him. It's going to be very interesting. But yes, I want y'all to think about all the other days of testimony, what we've heard before, and think about what we heard today. Not one time did they ever mention to us that Lindsay Clancy had been on prior mental health medications after the birth of Dawson. Not one time. They acted like all of a sudden she had a mental health crisis and was in postpartum and had to go get all these different medications that she had never taken before and was having horrible side effects from them this time. That's what they're acting like. And it's just not true. When she took Zoloft for a whole year, when she supposedly had public speaking issues, which, hello, I don't think that's quite how it works. Do you? I've never heard of that before, but of course, I'm not a doctor. I don't know much about it. But, yeah, something's very strange about what we're hearing today. It just paints a completely different picture than what we've been told before. Does anybody else think that? Because if you do, let me know, because now I'm starting to question a whole bunch of things. You know, I want to feel sorry for her. She killed her children. I want to understand how you could kill your own children. It makes no sense to me. I mean, you want to think, my God, something was terribly wrong. But was it? I don't know. I don't know, girlfriends. And boy, I don't know, guys. Y'all help me. I'm very confused. Yeah, I mean, it's very, very confusing. It is. Yeah, something's very confusing about this. And let me get rid of this right over here. Let me turn this off. There we go. We'll just put myself back up there. All right, now we can talk. So, I don't know. I'm very, very confused. And I want to do a little research tonight while we wait for the trial to come back. I'm going to go look up some of these medications that she was taking. And I want to know, if they worked once before and you didn't have problems, why are they not working now? What happened? And remember this, guys. Remember this. Cinderella says, why take the kids? Just take yourself out. That's right, Cinderella. Let me ask y'all a question. Remember, she kept saying, well, I'm so concerned about being addicted to the benzos. I'm concerned about being addicted to the benzos. And remember, I said, how many prescriptions of benzos has she had in her lifetime that she would be concerned about that? Because I'm thinking this is not the only time. I'm thinking that she's taken prescriptions of benzos many times when she was having anxiety and sleep issues. But we don't know that because we don't have her history. But I don't understand, if you've been on something for 2 weeks, why would you be concerned about being addicted to them? 2 weeks is not long enough. It's just not. So with that, think about that overnight. Okay, guys? Anyway, as I always say, thank you for coming in with me. Please like, subscribe, and share if you get a chance. Please, if you get a chance, while we work on our watch hours, we're almost there, honey. We're almost there to get this channel monetized so we can do other things, so we can participate in charity drives to donate to things. That's something I'm really interested in doing. I've always been interested in paying it forward, helping other people, doing charity things, collecting for women's shelters, that kind of things. And I want to do that through this YouTube channel. I think it's a great opportunity to do that. But we just need to get monetized. So if you get a chance, please go back and watch some of our older lives. You may enjoy what you see. We talk about all kinds of things. We talk about executions. We talk, for the new people who don't know, we talk about executions. We talk about appeals. We talk about feel-good stories. We talk about true crime. We talk about a lot of things. The things I don't want to talk about are the missing children. I'm going to leave that to other people who are better at it than me. It really affects my mind, and I cry a lot. And it's because when I have a huge heart when it comes to these little kids, Sebastian, Jack and Lily, Summer Wells, all of those. It just hurts my little heart. I can't talk about them. I just can't do it. So I'll leave that to other people to talk about. I will share the channels who talk about those things. Of course I will. Because I want their name to be out there. I want people to know about them. I want them to be found. I want to do what I can, but I just can't make that my content. So let me see what Kel has to say. Okay. Kel is saying, bye, everyone. Hope to see you in Guilty of Crime stream later. You will. You know you will, girl. You know, I got to go watch Jay. I have to. And bye, Cinderella. I hope you feel better tomorrow. And Leslie, bye-bye. See you tomorrow. Talk to you later. And thank you for getting back to me. If you are a mod for me and you have not sent me your phone number or you need the email, just let me know so I can get that to you so we can get our mod table set up so we can all contact each other. So if we need to give information, we can on what we're going to do, what we can do, what you would like to do. Because it's not just my channel. It's really my co-host and my mod's channel. Because, you know, you come here to support me. I'm going to support you. We are all friends here. Anyway, I'm going to go out and do some housework because I got to. You all take care of yourselves. Be careful out there and go hug your babies. Yes, you will hear that from me. Anytime you come to this channel, you're going to hear that from me. Because the one thing I don't want anybody to have is regret. Don't ever miss the opportunity to tell your baby you love them. Don't miss your opportunity to give them a hug. Reach out. It doesn't matter how old they are. They will always be your babies. I want you to think about that. So I'll see y'all in the morning at 8 o'clock a.m. Bye, guys. Thanks so much. Have a good afternoon.
Time to hit the road. Vroom, vroom. Let's go.